So I believe the government.
Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the Colonation radio show. I took the night off last night because I was tired. We had a snowstorm. I was snowing in. I was pissed off because I was in the house all day and I'm just bitter and angry because there's nothing you can do about it. You can't do anything about nature. When it snows, it snows, you know. I said, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. And boy, did it snow. We got like 7 inches, you know. That snow came down. My car was completely covered. And just, oh my God, it was just a nightmare. I haven't seen that much snow in years, you know? I really haven't seen that much snow since I left New York. I thought I was behind. I was behind all that with that amount of snow in Virginia. One of the reasons I stayed in Virginia because we had the mild winters and stuff like that. Now, so much for global warming, right? And climate change. I'm freezing your butt off in this state. It's just freezing outside. So much for what happened to global warming? What happened to mild winters and all the stuff like that they've been telling you about? Man, please go someplace with all that shit. You know, tell me again how the Earth is heating up and all this kind of nonsense. Where's that heat when I need it? You know, it's freezing right now outside. You know, but geez, I could use some global warming. You know, please pollute more. You know, we should go on a campaign. You know, pollute more, people. Global warming is what we need. Yay, yay, fuck climate change, or the global warming. Yes, 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 yes. Fricka, fracka, firecracker, shish, goomba. Global warming, rah, rah, rah. Because it's fucking freezing out. Excuse my language. It's freezing out here, you know? Fricka, fracka, firecracker, shish, goomba. Global warming, rah, rah, rah. I'll rah over global warming because I say it's freezing out here, folks. You know, there's no getting around it and everything like that. We're freezing. You got to do something about this. Luckily, in a week, I will be in sunny, boiling my butt off, Liberia. You know, so a week from tonight, I will be in Liberia, Monrovia. You know, for a month and whatnot. I'll be broadcasting live from Monrovia. Getting our tour for next year set up and everything like that. And those of you who are going to tour, please, you know, we're starting to collect our deposits. Give me, send me an email. I'll put my email on the thing. And when you send me an email, folks, send me your phone number with it. You know, I need phone numbers with the email, you know, not just the email. That's nice and everything like that. But I also need phone numbers because we're going to be reaching out to people, calling you and getting you prepared. We like to put you in a WhatsApp group, you know. That's the whole idea of us doing getting your phone number so we can add you to the WhatsApp group and we can start communicating and build this tour up because this is going to be a tour. If you like the College Nation, you like the College Genesis, you like what I talk about when I talk about Liberia, you like what I talk about with the Afristan. If you want to be part of this movement, you know, the simple thing you have to do, you join the social network, the Black Afristan infrastructure or that ning.com or download the app BAIO Global Pipeline, or you can email me at nation.collar5@gmail.com. I'm not asking you for no money, you know, I just need your support. You know, what better can that? I'm not asking for the cash. I'm not like hit the cash up because I don't believe that I have anything worth monetizing, to tell you the truth. You know, all I do this is from the heart for is because it's real. You know, I'm for real, you know, so everybody else, I'm not trying to, this ain't a come up for me. I don't need anybody's money to travel and do the things I got to do in life and everything. I don't need social media to make a living off of, you know. But when the day comes where this platform does get monetized, if you want to support it, that's fine. Because all the money you have to know will go towards what we're doing. If you support what I'm doing and what we're doing in Liberia and eventually other countries and everything like that, hey, you can donate to the cause, you know. And you have to understand, you're not donating to me, you're donating to the cause. You know, if you're part of the cause, you're donating to yourself. So I had to put that out there. But we have a good show tonight. This show is weighed on me. Every time I do show, I got like 4 or 5 topics in the pipeline before I even do a show, and I usually I'll bait certain things in a show and get a response. If I get a strong response or whatever like that, or kickback or whatever like that, then I'll say, something, I need to do a show on that topic. The reason why I did a show on this topic is because some clown came into the chat room a week ago and said, I guess he's an African migrant. He's probably one of those people that's getting deported. Nigerians getting deported right now, as Trump administration gearing up to just clean house. 500,000 Haitians are getting out of here. And I'm not gleeful over this. I'm not a Tariq. I don't, but yeah, the rules are the rules, and then 500, thousands of Nigerians, Jamaicans, and everybody that. I heard that when they deported the Haitians, I heard they were riding on a plane. They tried to stop the plane. They were tearing up the seats, everything like that. They had to be chained down in a plane. I mean, could it be this is why when Haitians get up here talking about 1804 and Haiti did this one night, man, that's a bad look, man. Look, you Haitians, man, Principe, Ross Moisture, y'all got to hold the L for this shit, man. All you Haitians are holding a big L right now, man. That's just not a good look. Your country is so bad, your homeland so bad that you fighting, kicking, and screaming. I ain't going back. When goddamn, man, shit, man. That's like anybody, man. If somebody says they want you in that country when you're not a citizen, you weren't born here, it's time for you to pack up and leave. You can't impose yourself on a country. That's the same thing that the government of Ghana said. Something, no more Black Americans. And then somebody said that Cyril Ramaphosa banned all American businesses in South Africa. I wonder does African American businesses count for that? Remember, so we're Americans after all. We hold U.S. passports in South Africa. So I wonder how would that affect things. Like I said, the world is getting healed. At some point in time, the Black man got to grow up, right? We've been talking this Pan-African stuff for years, right? Now it's time. Now you have a man in office, right? The time has come. He's finally here. Donald Trump is finally here. This is a man Black people have feared all our life and whatnot. This is a man that's not afraid of us. This is a man that will call our bluff. This is a man that'll make us Black men wake up, be men, Yeah, the Department of Justice did over 250,000 Haitian citizens. No, they had temporary protective status. They weren't citizens, Yeah, Principe and Ross Moisture better freaking watch out because they're going to be on their way out of here, If I was Ross Moisture, I'd be hiding out right now. I wouldn't even be online right now. I wouldn't even be online. Who knows? That real Donald Trump guy could be Donald Trump for all we know watching. They're watching social media, they said. They're watching social media and tracking people down through comments. People go, I say blah, 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 blah. Or just saying that people set up TikTok. ICE is doing, saying, okay, let's find out where this motherfucker lives. We look at his IP address. We saw next thing you know, while he's on TikTok, he's getting, you see ICE in the background, hey, dragging the mama, the daddy, the uncle out. And the problem is with these is chain migration, right? I have no problem with people coming here, working for a season or two and going back home. There's nothing wrong with that. The problem is people get comfortable, and that's the problem with Black people. We like going to places and getting comfortable in somebody else's country. We like overstanding ourselves, spend 30 years in somebody else's country. Like, that's not cool, It's not cool to be away from your homeland for decades, It's not cool because I don't buy that crap that you're saving for the right time. You should be in your country building, If I had an Afghanistan, you think I'd be in the United States? Hell no. I'll make it work over there. If I had an Afghanistan to build and whatnot, we had the land that was earmarked for us and whatnot, I'd be the fuck over there all around the clock. You wouldn't see me ever again in this country, That's the way I am. That's what my ancestors were, And this is what makes us Americans, This is what makes the African American true Americans, because we have that nation building, liberty loving, liberty fighting for in our blood. So we're going to talk about the topic tonight is the original foundational groups of America. And I always said there's 3 main groups that make up the foundation of America, right? Now, Not always pretty. One is the Anglo-Saxon. Now, when I say the foundational group, that means everybody else that either fits in one of these groups. Then you have the African American, not a foundational black person, African. The African brought from different parts of Africa that endured slavery and Jim Crow and everything, and basically gave this culture everything from gospel to rhythm and blues to rock and roll, through our music, our cuisine, and our dance, everything like that. We contribute to this country. When I the African American is one of the foundational groups of America. You know, the last is the Native American. Now, the only group of people that wasn't a part of the American society, but they are definitely foundation. It was the original inhabitants, called the indigenous people, or the nation, or the Native Americans. They live mostly in reservations, and they're definitely a part of the American story. You know, they're definitely a part of the American story. So you got those three groups: the white, the Anglo-Saxon, you know, the Anglo-Saxon, and you got and those who assimilated with the Anglo-Saxon. Because most white people assimilated with the white Anglo-Saxon culture. You know, Irish became Anglo-Saxons over time. You know, So the Italian American, they didn't automatically, but they eventually became white Anglo-Saxons, light. You know, and so everyone who was white assimilated into the white Anglo-Saxon culture. The German, the Irish, the Spanish, the Spanish, the Italian, the Portuguese, the Dutch, the French. All these people assimilated into the major group called the white American. That's the major group in America. The second major group in America, and the original foundation of America, was the African Americans. That's why I said no matter how many Spanish you get here, even they outnumber black people, right? They're still not of the part of the foundation of this country because they were not here. They didn't contribute to this country from the beginning, like the black African American, the Native American, and the European American. So this is why this is all happening right now. I am not an FBA moron, I said I'm a foundational African American. You understand? I'm a foundational African. I mean, I'm not even foundational. I would say, look, the African American, right, is the foundation of this country. The foundation, the building, the identity of America is, before it was recognized, America was a black country and a white country. That was always how it was. And Native Americans, although they were sort of standoffish or whatever, but they were still part of. But the thing is, Native Americans never had any group of people like the Mexicans and all these other people. They never came and assimilated with the Native Americans. That was strange in history. How the Native Americans never basically had Mexicans assimilate, or Hispanic people, the indigenous people from Mexico, assimilate with them. I just I never could understand that. Is there really, because I always thought that the Native American, the Mexicans, were part Spaniard, maybe because the Mexicans and everything are half Spanish, half European, and half Indian. They didn't really identify with the Native American in America. That could be it right there. So Native America never had a chance to boost his numbers up. The African American also had the Caribbean people to come in and become part of the African American community. For people from Jamaica, Haiti, the Barbados, and all these people at one time came and became part of the African American community. Cicely Tyson's from the Virgin Islands. Harry Belafonte is from the islands. Sidney Poitier is from the island. Calvin Lockhart is from the islands. So we have a lot of people that assimilated into what we call Black America, or the African American community. So when people say the FBA, Chukwo, they're lying to you. The FBA also includes the African American community, also includes those African descendants that assimilated with us early in this country. There were Haitians and Caribbeans coming here and moving into the Black community as far as back as the 1800s, 1700s, actually. There were a lot of Haitians that went to New Orleans, places like that, a lot of Haitians that moved to Florida, and they became part of the African American culture in this community, So this nonsense about I think this stuff that we have right now are the new immigrants coming here, and they're trying to redefine themselves, and this is what they have the problem with. America is only going to tolerate one group of black people. That's African Americans, because they feel there's some obligation there, because of slavery. That's why you had the 14th Amendment. We owe these people at least citizenship because we brought them here. They slaved. We never paid them back, whatever like that. So at least we could do is give them citizenship. That's the African American, But these other groups of people, like I try to tell you, Nigerians, do Mike Olawale, they don't give a shit about you. If you guys, Mike Olawale gets that's because some liberal person back in the day said, so let's bring some more Africans here. But the bottom line is this: the way America feels is they do not want black people from other countries coming here, because they know you're not assimilating with the African American community. You can't blend in and do a thing. You basically coming here as rep agents of another foreign state, And America, basically, people don't understand something, right? If you look at the Constitution where it was written, America was very ambivalent. They call it isolationism, call it whatever you want, but America's always been very ambivalent towards foreigners. I mean, that's what it is. When they came over here, to white people, Europeans came over Ellis Island, one thing they had to do was swear an oath of allegiance to the United States. In other words, basically, whatever you were in Europe, you basically are now Americans, Robert Mann said a lot of black American women had sex with African men recently. Yeah, maybe, but I don't know what's that's going to do. We're not, I don't know why women lower themselves to that, but it is what it is. The department says that they want to give $5,000 to Americans. We FBA plus. Yeah, the bottom line is this: these people that's saying that they got money and everything like that, so they don't want they don't want black people having money because what happened is they know what happened is, hey, Donald Trump ain't that bad. I got $5,000. That's one more black person that ain't gonna vote for Democrats, And so look, the bottom line is this: we don't have leadership, we don't have leadership. We have multiple, but politicians are there pushing the transgender, the gay agenda, the illegal agenda. There's nobody basically messing with us, Though they do mind you, Chukwo. They do mind you here. Trust me. I know white people. I work with them. They don't want, white people are always ambivalent in many ways towards foreigners, and that's just the way it is, They like people they know, familiarity, They don't know you. You don't know your Igbo culture. They don't know stuff like that. They don't want your witchcraft, your human sacrifice. They hear all this stuff and whatnot. They don't want it, They don't want your bush meat, They don't want your friggin' shit, your dirty, your filth and everything like that. They don't want that here. So I don't know where are these white America you think is shook or whatnot. I don't know. I live in the real America. America is just a very prejudiced country. It is what it is. They don't even hardly want friggin' other Europeans coming here. They'll say they don't even want friggin' other people coming here from Europe. They don't even want Asians coming here. Ask Asians how they feel nowadays. They treat Asians like shit. You know what they think about you. They hate. They don't like Mexicans. They don't want nobody here. Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of African American women having children with African men. Let me stop before I say something people are pissed off about. Only certain types of African American women go with African men. Let me leave it right there at that. Use your imagination. Geez, Baruti, didn't I just say that? Well, the original American inhabitants of America that made up built America, are the English or the Anglo-Saxon English people, right? And Spanish, they all became one group of people: the Spanish, the French, whatever like that, the English, and all these Dutch or whatever, like Germans, whatever. They became like when I say white, I mean the original white people, you know. Then you had the Native Americans that were here, that important part of the American story, you know. Yeah, right. True quote. Yeah, right. Not the ones I know. African men. That's funny. Not the ones I want. Not the hot ones. But yeah, then you have the African. The sub-Saharan African, who make up a major group of people who contribute to the country. Kala intimidated by African and Caribbean men. No, I'm not. No, I am not. I'm not intimidated by African and Caribbean men. What makes you think that, Princess of P? I'm not intimidated by no one. I need to stop that nonsense. I don't know. You know what it is? Africans get these type of women that are stupid. These women that think that they will tell them they got some kingdom back there in Africa. They got gold and they got a big house and a family and things like that. They always get these hood rat chicks when I don't have family and stuff like that, don't have men in their life. And they can have a couple of these people. Actually, you see this one girl, a big woman at the airport running for a so-called African prince. That's what they get, man. They get these big mamas and whatnot. Oh, my African prince. When I wait for African prince. Some dusty Nigerian that she paid for. She was sending money over, and she finally got him over on a fiance visa. Man, the fun never ends, man. The fun never ends, man. Now, this is not me taking shots to my African brothers. Now, the other night, I was going hard on Black America. And then people like G up here, Colin, man, you was dissing Black America, right? Okay. Black America got it the other night. Tonight, Africans going to get it a little bit. Every look, I'm the type of person, I believe in equal opportunity. Equal opportunity. I mean, that whatever you are, if you're whatever kind of Negro you are, you have to get it because you not have to get, everyone has to be put in line. African and Caribbean brothers, they've been out of pocket lately. You know, oh yeah, you're getting the HBO talent. Oh yeah, that's funny, Chuko. Oh man, yeah, the 400-pound ones. You know. I see one African guy with a hot fucking black girl. I was like, God damn, man. The Nigerian guy. I was like, how the hell did he pull that shit? I probably saying, stop the music, stop the music. This third girl is fucking hot, man. I was like, holy shit, man. I don't know what that dude told her, man. I was like, there was a Nigerian brother. I was like, how the hell did he pull that shit, man? I was like, damn, man. Had to admit, I was kind of jealous, man. I was like, damn, man, what the hell, man? What the hell's going on, man? About sister, I was like, sister, what is the matter? What in exactly hell is going on here? What is going on here? I was like, damn. Yeah, the black British, black French, black American, black British, black South Africa. It was black something, black Portuguese, black Spanish, black Dominican. It was black something. Pretty soon you have black Japanese, black Australians. That must be it. That dude, he had a nice car too, man. He had a nice car, man. So, you know, Kamalamala. Kamalamala. Yeah, funny. Yeah, but so I believe that, like I said, those three groups of people are the original foundation of America, right? I do really believe that. And so, no, I don't think so, Truco. I don't care what white people think, to tell you the truth. It don't even matter what they think. It only matters what we think. It only matters really in the world. It really comes down to it. It only matters what college Genesis thinks. I don't care what white people think. I'm past caring about what white people think. They don't have power over us like they do all these other immigrants and stuff like that. They can't do a damn thing to us, right? Black people just don't know how to use that power to their advantage. Black people, you're in a good position. Because we live in a global world and whatnot. We could basically write our own ticket globally because everyone's going to need a foot inside of America, right? We could be that foot inside of America. That's what I'm telling people to do. Go to Japan, go to China, go to Russia, make friends and business contacts. That's what we like this. No, Truco, I don't think so. I think ICE is basically knowing how to distinguish between Africans, African Americans. I don't know what they're doing, but they're basically trying to like this. So I don't know. Bruce is Kala. I disagree with your foundation group. You just pointed out the geo-horoscope of the sub-Saharan group. Bantu. I don't know what the hell with this Bantu shit. I was watching this one video that said the whole Bantu myth is a lie, just like the whole Nihilistic. Because if you really look at it, Baruti, you study right here. You got people in Namibia, South Africa, and whatnot that got Nihilistic features, narrow Ethiopian like Nihilistic features, and they come out the Limbe tribe of South Africa are descendant of the black Jews from Ethiopia. So you have people groups like that related to the Tutsis, the Somalis, and everything that penetrated all the way into the Congo and Southern Africa. So this myth about a Bantu people is freaking a lie. It's not anything like that. That's Europeans created this myth about a Bantu people. There's no Bantu people. It's only Africans. It's only black Africans. If you're sub-Saharan African, you're sub-Saharan African. There's no Bantu. Black Americans are sub-Saharan Africa. That means you could have Nilotic blood, you could have Ethiopian blood, whatever it is, because all those groups of people migrated and penetrated into the Congo and Southern Africa and Central Africa and West Africa region. The Fulanis are a mixture of Yemenites and Ethiopians and all these other people. Same with the Malinka and the Bambara and the Mendi. These people are all mixed people from different origins, so you can't just say they're one group of people. So all this myth about sub-Saharan, so sub-Saharan just means black African, it means the people who are black, and the black people, black race is the black race. There's no sand, there's no Bushmen. You can say the Bushmen are not black Africans. They're not Bantu because they're not Bantu, But I like Baruti, though. He tries, Baruti tries. A little goofy, but he tries, he tries his best, But the original foundational groups of America, Now, most Fulanis are fair skinned, bro. Fulanis are fair skinned, So, yeah, there's dark skinned Fulani, but all Fulanis have that straight hair. They have that fine color, like the Mudabi. Fulanis basically have that fine hair. They're definitely a mixed people. They're a mixture of the Tuaregs, the Berber, and the Bedouin, Bedouin tribes, mixed with the black Africans, So Bantu speak that. Baruti, we in America, we speak black English. I speak black English called Ebonics. That's good enough for me. It's a mixture of a foundational language of Black America is an African thing, but we use English with African vernacular and African word and phrases and everything. But definitely, you go to the Gullah Geechee area, there's definitely an African language, but they speak English words. If you don't listen to it very carefully, you will swear you listen to an African language when you listen to Gullah Geechee people in the South, So it is what it is, So, yeah, but all that stuff is like frivolous. It doesn't mean nothing. As long as we're sitting in America, what you need to know is how do black people have a nation of their own, right? Because we have that in our blood. Nation building is part of Black America, right? And even though we're the foundation of America, right, we could easily say, something, it's time for us to have a nation of our own. Other groups of people, I believe black immigrants are trapped here. I do believe they're trapped here. They can't do anything because we're just as American as white people are. That means we're capable of building whatever white America is capable of, we're capable of because we were here when this country first started. We were here. We helped build the railways. We built the bridges, the farms, the mastery of the commerce of this country, we were doing it all, We produced millionaires in the 1800s. We know all about how to live, how the modern world works. That's what we are. We're modern people. So miss me with all that. So basically, yeah, Black America, yeah, they are capable of building our own nation. We are definitely capable of doing it. More than anything else. Thing is, what I want to know is why is that Black people are convinced that the only thing we got to do is be part of America right now. Like I say, even half of us say, something, it's time for us to have a nation of our own. And the other half say, something, I'm good with it being American. That could be a compromise right there. But to think 45 million people can do nothing but be under a dominant, because like I said, the dominant group is the white people of America. The white man built this thing to make sure that wherever there's three races, right? That's always they say the white race. What are you racing to? Races, population, their manifest destiny, all stuff like this, right? So therefore, they needed reinforcements. That's why they got the white people are smart. They got their population thing up. That's why people say only thing you have to do was be white, and then you could be this American, white American. That's the dominant group, the white American. That's what you see with MAGA. The white American. Now, MAGA does include Black people if you know your place. Black people we have our role in America, right? We're here for sports, entertainment. America has a lot of sympathy towards our story. That's important for America. Oh, we have this group of people that came out of slavery and look how good they're doing and everything. Most white people brag about the fact that Black America are the most advanced group of Black people on the planet. Highest standard of living, highest life expectancy, most educated and everything like that. That's what America takes pride in, So, of course, you're going to benefit from their civilization, because they're the dominant group. So of course, Black America is going to be ahead of other groups of Black people around the world, not because we built this country. No, because the white man built the country and he let us be a part of it, as simple as that, So, Chukwu, look, my ancestors had no choice in becoming here. And you don't seem to get something, right? I'm not going to turn my back on my ancestors. My ancestors were enslaved in this country. Without our ancestors' blood and toil, there would be no America. Does that make it clear to me, Chukwu? There would be no America. A slavery, our ancestors' blood laid the foundation, made America the richest country in the world's ever seen. So the bottom line, it is what it is. So and also citizenship was just basically citizenship was just basically the least they could do for us. We didn't even ask for it. They just said you're going to be citizens. We didn't have. There were no Black people. We were told one day, something. You guys are citizens now. We didn't know where we were going to go. After slavery, there was a lot of Black people who said, "Look, get the hell out of here." They heard about a country called Liberia. They heard about the promised land called Liberia. Like 80-90% of Black people want to get the hell out of America. But next thing you know, we were citizens, and our leaders are the ones that basically sold us the idea of staying here in America and becoming Americans. So it was what it was, So you can't have, even though America said, what are we going to do with these Black people? You cannot have millions of people just up and leave America. That doesn't look good for America, At a time when America's trying to attract other people to this country. You know what it was to sell America to people? People always often use Black people, right? As a way to tell white people, look, when you come over here, there's a group of people that you're going to be superior to, that they'll never have the opportunity. You can step right over them, whatever like that, and join this great experiment called white America. So they needed Black people here, not because they really wanted us. They needed us here. They needed us going through all this civil rights and all stuff like that. They need us to cherish what they take for granted, liberty. We never got liberty just off. We had to fight for every little thing we did. Stuff that should have been a birthright, liberty, fair housing, freedom from fear, freedom from hunger, freedom from neglect and everything like that, freedom from brutality and racism. That's something we should have been born with. But why we shouldn't even, there should have been no civil rights movement. But the whole thing is they gave us citizenships without giving us anything, and so it is what it is. So it is what it is. But I can't tell that to Chuko because he'll never understand. A lot of us are satisfied and leadership. The Native Americans were here, but the thing is, Chuko, the Native Americans rejected, except for the 5 civilized tribes, pretty much rejected the American way of life. Black people, like Frederick Douglass said, embraced the American, the Anglo-Saxon culture of education, civil liberties, all stuff like that, living in an ordinary society. We were ready to embrace that, but we weren't accepted. The white people accepted the Native Americans more, but the Native Americans really didn't want anything. That's why they went on their reservations. The Native Americans could have easily assimilated into the dominant society before we could. For a fact, during the World War II, do you know when they had segregated units in World War I, World War II? They used to put the Native Americans in with the whites. People don't know that Native Americans were never discriminated against as far as like housing and stuff like that, or when you say no blacks allowed or colored and whatnot. Native Americans went to the white color or white fountain. They went to the white fountain. They sat on the front of the bus with the white people. So it tells me there was always this thing where they valued Native American life over African life. We're the descendants of the transatlantic slave trade. And for that stain on our history is always there, and everything like that. The only thing we can recognize that us building a nation of our own. Then that sin and that stain of slavery, that haunts us to this day, will dies with it. So we can't just be satisfied with just what we have in America, because there's a racial caste system in America that's never going to be broken. I don't know what happened to the earth, but if black people right now left America, this whole system would collapse, really. Because all America has built itself around the story of black people. Everything America does has something to do with black people. It's something to do with black people. Our stories, our movies, everything. They can't stop making movies about us and stop talking about us. We're the top of everything. We're the most studied. We're the most. It's just unreal. So it is what it is. No, Native Americans chose to live in those reservations. They chose, and also Chuko, it goes like this. The Native Americans are holding vast swaths of land, right? And one group of people was moving to coast to coast, sea to sea. So naturally there's going to be confrontation, right? And what happens, Chuko, was decides life. That's why I say you Africans would need to start winning some wars, everything. Wars decide the fate of history. America went to war with Mexico and grabbed California, New Mexico, the western part of Texas, and all these other places like Arizona and everything like that because they won a war. That's what decided. It wasn't, as people say, when people say this was stolen land. No, it wasn't stolen. People went to war. Native Americans had their argument. We were here first, whatever like that. The white people say, yeah, I understand that, but you got to share the land with us, whatever like that. You do all your thing. The Native Americans said, no, we're going to prevent you from doing this, whatever like that. So what happens is two groups of people can't reach an agreement. They fight. The winner decides the outcome. When the Japanese and Russians were fighting over the Korean Peninsula, right? And Manchuria, right? What happened? The Japanese sent 1 million troops into Manchuria, to fight against the Russians when they defeated the Russians at Port Arthur. Japan won. That's what it is. To the victor goes the spoils. You know what I'm saying? Not to the victor. The people who were vanquished sit there and cry and hoping the victor has easy on them and share their spoils with them. No, the victor doesn't have to share the spoils with the vanquished. That's not how it works, Chuko. Greetings. Brewery says, Collar, just mine. I see how you are making a mistake. Bantu is not a tribe. It's a geo language. I don't know about it's a tribe, whatever. I don't know what it is. I know all I know is it was the coined by Europeans. So it basically is coined to distinguish between two groups of black people. These are Bantu, these are not. That's what it basically try to delegitimize the black community in Southern Africa, saying that the people in Namibia are actually a different race than the Bantus. You know how this stupid stuff. So the Himbas and all these other people, the San, the Bushmen, aren't Bantus. Bantus are the true blacks, whatever like that, since they don't have a long history in Southern Africa. And what they do is they delegitimize. So the whole term Bantu is just to delegitimize black people in Africa, as Africa is their natural homeland, all of it, every bit of it, from Cape Town to Cairo, is black land. So it is what it is. Black men were brought from Africa, yet called displaced Africa. Look, black people, his Chukwu, were brought from Africa, right? We were brought here. We didn't just get brought here. We've spent 250 years in the worst bondage the world has ever seen, And out of that, we were able to build a free black. We had like 13% of the black community was free. We're able to get their freedom. We even produced millionaires in that same thing. We contributed to this country, from the very first thing. Yes, we're part of the American story. Yeah, our culture is the foundation of America. Our story is the foundation of America. Without the African slave, there would be no America. That's part of America's story. The Native Americans losing their land in this place. That's part of America's story. The Europeans settling in America, that's the part of America, building the country from coast to coast, sea to shining sea, the railways, the highway system, the electrical grid. When the first electrical grid was put up in the 1880s and whatnot, the building of the tunnels, the science and progress of the modern world, the Industrial Revolution, the electrical light man and whatnot, the light bulb, all these things that lit up the world and whatnot, that illuminate the world, the subway system, the trains, the trolleys, all those things were built by the Euro-American, So therefore, there's three foundations of America. One is the African slave. Next is the Native Americans who are here first, and then other things that you're in. The vast majority is the social experiment of the manifest destiny of the white race from coast to coast, sea to shining sea. Those are three stories. Those are three streams of America. There's no way I would tell you about that. We weren't displaced. We were brought here. We were made to we were given their names. We spoke English. We learned that language. Whatnot. We added to this culture. So I always say we're African Americans. We're African. That's what we are, but we're not Africans like you, a continental African. No, we're not. We're African American. Just like you have, Chukwu, listen to this very carefully. You have French Canadians. I say this many times. They're different from French Parisians. Okay. You got French, you got Scott Irish. They're different from Irish people, They're different from Scottish people. You got Scott Irish, different group, it's where your land you are. Your Mexican Americans are called Chicanos. They're completely different than the Mexican national. Chicanos are Mexican Americans. That's two different cultures, Forced assimilation. We're here. We don't need to assimilate 100%. We didn't never assimilate white men. We built our own culture and community here. We had our own communities, our own towns, cities, everything. We weren't assimilated with white America. We never were. So I don't know what Chukwu, man. I think a lot of this is just fucking envy, jealousy. I think that's what it is. I don't know if Chicanos or Japanese mix. I don't know Chicanos. What I'm knowing, Chicanos are friggin' Mexican Americans. Mexican American. That's that Mexican culture in America. Whether they mix with Japanese or they mix with everybody else, I don't know what that is, but I know Chicano just simply means a Mexican American. That's completely different than somebody from Guadalajara. A Guadalajaran and a Chicano are two different things. Just like the African American is different from a Nigerian, completely different, two different people. The African American is different from the Congolese. That's what it is. People don't like when I say that, but that's just the truth. That's why we're having all these problems right now. For example, some stupidity going around the internet. Somebody made a video, our African Americans, the new colonizers in Africa. It's about Khalees and everything. This is what I'm talking about, If people always talk about African Americans, but yet when you got African Americans go to Africa, they're being vilified, and people like Baruti never say nothing about that, What about the African Americans who are going to Africa and they're getting a hard time from Africans? Oh, we're the colonizer. How can we be a colonizer when we don't have a mother country? We don't have a military. We don't have a navy. We can't put a navy blockade on somebody and basically take your land. That's the stupidest fucking thing. So that's why I say I don't sit here and bother arguing with African continentals anymore because they're low IQ people, They don't get shit, African Americans are going to Africa, a very small percentage of them, right? Because that's their ancestral homeland. They want to make a connection. They're buying land, whatever like that. They just try to live in peace, try to connect with the continent, If I had my way, I would, I think Africa should be colonized by us, but we don't have the means or the strength to do it, so but since I will never get that chance to do that, so I'll leave it alone. But yeah, I think colonization by African Americans, Africa probably a good thing, even though that's not what the African Americans who are in Africa are doing right now, which people will start picking on those people, You got to be for me, you be for me. But those black people going to Africa really generally want to be part of Africa. I think they're making a big mistake, big mistake because Africans are never going to accept them, because you're an African American. Just like the Italian American could never go back to Italy and be completely accepted because the experience of living and being born in America creates something. The Anglo Saxon, the Texan, or the Virginian can never go back to England. That's the way it is. He's a Virginian, so someone, a New Yorker can never go back to Amsterdam, With the African American, Chuko, you can't take that away. America has an African story. You say America, Chuko, America is part African. That's what you don't seem to understand with your white worship. America has a African story. The African story began in 1619 with the transatlantic slave trade. That's America's African story. America has an African story. So when you say foundational to America, all I'm saying is, yes, America's African story. America does not have a European story. You're only going by one story, the European American. No, there's an African story of America, and that began on those slave ships. That's paying homage to our ancestral homeland and where we came from. That's why we say African American, because that's where it all started. We didn't start in America, right? But our story is an African story in America. The African story of America. Does it say, okay, what's the three stories of America? There's a Native American, the European American, and the African American. That's simple as that. But part of that, that's why I said when we have these conversations, when we get no place because we don't know who the hell we are. People want to take our freaking heritage away from African American culture is our own. It's our own culture. It's not a subset of American culture. It's a mosaic, a part of America. The story. It's a different culture in America. I may say you're right, Colin. Yeah, I know I'm right. So like this, we also have our own holidays. Our own holidays. We have Kwanzaa. We have Watch Night, which is celebrate every year. Watch Night was also introduced into Liberia. They still celebrate Watch Night. Watch Night goes way back, I think, to the Revolutionary War in African American culture. And a lot of us still practice watch night. I remember last time I practiced watch night was years ago when I lived in New York. It's basically during the New Year's, to waiting the New Year's, we all sit in the dark with no lights with a candle and we eat black eyed peas and cornbread. I have no idea why, but that's a tradition in Black America that's been going along for a long time. We don't just have an American holiday. We have African American. Our church, our worship and everything is completely different. So we have an African story. Our story, the African American Episcopal Church. We have the African Church, the African Missionary Baptist Church. We always been part of the African story in America. When you say who are the Africans of America, we are the Africans of America. That's partly what it is. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about things that happen beyond Juneteenth. Juneteenth is something the federal government created. I don't really celebrate any holiday. I don't need the freaking federal government to recognize any holiday for us. That's what you'll see. That's what you've seen in America. Juneteenth, the federal holiday. We don't care about the federal holiday. Just like we don't care about Martin Luther King holiday. We never did. We have our own views of things, our own traditions, and everybody what we do. We don't need friggin' the federal government to recognize a King holiday. We don't need federal government to recognize Juneteenth and everything. Those are friggin' black babbling idiots that care about that. Real black people don't care about that. You care about that. We have our own culture. We have our own ways of doing things. We have our own family. We're the only group of people that have family reunions. You know where the family reunion came from? When slavery times where our families were broken up, right? And all we had was people had kept their last surname, like a Green or Freeman or Epps, whatever like that. We would have these gatherings and put it in a newspaper, everything like that. The Epps family, if you came from the Epps plantation and whatnot, that's how people got reconnected, with their family. We're the only group of people in America that did that because that came out of a need because our family was always broken up. Even after slavery, some of us had to move up north. We had to go out the west. And so our families were not together like white people were. White people stayed many generations on one area, and one county and everything. We had to go to New York, See, like I said, people like Chuko are dangerous. They don't know anything about the African American story. I'm telling you the African American story. We were basically our family structure was never given a chance, We hadn't had the luxury of having uncles and aunties around. We had to go to different cities to find work. We couldn't create our own reality any place like that. Even when we did build Black Wall Street and everything, it's still like half your family may have to live in another state, and find work there. We never had the ability to build anything. That's why they make sure we're never a majority in any state because they control where we live at and stuff like that. So that's why we have a family of people coming in from Ohio, California. Somebody had to come in the military. He's home, had to go away from college and whatnot. That's the African American culture, That's who we are, So I don't know. I don't think. Look, the bottom line is this: why people always make it seem like the word settler is a bad freaking name? The white people came here and they built this freaking country. They built this country: the Empire State Building, the George Washington Bridge, coast to coast, sea to shining sea. That's what it is, Now, when the black man builds something, then we can talk. Remember, until you don't build nothing, Yeah, look. I'm in the truth. I don't mind saying I belong to America, I would look. The bottom line is this: if I had to choose, until we have a nation of our own, my allegiance is with this country. That's just the way it is. That's why I'm say my price is high. My price is high. Because Africa never reached to us and say, something, y'all need a space of your own. Build. We'll do whatever we can to facilitate that. Since they never did that, right? I don't care about what happens to Africa right now until we can re-engage and you give us a reason to engage Africa. White Toilet Carpenters Pride 1870. I don't know where you get that from, early. I don't know where you get that from. I don't know. I don't know. People have some freaking thing. I guess all the Irish that came over here that were doing carpentry and stuff like that in places like Maine, New Hampshire, and Stuff like places where there's no black people at. When I don't know. What do I know? What do I know? Yeah, Negroes did everything. So it is what it is. But I think I said enough. About an hour. I laid the foundation of what I've said. Now it's your time to call in. If you want to give me that smoke, you want to give me the smoke. Hey, look, come right on in. There's a link in the chat room. The link in the chat room. Call in. Step right up. Step right up. Step right up. Step right up. I don't mind. Look, true quote. I have no intention of ever giving up my U.S. passport. That's what it is. I have no intention of giving up on you my U.S. passport. That ain't happening. So I don't give a damn who doesn't like it, whatever like that. That's just reality. I'm not these fake ass black people. Oh, I got multiple passports. If somebody said, you know something, I see you with two passports, I'm gonna say, you motherfucker be on their knees crying and whatnot. Oh no. So okay, you're a Nigerian now. You got a Nigerian passport. We're gonna take this U.S. passport away. Goodbye. Have a nice life. They're like, no, no. I need my. That's all vanity. Having multiple passports is vanity. It's foolishness. It's dummy. It's dumb. You know. It's dumb. It's stupid. We got Dark Migo up, stepping up. Step right up. Step right up on the stage. It's Dark Migo. Dark Migo.
Yo, what's up, Kyler?
What's going on?
What's going on, man?
So, what do you think about the topic tonight? I said there's three foundational groups of America, and everybody got all pissed off. I said there's a Native American, the European American, which is a dominant group, right? And there's the African American. Three American stories, original American stories, And people don't understand what I'm talking about. Yeah, Black America is part of the African story of America. America has an African story, If they didn't want to have an African story, they should not have brought us here in 1619. So that made America part, not just a part of Africa, African story, but America is a part of Africa now, So that's what it is. America took millions of its African children, brought it to its shores. So America is a part of Africa. So
Yeah, but like, what did they say that doesn't like the 14th Amendment or whatever consider us
yeah,
Americans or
the
something like that?
14th Amendment was created because you had black people who were essentially stateless, and so you had black people who essentially what they needed from us was just uh, they knew for a fact when they gave us 14th Amendment, they knew that white people were never going to let us assimilate with them and like that we probably live in our own little townships and everything, segregation, whatever. They knew that. But they couldn't afford to have millions of black people at the time. There was like 6 million black people at the time here, right? You cannot have millions of people just up and leave because black people are the primary labor force still. So basically, to rebuild the South and everything like that, they said, hey, look, because there were a lot of black people planning to move out of here. People don't know that. Someone wanted to go to Canada, someone wanted to go to Mexico, someone wanted to go to Liberia, someone wanted to go to the Congo and whatnot. We were like, where the hell's our future? You know? So when they came up with the 14th Amendment, that basically gave black leadership at the time ammunition to tell us that, oh, we got a future here. That's what it's all about. The black leadership telling us to bide and buy, wait your turn. It'll happen. Do you understand what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I'm listening. Mm.
So that's how it is. If you look at our so-called leadership, everything is about them trying to convince us, them selling America to us. That's why when Marcus Garvey came along, all these black leaders saw him as public enemy number one because he rejected America. He said, this is a waste of time. We're wasting our time here. We be building our own great civilization in Africa. So that's what happened. That's what even to this day. Everything you see with all these people who don't support the college genesis and nationhood, they're trying to sell you on America. That's it. What it is.
Nah, yeah. I honestly like you already know my position. Like, I'm definitely down with divesting from America. But
Yeah. Truco
I
says
still want to do
Black
business
Americans are
here.
too comfortable in America. No, we're not. We have it good in America. Just as sad reality is we put all our eggs in one basket. Remember the old saying, don't put all your eggs in one basket? But the whole
Yeah.
thing is this, Truco. They said the same thing about the Jews. They're too comfortable in Europe. They're too comfortable in Germany. They're better than we are. You know what I'm saying? They're too comfortable in America. But guess what? Enough Jews came and said, you know something? Future people, we need a state of our own. You know, I think Black America are in that position right now to say that.
Nah,
So
yeah, that's true. But the only problem is like, Chuko is definitely a Batiman, but like I agree with him like 50%. Like a lot of us is kind of, comfortable. Like
but
it's just
you know
there's a
why?
lot of
Because a lot of black people are the comfortable black people are the ones that like foolishness. You know, like foolishness. They like I said. I still to this day don't know who Kendrick Lamar is. I don't give a shit who Kendrick Lamar is. They're all over, everything like that. So my whole thing is, although I will say America is the best country in the world right now for black people and everything like that, but still, you know something. I've already had the best of my life. I didn't grow up in the ghetto. I didn't grow up in the hood. So I already had a good life my whole entire life. But one thing I was always worried about, what would it be like living in an all black world? This guy Haven Buthels put out a thing. He showed a thing where the FBA got a FBA verse. You seen that?
you said FVA verse like if
Yeah,
you
FBA
know
verse. And you used to say it looks so fucking European and whatnot. The FBA, bro. I guess they're copying off of the Afghanistan.
so where they gonna put it?
I don't have no idea. I guess somewhere in America. It's the dumbest thing I ever heard in my life. That only thing really, really is a friggin' Afghanistan, you know, is an Afghanistan, right? They're trying to come the FBA verse or whatever. It's so friggin' corny. Let me see if I can find this shit.
No, that's
It's so
funny.
corny, man. The guy, I mean, it's so Eurocentric, it's unreal. I said, this is what the FBA, uh, 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 and this is what the FBA is all about. The FBA is all about. Looking the white their universe looks white and whatnot, with snow caps and whatnot, like goddamn, this is so fucking white.
Yeah, FB says it's better for us to live in Asia instead of Africa. We'll be considered outsiders.
FBA is a fucking clown. Yeah, he's a fucking clown. I can't, him like people like him, I can't take seriously. I can't take people like FB seriously. So I gotta play a couple of videos today and whatnot. Let me see. Let me find this. You know, Ahmed's gonna come in talking about African Americans to take over Africa. I know he's gonna say because call it the government. That's always
You
happening.
gotta play the video.
Of course, man. I got to do that. Oh, here it is right here. Okay, let's play this. This guy Haven Bullets, man. He used to come at me years ago. he said, I get this because I first ran in with Haven Bullets back then when I first got on Dynast, right? And I was sounding like I was supporting Trump. Not so I wasn't it's because I wasn't going at Trump like everybody else was. I was like, something I don't know. Yeah, well, Colin knows what he's doing, man. How do you have taken a stance on Donald Trump or not? I said, I don't know I don't know. I haven't really. He knows. He acting like he don't know. And he used to come at me left and right, man. I was just like, yeah, hey, I don't know, man. I'm not just like looking at a thing, well, whatever, But let me play this video, man. Let me play this video. Let's see. Let's see.
You know who this
You
is.
see
So make
this?
sure you like this
Can you
video,
hear?
share this video, subscribe to
Yeah,
this
I can
channel.
hear. I never seen this.
Okay, this
Also,
is
make sure you
Haven
donate to me if you can.
Haven
$10
Bullets. We
Cash
go
App.
Haven
Also, you can
Bernitas.
email me
That's
if you
his name.
want to
It was
tell
Haven
me
Bullets,
anything or send me
but
any stories or something like that. Also, you can follow me on all my social media sites and hit me there if you like that too. All the links will be in the description box below and in the pinned comment. Let's get to this. Look at this nonsense. FBA verse.
it's fair
This is the
use.
same
Fair use,
Tariq who
folks.
claims that anybody who wants to move to Africa or loves Africa or cares about Africa is living in some type of Wakanda fantasy. Meanwhile, this is what he's doing.
Okay, Tariq says anybody wants to
You're a
live in
projection.
Africa is living a Wakanda fantasy. But look at the FBA verse. Snow. You see this shit?
So they got snow. Yeah, where's this at?
I have no idea. The FBA verse. Oh my God, man.
In FBA fantasy, the FBA verse. Who thought this was a good idea? Who's pumping this? Let's look at this nonsense real quick. Nonsense. This is what. You can't make this up, man. You can't make this up. People actually co-signing this nonsense. I got enough. I did enough scrolling of that. Let's click on FBA verse. This goofball, welcome to the FBA verse, who's a mod who went viral for attacking DC Young Fly for celebrating Africa. So you know Tariq had to put him down. Another goofball, another goofball, another goofball, another goofball, another goofball. FBA verse. Nonsense. Let's Let's search FBA. Let's search it a different way. Hey, here we go. Search FBA verse. Let's look at this. Come on, man. These are adults doing this. And people really following behind this.
With the American flag.
Why does he have white hair?
Oh Lord, FBA. FBA is the
Why
most
is this
corniest
person made in the
movie.
anime style?
The FBA people got
Don't
to call
FBA
into
got
me, man. Y'all take this out,
FBA
man.
got their own style? You know, y'all say y'all better than everybody. Y'all created all the styles, and everybody's just copying off of you. Why don't you just use your own original FBA style or a new FBA style that y'all made up? This is real, son. These are adults doing this. I just gotta end this video. This is wild. I don't even know. On that note, family, make sure you like this video, share this video, comment on this video, subscribe to my channel, hit the bell, donate to me if you can, PayPal or Cash App. Also, send me an email if you want to, and also hit me on all my social media sites.
Yeah, man. So that's what you got right now, man. People basically are trying to copy their friggin' copy the which we call the Afghanistan movement, because the whole thing is black people. You got to give black people an escape out of this reality called America, right?
Yeah,
So they create the FBA, create their own verse, their own stand, whatever like that. FBA what? But where's that supposed to be?
yeah. It's just supposed to be like a, like you said, like another, Pan African thing. Just I don't know, keep the thing going on. I have no idea, man.
I tell people all the time, man. I said, look, man, there's nothing gonna stop this movement, man. Yeah, more and more black people hear this and like, something, Collie, you're right. We do need a nation wrong. Like I said, but the thing is, they have erased the nationalist thought process out of academia, because most of the people we thought were national were nothing but traitors. They were stupid, they were ignorant. They turned black nationals into social justice warrior liberals. And the movement sort of died. And that's why people say, Carla, man, what do you think about such and such? I don't think nothing about them, because if these people were any sort of good, then I would not be here right now,
Right? Or we have some sort of plan.
Yeah, we have a plan, our plan is nature, our plan is nature. The bottom line, that's the end game of Black America as a nation wrong. That's the future. I don't see anything other than that, just being satisfied with what we haven't. No, I'm sorry. I watched this thing the other day where this 15-year-old girl was killed by a stray bullet. When I hear stuff like that, it angers me. It angers me. I look at
What state was that in?
this was in Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Ah, yeah, that makes sense then.
Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Fort Lauderdale is like a hell on earth. They used to occupy that area and basically just cordon it off. When Fort Lauderdale, the reason why Fort Lauderdale was like that, it was one time in the 1920s a thriving black community. You know that?
No, I actually didn't
I,
know that.
I remember one time. This was back in 2001, right? I was in New York, right? I was up there in New York visiting. It was the first time really I've been back to New York. I think I went back to my grandfather's funeral, right? But 2001, I had been out of New York for like 10 years. So I went back to New York, right? All of a sudden, this older brother, was driving cab, right? And he was like, "Yeah, man, I'm from Florida, man." He goes, "Fort Lauderdale." He said, "I said, why? Why are you up here?" He said, "I was talking about the gangs and stuff like that, the crime. I was talking about that." He said, "Look, man, that ain't nothing like we had back in the 60s in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, you know?" He said people used to carry these weapons called a Saturday night special and whatnot. He said everybody, every night, it's people just shooting, go out there gambling and everybody wear their big pimp outfit. He said, next thing you know, he goes, "Man, I just got tired of the killings and whatnot." I said, "So this is not nothing new." He said, "No, this is long before hip hop." He said that. This is
So yeah,
long
it's been
before
going
rap.
on.
He said, "Yeah, this has been going on." He was like telling me, "Yeah, man, I gotta get out." He said, "I'm up here in upstate New York. It's so peaceful up here, you know." He said, "Down in Florida one night," he said, "Man, people just dropping dead like flies, you know." He said, I saw so many people die every Saturday night." He goes, "He used to have he goes Saturday night special, little pistols, Saturday night specials, you know." They
Nah,
call
I've
it
never heard of those. What is that? A Saturday Night
it's like
Special
a little
pistol?
revolver, a Saturday night special, you know.
That's
And
crazy.
so many black people back in the days are on death row and stuff like that, and with that pimp gang, that pimp culture, drug dealer and whatnot. Like that's how most black men saw themselves. You had to make it as a freaking FB said, "I'd rather stay in the ghettos of America than live in a third world country." Yeah, right. The ghettos in America are the worst. They're the worst because they give you the ghettos in America. They give you everything to destroy yourself. Self hate. That's the number one thing you learn in the ghettos. Self hate. When you self hate, you hate everybody that looks like you. You ever see these people like that, man? They're just so full of anger and hate when that, and all they do is just direct their hate at other. That's why they explode.
Yeah.
When you see people just fighting out of nowhere, when that, what the you say to me? When the next thing you know, they're fighting in Wendy's, they're fighting in Chuck E. Cheese and whatnot. That's what
Yeah,
it
that's
is.
why I'm cool off going to the South, bro, because they're like that. You know what I mean? Like, they don't really be like that on the East Coast, but on the South, man, I
Yeah,
don't know,
so
they
that's why I say you
different.
gotta watch out where you go and everything like that, because shit can break out at any time, any place, with Negroes, whatnot. And so the bottom line, these toxic black people keep showing up everywhere we do, every event. That's why when that chick calls in the other night, Honeyflower, whatever her name is, and started giving me, look, I don't want to hear that shit. This is a platform that doesn't put up with the bullshit, never like that. Uh, so don't take your case or your complaints to someplace else. I don't want to hear it. No, these other people, they support that ghetto shit. Why not? Hey, go on their platform and give them an earful. You're not here. You know. FP said the ghettos have running water, electricity. So what? So in other words, you telling me that you cannot produce running water and electricity someplace outside of the ghetto? This is how sad this is.
Yeah, it's funny because like a lot of people don't understand how easy it is, though. It's not too hard.
Which we call Chuko says Black America only country will quickly distracted. No, we're not, because tribalism is about your primitive state. Does he know that, Dark Mingo? Tribalism is when you're hunting, gathering, you're trying to live for your basic survival. So you band together in tribes and everything like that, shit like this. Tribalism, when people are civilized at a certain level, tribalism does not exist. People understand you could have a tribe, but tribalism is different than having identifying as a tribe. These people don't understand that. I could say I'm part of an African American tribe, but I'm still part of the human family. You know, I'm still part of the greater black community. I'm not going to basically say, oh, because you're Black American, I got to get down with you. It doesn't mean that at all. Don't mean I have to support you because you're a Black American. Tribalism allows people to get away with murder, because but you support them because he's your tribe. Like, why do you think in Africa they go electing people that no good? Why? Because they're the same tribe. You know, they don't consider it. You know, he's your tribe. You know, so it is. You know, no, tribalism is not a fundamental. Tribalism is a savage way. Tribalism is the reason why Africa is the most backward place on the planet. You know, so I don't look. I don't want to that part of Africa. I want nothing to do with. You know, tribals are fundamentally human. You know, everybody else. Do you think the French are tribe? No, the French are made up of 20, 30 different tribes. You know, they came once you become educated. Once you become educated and you know the thoughts of the people and you have consensus and everything like that, you have a sense of pluralism. You know, if you can't be pluralistic, you can't build a society, a civilization without pluralism. That means many thoughts, many different things acting as one. You know, basically is like this. America was founded on life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So if you believe in life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, you could become an American too, you know? But if you basically believe America is just about being Anglo-Saxon and whatever, then nobody else could become American. America could have never been built without fundamental core values and beliefs. Tell me what tribe has a fundamental core values that's universal. It isn't. It doesn't work. So if a people can't have a universal message, that culture needs to die, and it will die, and it will never prosper. That's why you can't never show me any people that's tribal that's advanced. You know, because it's like this. Now you can be nationalistic. That's one thing. You're encompassing a nation. You know, a nation state. You can become an ethnicity. Yeah, that's one another thing. You know, you can have an ethno state. But when you talk about tribe, right? This means it's something that's untested, you know, unchallenged, you know. If I basically, there's no reason why if people living in the borders of modern Nigeria, Igbo and Yoruba, shouldn't have came together after all these time and become one people. It's just the fact that most people are not educated, you know, they're primitive, they're silly, they're petty, you know, they're backwards, whatnot, and greedy and foolish. They can't come together like the Saxons and all these other people, the Normans and the Danes and all these other people to build republics. The Japanese are made up of several different tribes, you know, the shogun, when they became Japanese. The Chinese are made up of ton of different tribes and groups and everything, but they all centered around the three powers: the heaven, humanity, and earth. You know, those three powers that link the triangle of Chinese civilization. So when that happens, with millions of people believe in those three powers and whatnot, they become part of the Chinese culture. Well, the bottom line is this: you got to understand something about us, Chuquo, right? Black people in America, right, are probably the happiest people, even after slavery. We somehow knew how to build communities and everything like that. Yeah, Dark Media. You ever seen that movie, Rosewood?
You said Rosewood? No, I didn't see Rosewood.
That was a good movie. That's on your bucket list. Watch that. But at one part, I was saying when they were all dancing and whatnot, having a good time, because Rosewood was a black community, right? Black town in Florida. But the bottom line is this: even though we lived in segregation, we knew how to have fun. We knew how to be happy. You know, it don't take much for Black America to be happy. You know, we're always been like that type of people. We're always been welcoming. We're always been a happy, good people. You know,
Hello?
so whatever it is, the fact of the matter is, we had racists in the Klan, everything like that. They were just there to ruin our happiness, you know, because they couldn't stand the fact that why these people are happy. Because the whole thing is about being white is that you have to be, there's some significance of being white in that other people, black people got to be miserable. When you tell them, no, we're happy, they're like, no, we can't have that. So we got to give you a reason to be like, that's why they attacked us and whatnot. So that answers your question, Chuquo, you know. What's not the same, Ahmed? China and Taiwan are two different nations, but they're still both basically Chinese. That's why China basically has a claim on Taiwan because it says Taiwan is a rebellious province of China. China basically says once a Chinese, always a Chinese. You understand that? So it doesn't matter if Taiwan could say, "My belief with Taiwan." They said, "Look, we see ourselves as Taiwanese." The Chinese consider the Taiwanese Chinese. Taiwan said, we're our own people now. But we lived on this island away from you, so we want to be recognized by ourselves. So that's the whole thing. Now, if they were tribal, then the Taiwanese say we're a Taiwanese tribe. That's what they'll say. Chinese like, look, look. The bottom line is Chuko. What we want is to continue what we know as happiness in Black America, right? Black America is basically will be way more happier in an Afghanistan than in America. I know that, despite the fact that America has so much abundance, so much everything. It's probably the greatest country in the world. It has money, standing living. I have a good career. I know all this stuff like this. I know I have a good career and everything like that. But it's still, I know that if I had my people and we had our own government, their own civilization, the stuff that we do are bothered by, which is the crime, racism, gender confusion, gender wars, all stuff like that would not exist, if we had our own civilization. That's all. Same thing the Jews had. The Jews were happy in Germany, you know. The Jews were happy in the United States, the Great Britain, but they understood that the dream of being in a Jewish world, a Jewish nation, right, is overwhelming. You don't understand that as an immigrant because America is the best thing you could ever do. But we've already reached the top of America. We already reached the pinnacle of American civilization. We could build our own independent nation from the top to the bottom. Same way we built Liberia. We made Liberia a paradise, a heaven on earth. I'll be there in another week. Every time I go to Liberia, I study Liberia. I look at the old buildings of my ancestors settled on that coast. We've built nothing but a paradise, a heaven on earth for ourselves. Without the white, you understand, Truquo? The black man's Zion is where the white man is not. And that no matter what you say about America, right? Because you're an immigrant and you're dusty, right? The black man's Zion is where the white man is not. And also, as I always say, a white man's heaven is always going to be a black man's hell. We would never have to deal with a George Floyd issue. We would never have to deal with racism. Would not be out of our freaking vocabulary. Racism. We would just basically have a people among ourselves. That's what we want. We want to be with our own self. Call us racist. Maybe it is. Maybe we are just racist. That's one thing we inherited from America too, is racist. Yeah, tribalism in the hunter-gathering stage. I don't want to go back to hunting and gathering. I want to be civilized. That means we have a civilization that we can incorporate and assimilate other groups of people into our civilization. Black America can do that. We assimilated Haitians, Jamaicans, and all these other people into our culture over the centuries. Prince Hall was from Haiti. He was part of the African. John Brown Washburn, right? The founder of the Freedom Bureau, Freedmen's paper, was from Jamaica. Marcus Garvey was from Jamaica. That's what we mean by when you have a high civilization, you can assimilate other people if they didn't just come around thing. Only Black America can do that. The rest of Africa, you Africans can't do that because you're too primitive. What part of that don't you guys understand? I'm interested to know what Ahmed has to say. He said he wanted to call in and tell me something. Come in, Ahmed. I promise I won't play the government video. Oh Lord, honey flowers here. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. It is what it is. What can I do? Why, oh why me, Lord? Why, Lord? Why have thou forsaken me? I don't have a post-traumatic slave disorder. I don't have. Chuko, I'm perfectly fine, but you don't seem to understand something. This is not the best we can do. I know that. Now, if I was a Nigerian immigrant like you, I would say, yeah, hey, America's perfect. Look, hey, America's a great country, right? Yeah, well, Principe, man. I'm not saying you're exactly primitive, but you're not exactly what I call civilized. Yeah, FBA light. Oh no, here comes Kofi. What's
What's
going on?
up, man?
What's going on,
What's
brother?
up?
Hey, did you make that one video up about the Liberian guy running his mouth about the settlers? That was that a real video? You make that up?
No, that's a video from the TRC.
Oh wow. So I guess we're the problem in Liberia, right? After all these years, 45 years of them running the country into the ground, making a shithole and whatnot. Our ancestors are the one who's still the problem, right?
The Tribunal Reconciliation Commission of Liberia. Man, there's a lot of gems in there. There's a lot of stories from all sides. From the people that got arrested during the Tolbert era, people that got arrested by Samuel Doe, and people that got arrested by the Taylor faction until Sirleaf came in. And there's just a lot of librarians just just going at it, just telling the truth. So like ever since the founding of the FBA, I'm trying to push I'm trying to push the story that look, black Americans were in Africa for almost 200 years, where they had a dynasty. You could say we had a dynasty there, and that history needs to be told. And I don't, in a sense, when it comes to ethnic groups, white white Europeans and black Africans, they try to hold their ethnic or like primitive cultures up to certain standards. But when it comes to the Americas, I feel like because you have that like melting pot, this is like the ultimate standard, and that's what the world is just not getting.
Exactly. America is a melting pot.
Yeah.
That means, despite all that everybody talk about, part of me is still American. That the idea that we wanted liberty, that's American. The
Yes.
idea we wanted liberty, the idea that we could build a republic, we can give equal life. Like Kyle Fabula said, the only country in Africa that protected indigenous people's lands. Right now, you do not have the same. See, the Donald Trump just put sanctions on South Africa for
Hmm.
appropriating land that was not even doing nothing. Right? The government has
Hmm.
a right to appropriate land. We have eminent domain in America, right? So
Hmm.
basically, because of these white people, Elon Musk and all these other powerful people, you know, they basically convinced Donald Trump and all these other people that white people are losing their lands and white farmers being kicked out, whatever like that, which is not true, right? But one thing we can always say, right, with pride, right, there are no white farmers in Liberia. You know, there's not one white settlement in Liberia. Yeah, you got some whites here and there may have lucked up and got some property or whatever like that underneath because they married a local woman.
Hmm.
But for the most part, you can go through Liberia. Are you going on that tour with us next year, bro?
I need to go there. I need to go there before 2026.
Well, I'm
I
going.
have
I'll be there next month.
I have visa free entry there, so it shouldn't be a problem me going.
Say, yeah. If you go next month. I'll be there next month, man.
I'm gonna try my best, man. I'm just trying to recoup my funds. I've been in Africa for 2 years, and I
The
went I
plenty,
ran
man.
through.
You gotta have, like I said, that's the whole thing where I don't understand, right? It's like Africans always tell us how much natural resources they got, right? They
Hmm.
tell us they got the gold, they got oil, they got all this lithium, they got all this stuff like this. But why are the freaking countries never have no freaking money that we can invest in, or they didn't have the financial system that we could back. You know, back in the 70s, do you know South Africa's stock exchange and stock and bond market returned like 30% on an investment?
Mm.
That's what South Africa. The rand was equal to the dollar. There was so much. South Africa was a place where most of the world put their money in because of freaking gold back. The gold that it had, the rand was backed by gold. You know,
Mm-hmm.
all these African countries have the ability to do that, but they don't have the mindset because it takes a lot of hard work to build industries and work them 80, 90 hours a week, whatever like that, to make it work. What if you have to? You know, the
It's like a
African.
sense. There's a sense of trying to monopolize things and like a scarcity mindset and trying to make sure no one gain assets because they still want like the elite native populations. They still want to maintain a slave population
Of
so they
course.
could have their sex workers here, they could have their their laborers here in
Yo,
construction.
what changed my opinion,
They want
right,
to maintain that.
of Africans, like when I first went to Liberia, right?
Hmm.
And basically, one is I didn't like the way Africans allowed themselves to be treated at airports and stuff like that. So this is ridiculous, you know. And so like I said, damn, I thought that's all it is. Why is it we're cordoned off? We can't leave this section of the airport, you know,
Mm.
because they think we're gonna. I said, well, I'm one American. I'm like this shithole country, Belgium. I don't like this, you know. But they got their Africans are already expect to be cordoned off when they. I said, how do you accept that insult like that, right? And then I said to myself, when I was coming back, right, I saw all these old men, right? You know what they go to Liberia for? To mess with
Oh
young
yeah,
girls, you
yeah,
know?
yeah.
And I'm like, man,
That's
this is
that's the
ridiculous.
reality.
You know, old ass men going to a freaking place to mess with these little girls, man, you know? Take
Yeah.
advantage of little girls, man. That's ridiculous, man. You know, I can't stand that stuff, you know?
That's a form of slavery, and it reflects where modern Africa is really at. These women could be turned into wives, and we could be populating Africa, but instead, you just see sperm going into douchebags, and that's unfortunate. People like to talk shit about the American Liberians, but I don't see anything. I don't see anything better now.
When the American Liberians had that country was on top. The Ducor Hotel, the Kennedy JFK Memorial Hospital was the best in Africa. The Liberia University was built it was made by African Americans, right? Max
Yeah.
Bond, he was a uncle of Julian Bond. You heard of Julian Bond, civil rights leader? You know,
No, but now I know now.
who founded I think SNCC. You know, Julian Bond. You know, and basically, Julian Bond, a light skinned dude, real light skinned
Hmm.
dude. Right? Well, Max Bond was his uncle, right? And he built Liberia into a world class university, educated heads of state. That's how on par
Dude,
Liberia was on par with the rest of the world. It had caught up with the rest of the world. You know, so
after I was watching a couple of Joe Rogan shows, right? And there's this one podcast where he talks about MK Ultra, where our military complex in the US, they they pretty much lace their own soldiers with LSD and try to run these experiments where they're trying to turn them into like zombie killers where they don't like even remember what they did. So I could kind of see like the US at that time during that 1980s CIA director infiltrating the army and just like lacing them with shit, put
well, I
spraying
don't.
chemicals in their foods.
I don't even to be honest with you, I don't even think that was it because I know Charles Taylor, Keir Pod, Samuel
Oh
Doe,
man.
all those. It don't take much, right? If you got USA do the Peace Corps, that's how they implement. Peace Corps is nothing but an arm of the CIA, right?
Yeah.
Gathering information, right, and all kind of nefarious people. My friend William said he said in the late 70s, he said we had all these white Americans in here that no one knew who they were. They was around on Farmington River and whatnot, boating and stuff like this. They were just all going inside the government buildings and whatnot. I was like, who are these people? They were just basically on Chimpanzee Island. There was a scandal about Chimpanzee Island that they had some disease. Well, the chimps on the island, they carry some sort of disease that kill people, Ebola
Mm,
with an
mm.
Ebola experience. And so therefore they let all these white Americans in the country just did all this stuff like this. So it was it was no thing that they got a hold to the native people. See, when Tubman was there, he used to have this agency called the the Public Relations Office, right?
Yeah.
And what they did was scan newspapers, watch speeches and whatnot, and made a file like J. Edgar Hoover, a file on everybody in that came into the country and out of the country. They also had people who were working overseas, trying to basically tarnish the image of the country. You know, Liberians
Yeah.
that would go overseas, they would watch Liberians overseas, and it was like an intelligence, right? So therefore, they knew the most Liberians knew they couldn't get away with nothing on Tubman. Tolbert got rid of the PRO, which was stupid, you know. And then all of a sudden, everybody started talking about openly talking about overthrowing the government. They instigated the rice riots and all
Mm.
stuff like this, you know. So that's what it was. That's what it is. That's exactly what happened, you know. They went
Tolbert
it
was
all.
there for nine. He was vice president. You'd have think he would have learned something from that. Instead, he created the corruption a platform for corruption to tackle corruption, and ironically, it backfired. He got accused of corruption
But
of
all you have to do
selling
in
his own
Africa is be
rights.
accused. You don't have to have evidence. All you have to do is be
Mm,
accused. If they don't like you, guess what? You're going down. You know, that's
mm,
why I said Tubman knew that, right? There was this guy
yeah.
named Porter who basically wrote an article criticizing Tubman's purchase of a yacht, right? And he
Hmm.
said, with Pepper, he said, look, only 5,000 people in Liberia pay actually taxes, right? We don't make enough off the hut tax on that. So it's only coming from a few people. And, and it was also budgeted for his yacht. For presidential needs to meet people and whatnot, he needs to be able to sail down the coast and do stuff like that. So this yacht, what he
Mm,
said, it was justified. But this guy Porte was basically trying to put like he's living a good life. Where like they said, no, this is for the government. He says heads of state and government usually have their own airplanes, stuff like that, you know. So this
mm,
was basically necessary, you know. I said we can't, as a country, I can't if I got to sail to Sierra Leone, stuff like that. We can't rely on foreign vessels, you know. We need our own
mm.
vessels, you know. But that's what it is. They tried to say, but Tubman basically came at him. He had this African American guy who made a comment about corruption in Liberia, blah blah blah. Tubman had him arrested. You know,
And kicked him out of Liberia.
oh no, he arrested him, saying you better retract that statement, or
Okay,
you know what I'm
okay.
saying. And Tubman did not play. You know,
Yeah,
Tubman did not play. He had that country on lock. And that's what Liberia needed. You know,
yeah.
he's like
And
he's like the
and
mass. Okay,
these are the type of presidents that survive. You got Mugabe's like that. You have
Wakagami is like
Kagame, Museveni,
because they
I'm
know the mindset of Africa. You know, they know the mindset.
Gaddafi.
Yeah, they know the African mind. The African mind is not capable of like they're foolish, silly, childish, and
Mhm.
whatnot. They basically do democracy. Democracy. Africa's not like centuries away from so-called democracy like that. You know, like the West. You know, you got
Yeah,
to have a middle class. You have to have industry. You got to have all these things and whatnot before you can talk about democracy. You know,
yeah.
so, so it is what
What
it is.
what's the top?
The
I
topic
just
is
came on.
I
What's the
said
topic
the
tonight?
original foundation of America are three
Mm,
groups. I said it's the Native American, the
mm,
European American, and the African American.
mm,
I said America has a Native American story, a European story, and an African story. We
mm.
represent the African story of America. You know, like Chukos, I say, well, Kyle, you said to America. Yeah, America has an African story. America is part African. That's us. You know,
Yeah,
we are the African story. We're sick and tired of that being erased by people call themselves foundational Black American. I'm just no. We have an African story. You know, our story is
I
an African story of
I
America.
even see it's like Tyreek. He can't help but to talk about how look we we came from Africa. We were sold, and we were holding up the African standard in the Americas. That's what Tyreek is saying now. After like maybe 2 years of just ranting and getting out
Well, because you
his
know why?
clout.
Because I'm around. That's why I know he's listening
Yeah.
to these platforms when you know us going in when I you know he started saying I gotta freaking change my style, man, because I got college Genesis and these guys on here now. You know, we got strong people, Dynast. and stuff like that, so he can't put that
Mhm.
nonsense. That FBA stuff works on the simple minded, and
Yeah.
so it doesn't work on people who are railway and stuff like that. Yes, we are a part of Africa, the African story and whatnot. Now, it doesn't mean that if somebody says I want to be an American and I'm cool here, but this is my hey, look, go right ahead, right? But why are you against people saying that we want to build and expand? What group of people will be against that? You got white Americans who live in Belize, they live in the Philippines, they live in Thailand, they live in Russia, they live all in Europe. Nobody's no white. You don't see white people saying, "No, y'all can't do that." What is it about black people? People get upset when you talk about someplace else besides America. That's bondage.
Mm.
Hey, Kofi, let me get Ahmed on. I know he has something to say.
All right.
Ahmed, go ahead, bro.
No, man, I'm listening to y'all, man. He just said that Africa need like 1,000 years or more than 2,000 years for you know, developments
Oh yeah,
and stuff
me.
like
I'm
that.
like this. Look,
I'm listening to
African,
y'all, man.
Africa.
I'm listening to the greatness of y'all.
Oh,
I'm
check this out.
listening to the
In your
greatness of
country,
y'all, man.
check this out. In your country of Sierra Leone, bro, I got some questions to ask you.
No
Now,
problem.
there's a woman that's on a reality TV show she's from Canada, like Sierra Leone from Canada. She went back to Sierra Leone and she was arrested because of a post she made about the president of Sierra Leone's wife, and they got her in jail. They got this woman in jail. Isn't that
Yeah,
messed
that's
up?
true. Yeah, that's true.
But why is that? Why is that? When people tell me that you got to get Sierra Leone citizenship and passport, can we know? So in other words, basically, I could be like, if I went to Sierra Leone and I said the wrong thing on my show, and somebody showed it to her, they could knock them and put me in jail too.
I mean, basically, yeah. If you talk bad about the government,
Well, that's what I'm saying. This is what I'm talking about. We cannot basically come together on that. That's why I say black people go into these countries. I'm against them. You know.
that's that happened in all African countries, and then especially like once you say something bad, especially like our president right now, he's been doing it for ever since he came in power. Like he's because he came from the military. He's a military mindset. Yeah, I think her name is, I think Awa, something like that. She's in jail. Man,
Yeah.
she does have a nice body too. Man, I like dark skinned girls, man.
Yeah, the bottom line, I don't really look at it. I really didn't pay attention to that, but I
Yeah,
know
but she's
she's a
kind of
woman.
rude too,
She
man.
has a
She's kind
daughter.
of
Her
rude.
daughter looks. Her daughter. I think her daughter's mixed. I think she's a swirl. She's with a white guy. Her daughter looks half black. Mixed.
Yeah, one of them.
So
Yeah, we one of them. I just want to be attached to white people.
she said something. Somebody got to turn their thing down. But she said something because they knew each other. Her and the president's wife knew each other. And she made a
Yeah,
comment or like that.
yeah, they're the same people. They're the same people.
And
Same.
they said the reason why they're doing it, the government's doing that to put fear in Sierra Leoneans, And the bottom line is, look, my culture, Black African American culture, cover cultural liberty, freedom of speech, stuff like that. That's the culture we come from,
Yeah, but it will call it. I mean, when the guy, like whatever he does, right back home, right, and then after that, America just act like he doesn't do nothing like that. So
No,
America
I
supports
think
him.
what it is, bro, is
So
that
think about it.
all he needs to do is appeal to his tribal people. That's what they do. This is what all African leaders do. They say one thing in the public, then when they get around their own people, they reassure them that you'll be taken care of because they start speaking in tribalist mumbo jumbo and whatnot. I've seen it all the time. I see it with George Weah when he went like on one hand he could barely speak. He's inarticulate, right? But he knew how to go and do the dances when among his crew people, when that rally his crew people, whatever.
Oh,
Like that.
he was a cool people.
He was a crew, yeah,
Oh, just like Elvis.
yeah, like Elvis, yeah, of course.
Oh man, where he been at, man?
I have no idea, but he's off
Talk
my.
about
He's not been around, so I've been
there's no
peaceful.
there's
He's
no
Kron,
difference
right? He's
between men.
Kron,
He's
or
chronic
Crew.
crew, chronic crew, basically the same people almost.
Yeah,
Yeah,
talk about
Elvis
yeah,
is
talk
a
about
speaker on Focus on Liberia. He goes on there
yeah,
a
Elvis
but
lot.
is a
yeah, but
freaking
yeah,
clown,
but yeah,
man.
yeah,
Let
but
him stay over there.
yeah, but yeah,
He's a
but
freaking
yeah, but the
clown.
other day he came up here talking about there's no difference between men and women.
Oh yeah, about honey
What
far,
the
whatever
fuck
like
was
that.
that about? Man, what the
Elvis,
hell was that
I think
about,
Elvis,
man?
I think Elvis is a fruitcake to tell you the truth. I think
Nah, he's not a fool cake. This is what I think of him, right? I'm not trying to disrespect him or say anything because
I
he's not
will,
around.
I will.
The thing is this, right? He's like those type of guys. They got married for so long, the female has taken over in the household.
Exactly.
So that he's lost his manhood.
Yeah, he doesn't sound.
But
He doesn't
yeah,
sound
but
like
yeah,
a
yeah, but yeah,
man's
but he
man.
doesn't
I'm a
realize
man's
it.
man. I'm a man's
Yes.
man.
Yeah, you
You
know how
know,
like
that's one thing that I could give props to Africa. Like Africa also maintained its like naturalness when it comes to the order
you
of
got to.
life.
But
It's
what
like
happens when these people come over here, man? They act so effeminate, man. I don't get it, man.
and
I mean,
unfortunately that's right. That's
I,
what the Dems are turning us into.
Yeah, they
why
turn
would you
they
open
turn
your
all
mouth and
men.
say,
They've been trying to turn men into sissies for like 20 years. Let me ask you a question. PP Bob says, "Call a freedom of speech out of European 19th thought of Emmanuel Kant." Yeah, I know that, but you understand something. We basically were here in America. We used to read these things, and we adopted these things. When Patrick Henry says, "Give me liberty or give me death," you know what black people saying about slavery? Give me liberty or give me death. That's what we were saying. What do you think Nat Turner was inspired by? The American spirit. See, once you start something, this idea of the bells of liberty of Philadelphia, whatnot, that resonated with a lot of black people, and that started when you say a country was founded in liberty and everything like that, and you still had people in slavery. Eventually, everybody knew slavery was going to come down. They knew it. Because you can't basically be preaching liberty and all this stuff like freedom of speech, all that, and you got a South who was putting people in jail, almost hanging people for speaking out against slavery. The South had to be reined in. It was going to, not because so much for black people, but because white people knew that if you let a group of people do this, they can defy the government. Do you know that the only group of people that ever had open treason against the United States was a Confederate? The Confederate was reaching out to America's enemies, Spain, England, all these other places, for weapons and support, to maintain the institution of slavery, And then after the Civil War, they were basically forgiven and compensated, you know. Give me liberty. Look, good. How about this, PB Bob? I don't care if it may be Eurocentric idea, but I believe as black people, right? I believe in give me liberty, give me death, or I will kill you. How about that? I'm now colonization law. I was laying down the law the other night. A new colonization law. We're about liberty. Give me liberty, give me death, or get prepared for war. That's the way I see it. I don't give a damn where it came from, but I like the idea of liberty, That's what our ancestors did when they went to Liberia. The love of what, Kofi?
The love of money. Nah, I
No, the
really
love
don't know.
of Liberia.
The love of the say it. Is that like a
Oh,
saying?
what's the seal of Liberia say? Come on, you should know this, man.
I don't know, man.
Come on, let me
This is a
educate you.
teaching
I know
moment.
with Kyle Family. I thought you were educated. Let me re-educate. The love of liberty brought us here. That's in the national
Wow.
seal.
Okay.
The love of liberty brought us here. That
All
means
right.
that the very foundation of Liberia was based on the idea that we wanted liberty. They sort of got addicted to the idea. Remember, so Liberia was founded by free blacks. It
Hmm.
wasn't founded by enslaved black people. It was founded by free blacks, people who had a taste of liberty in places like Boston, Philadelphia, Richmond, Virginia. You know what I'm saying? Maryland, Baltimore, Maryland. These were free black people who had liberty and whatnot, and they thought that liberty was going to be was threatened by the institution of slavery. So they said we could end up being slaves because they heard about stories about people getting kidnapped and everything like that. They said the only place we're going to enjoy this liberty is a land of our own. So they said in the Liberia seal, it says the love of liberty brought us here.
I'm
Not
gonna
the
put
wanting
that
to
as a caption.
slave native Liberians, right there on the Liberian seal.
The
The love of
love
liberty brought us here. That's the first thing everybody should learn about
of
Liberia. Is the
liberty.
seal. The love of liberty brought us here.
Or
So
us.
Liberia is a country based on liberty, and I believe in that liberty to this day. I
I
believe
just
in the
put
words of Elijah Johnson, Joseph Jenkins Roberts, and Randolph Cooper and Hillary Teague, all these great Liberian founding fathers. I agree with that 100%. So the whole thing is this: people say, why did black people choose America over Liberia? That's one of the things we have to examine. We didn't do that because our leaders forced this on us, right? Liberia was definitely the answer to the black people in America's problems. It was definitely the answer, and we should have went over there in larger numbers. We should have had millions of us there, and we could have been a majority. We would have a country right now. We would need to go to Ghana. We would need to go to Tanzania. We'd have a freaking country right now, But that is what it is, It is what it is. We make mistakes in history. We just got to make sure we don't make these other mistakes again,
Now imagine if 10 million of us or like 20 million of us went over there in like 30 years, man, we would be like the second largest
Yeah, we'd
population,
be a power. We'd be a world power.
top
I know
10.
that. If we can get 10 million black people from America to a place in Africa, a state, whatever like that, we'd be the most powerful people in the freaking world,
But still, right? We would mix into the populations of
Yeah, but
Africa,
the
but
only thing I would say, Kofi, is so long as we're the majority, that's all I care about. So
yeah.
long as we are the majority, I could care less about us mixing with the local people. My wife's African. Bottom
Mhm.
line is, I don't care about that. So long as we're the majority, and the African primitive mindset don't govern me. That's all I care about.
Here come his tribalism coming in.
No, it's not tribalism. It's common sense, right? Look, if Africa was developed, like, look, I was watching this thing. Do you
Let me
know?
tell you a story, Carlo.
Hold on, check us out.
Let me tell you a
Let me say
story
this.
after you
Let me
finish
say. Oh,
talking.
let me say this. 70 people were just found killed in the DR Congo because they were Christian. It just massacred them. All over Africa, people just have no respect for human life. This has happened in the DR Congo. I'll play the video, if you don't believe me. 70 people were just killed. They don't know why, whatever like that, but they were Christians. I don't know, people, I didn't even know they had a religious problem in DR Congo, but whatever it is, churchgoers killed.
Mm.
It happened yesterday, And so I'm saying to myself, and I'm looking all over the continent of Africa, and I'm saying to myself, there is no way that I love my people, and I consider myself a leader, right? I would never send my people to these fucking people to be governed. I'm sorry, I can't do it. People ask me, I say, nah.
Yeah, but Carlo,
There's
these
no
are.
yeah but collar, nothing,
Hold
bro.
on, let me finish.
Our people,
I I'm not
are not
disagreeing with you.
primitive people, and that we're first world people, and that our people
I'm
deserve.
not. I'm not disagreeing with you. Yeah, but these are presidents that your government in your
Yeah, but you
country.
people saying the government and whatnot.
Hold
It's
on, let me
look,
finish. Let me finish. Okay, these are presidents in your country that your leadership approves.
Look. Why does African always use that excuse about
I
the
mean, it's not.
white hole? Why can't you stand up to the white man like we did?
You live in a country that controls the world for the past almost 80 years.
Yeah, but hold up, hold up. But they
You
don't.
don't live in a country.
America can't do nothing to you that you don't let them do. If you say that,
Okay. Let me ask you a question, right? Is America an empire in your eyes?
America's an empire, but America. Let me tell you something.
Okay,
America is not
okay,
interested
okay,
in Africa. I'll tell you that right now.
okay.
America is basically not interested in Africa, at all. They care about this
Okay,
hemisphere right
okay,
here, and they care
okay.
more about the Caribbean, South
You
America.
see, I was trying to tell you a story,
America.
but you keep going back and forth.
Go ahead.
What pissed me off today, right? When I found out they found a mineral somewhere in my country, right? In the north part. So these people, man, these leaders, man. When I said these, like, I call African leaders niggas on steroid.
So
Niggas on
what
steroid.
you're saying basically it's the government, right?
Um, let me get to the point. After you play your your
Government,
emotional
the
songs.
government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the
I ain't
government,
gonna lie,
the
man.
government, it's
I ain't
the
gonna lie.
government, it's the
I
government,
mean,
the government, it's the government, it's the
there's
government,
there's
it's
secret
the government, the
there's
government,
secret
the government, it's the
governments. There's
government,
rogue
it's the
governments.
government, the government,
Yeah, it's always the
I
it's the
mean,
government, man.
government,
shit.
it's the government,
I admit
it's
it's
the
the
government,
government, the government, the
the
government,
government, the
the government,
government, it's the
I mean,
government,
that's nice.
it's
the
the
government,
government,
the government,
the government, it's
the
the
government.
government, it's the government, it's
I
the
agree with
government,
you, bro.
the booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka, run, 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 booyaka, booyaka,
Ew,
run to
good.
you niggas,
So tired,
booyaka,
man.
booyaka, boom, 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 booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka, run, 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 booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka, boom, 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 government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government.
Now, what you call it? Ahmed, Kenway said you found vibranium in
No,
Sierra
they
Leone.
found minerals. Let me get to the story, man, for real. Because at the end of the day, man, at the end of the day, man, we come here to learn. Man, I don't
All
come
right,
here
go ahead, man. I
to
want to know
pretend
about the
like,
vibranium shit.
what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm in middle school. I ain't got time for that, man. I'm a grown man nowadays.
All right, man. Let's
So
hear it.
they found these minerals, right? So a friend of mine told me about this story, right? So you got these elders that comes to these villages, right? Where their father come from. That's where they were born, right? I mean, so when they come, they bring these expensive cars, Range Rover and all that, BMW, right? Just to show off. Then after that, they spend about, let's say, 10 or 15 hours. Then they drive off and get the fuck out of there, right? So when they found these minerals, right? So they got to clear out about 24 villages of these people that really ain't got nothing, poor. They got to clear them out. And then after that, they got to bring these white folks to come in and take whatever they want and everything, right? So I'm thinking, I'm like, how the fuck these people around 2025 are still thinking like this? Like these corrupt Africans, man, they so corrupt. They so corrupt and greedy. Basically, they giving out everything to these white folks. They the chief is the one in line. So now the chief has went to the president, been for the you know what I'm saying, for the president to sign off. And after that, now they're gonna come in and give him a couple $1 million, and then the white folks gonna come in and take everything. But then the people that was there in this land that's been there for generations, they're gonna kick them out, don't give them nothing, and then whatever the white folks gonna come in, they're gonna come and dig up the place and fuck up the place and take whatever they want and take it back to whatever country, Europe or America. And then the place is gonna be as shitty as hell. It will never be developed. And then these people, right? They probably in their 50s or in their 60s or their 70s. So eventually they're gonna die within the next 10 or 20 years, right? But then what happened to a child that's about, let's say, 5 years old right now? And then these folks, like, you know what I'm saying, what they doing is gonna affect somebody within the next 15 or 20 years. Ain't nothing gonna be there. Then you have some of these Africans that just go to Europe and die in water just across the sea, try to go to Europe. Yeah, man, it's fucked up, man.
It's the same mechanism
It's
where
fucked up,
they
man.
gave welfare to
Yes,
the
yep,
black
exactly.
family
I'm not trying to say
and
exactly
kept the
where
father out.
exact,
Kept the
but it's
father out the
connected to
home.
where I'm from. It's connected to where I'm from.
It's the
See,
same mechanism, man.
like I call African leaders, African elders, right? Niggas on like super steroid.
Barudi says, I'm laughing plus laughing. One day Colin's an African. The other day, the term African applies to those people over there. Yeah, look, the bottom line is this, Barudi, man. My freaking, look, I used to hold Africans in high esteem,
But think
Last
about it, color. If it
last
was
last few years, man, I've been like, yo, look, man, I know I'm from Africa, but goddamn, I'm like, I'm like, yeah, somewhere along the line, man, So check us out. I'm different.
But
I
Carla, think about it though.
I'm different.
If it was y'all, there's no fucking way you guys will allow that.
Hell no.
No
Like
fucking
I
way,
said,
man.
Black America,
What
we're
I'm
the most
saying, like,
violent.
no
Hold on, we're the most
fucking way.
violent group of people on the planet.
I'm
You
like,
think in a million years, if we
man,
let's say if a large number of us settle in Sierra Leone, you think that should be happening? Hell no.
man, Carla, these white folks
Hell
are coming in to
no.
take billions of dollars, man. Do you know it's like 24 village in
If
Africa?
that's the truth, if that was the truth,
You
I
got to
gotta
check
see.
out.
You have to give
Do
me
you know how
more
big the land
evidence
has to be?
of what you're saying. Because like I said, if I could have I know what happened. If that's true, no, we wouldn't
I'll
have
play the
it.
audio for you. You,
Huh?
you probably you probably can't understand it because I was talking to the guy in Creole. You probably can understand it a little bit, but some of yours might able or Nigerian or something. I will prove it to you as facts.
Because he got pictures like that, or evidence.
Mm,
We got to move with evidence
mm,
now. Because I don't want to accuse
mm,
nobody of corruption.
No,
And
Carla,
you
I'm
know.
not lying to you, man. I will never come to your show and
Well, I
then
know
say
I do.
something like that.
I didn't say you were, but I said, but you got to be 100. Even though everything has to be verified, bro. Because
I'm serious.
right now, because we have a lot of people that come on our shows like mine,
I am serious, man,
and
Carla.
they got
I
a
would tell
biased
you, okay,
opinion, and we hear another side. Look, look,
okay, okay.
look. I agree. Let's say that's true and everything like that. But what you need is somebody to do what we call a dossier. You know what that is? Dossier is a set of talking points with intel, provocation, notes, and a storyline. A dossier is just a
Okay,
storyline.
Carla. The reason why I'm not giving you specific information, I don't want people to know exactly where I come from. That's why. That's you understand?
Oh yeah, I know
Because
that, but I'm saying is this though.
because if I
You
say the
tell me,
name, the exact
Does
name,
anybody else know about this?
um, the people that's in the village knows, but it's
All right,
not spread out the way it's supposed to.
what you have to do is get, like I said, you do a dossier. Somebody
Man,
has to do a
Carla,
dossier. Look,
Carla, these people,
I'm just trying to tell you how you stop this stuff. Once you do a dossier, right? Let's
Africa
say,
don't
like
work like that. I'm telling you the truth.
how Coney. Remember that guy Coney? That was a child soldier thing. That's not because somebody did a dossier, and wrote up his and explained to who he was, and they pitched it to a major magazine or anything like that. Or you could even go and take that dossier where it could be transferred, and you could have go online and see what bloggers will take it up, will put it in their blog, whatever like that, and get
Man,
the top of tape. That's how you do stuff.
no, Carla. In Africa, right? You understand?
No, I ain't talking about Africa. It says Africa is irrelevant. I'm talking about what you need to do is get that across the United States because
The United States works for them.
If the
Shut up,
United
Carla,
States
man.
finds out
You
that's
keep
true, let me tell you right now. You may say what you want about the United States or not. I do know that America has sanctioned on so many different African leaders for corruption, and they're always looking for stuff like this to discredit Africa and whatnot. So you could be saying like this. So that's what I said. I can't. The African mind is we know all the stuff good, but we can't do nothing. I don't look. We have two different minds. If I thought that you were trying to do something to my people, I'm gonna do everything I can to destroy you.
okay, Carla.
The African mind
Let me
doesn't
give you.
think like that.
Let
You
me
guys are
break it down to you a
being
little bit.
slaves.
Let me break it down to you a little bit, right? Okay. In Africa, right? It's the same way. In Nigeria, they call it like a traditional leader, right?
Oh
So
man,
you got the
that's why
chief.
we don't
Hold
believe in
on. Let
traditional
me get
beliefs.
to the
We don't
point.
believe in that.
Let me get to the point.
We don't
You got the
respect.
chief, right?
We don't
See,
believe in
Carla.
chiefs.
You got the chief, right?
Well, the Chiefs got the family members. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes. Hold on. They have the paramount chief. The paramount chief is the head of the chiefs. So
Oh,
in a certain
hold on.
part,
We
right?
did. You know what we did to the Liberian era chief. We
Okay,
stripped
you
them of their
see, come
powers
on,
and
man.
whatnot. We put them on government
Man,
salary.
let's be
We
civil a little bit, man.
told them what
We
to
try to go
say and
killing
what not
people.
to say. Problem solved.
Okay, so the paramount chief is the one ahead of this right now. So whatever he says, that's what goes. If the
Well, you need to get
president
rid of
now
him.
says no,
You need to assassinate him. If he's doing this, you can't do nothing about him. He needs to go. You need to take him
you
off the
can't get
planet.
to him because you know why? He's
Why?
been
What?
protected by his family last name.
So what? Get rid of the family too.
the family last name in
Well,
Africa, the
get
family
rid of the
last
family
name,
too, man. You're
it
making
connects to a lot of
excuses, man.
things.
You know.
Can you
This is
man? I'm like
key. This is
billions of
key.
dollars
This
about
is
to be
what
gone.
he's saying is key because that's what the local people start to realize about the American Liberians, that
Billions of dollars about to be
they
gone.
couldn't trace they couldn't
Billions
trace
of dollars,
family
man.
and numbers. They were running out of numbers. And
Billions of dollars, man, my
this is
friend.
what Ahmed is talking about. They got the Chiefs is linked to numbers of family members
Yes, it
who would
goes by
fight
family
and
last
kill for
names.
them.
Yes. So at the end of the
They're
day,
linked to the land.
yep, they link to the land, and then his family protect them. When your family say something, then they say, "Oh, you jealous about our family."
All I can say is your country's just fucked. That's all I can say. You know,
Billions of dollars about to be gone.
you guys are fucked, and so I don't know what to tell you. You know, you guys don't want to do something like that. You know, all I know is my ancestors in Liberia. You know, we put the gun to the fucking chief's head. You know, problem
Man, Carla,
solved. You know,
I'm
and we
Carla,
took
man.
the
I
land. We
was
took their land from them. You know, and then we told them what to do, whatever like that. And then we invite President Howard started a tradition with all the paramount chiefs that we put up. You just protect your own people and you govern yourself, whatever like that. But every time they have an inauguration, every chief in Liberia were required to show up and give his allegiance to the current president. Everyone. Or if you don't, it will die consequences.
They
That's how
had
you
to
do
have
it.
Buffalo soldiers come in. They have to have Buffalo soldiers come in from the
Oh,
US.
Elvis, I don't want to hear Elvis tonight. He can go. You know, bye, Elvis. You're not coming on tonight. You know,
They had this
what's your name,
thing
sir?
called this
Kofi.
Kofi.
Kofi. Okay. Man, Kofi, where you from?
I'm from New York, but I have citizenship in Ghana.
Oh man, you don't sound like you from New York.
How do I sound now?
I don't know. You sound like just regular East Coast or
Oh,
like
all right.
somebody from West Coast or something.
Good, good, good.
Yeah, you don't sound Southern for sure.
But I understand what you're talking about because this is what I realize when I go into Ghana. I'm like, you know what? I could tote a gun all I want. I'm gonna have a lot of people, family members, just coming at me, and even the
It's
ones that don't come at me, they're watching me. So I'm like, damn, I'm done. And even if I did have a lot of children, a lot of wives, you know,
okay.
okay, that's just one
Let me tell you a
generation.
story, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me tell you a story. My family messed up when it was supposed to be the Chiefs, right? Because of the chief died, right? So they was supposed to crown a new chief, right? So I had family members that came from England. I had family members that came from America. A couple of them from America. They went down, you- went down to the villages, right? They said, "Oh, you know what I'm saying? I want to be the chief, man, I want to be the chief, right?" So what happened was my family lose votes because of you had people within my family. You had about 3 or 4 people that wanted to be the chief. So the other family, what they did was they only had one representative. So which means that they had more vote than my family. So since my family had like 2 or 3 people that want to be a chief, so we lost a couple votes. That's how we lost that position. So now this family, they've been in power a couple years now. So this is what just happened. So
Excuse me.
whatever.
Look. I'm gonna give Elvis 2 minutes. I'm gonna give him. See what he says. He got exactly 2 minutes. So in 2 minutes,
Oh man.
make it good, Elvis. You got 2 minutes. 2 minutes, man. You're wasting time, bro. Go ahead.
What I got? What I got 2 minutes for? What
Two
you
minutes.
ban me?
You got 2 minutes. You're wasting time, bro. Go ahead.
Am I
2 minutes.
am I banned?
No, I just don't want to hear your voice. You know, you wait 2 minutes. I'll be fair because I talked about Liberia. I'll let you
What?
up. I mentioned
I mean,
Liberia. So,
I didn't come to fight with you. I don't know why you always in a
oh
fighting
look, you got
posture
two
with me,
minutes. You're
man.
wasting your time, man. Go ahead. Say what you got to say, bro.
Nah, I mean, I just joined the panel, bro. I didn't come to fight with you. Why you mad
Well,
at me?
And
I
can
have
I
a word.
moderate a little bit? Can I moderate while listening through to the TRC commissions? G- Glebo talked about the Sasstown War, and colleges mentioned that like we would just send people in, soldiers in, to kill the chiefs, and yes, that did happen. The Buffalo soldiers, Marines came from the United States uh, into these villages. They didn't really know the beeves. They just doing what soldiers do. Now, that's what it would take for any type of black homogeny. Other than that, we just don't
Okay,
have the numbers.
and coffee.
Right.
Why? Let me ask y'all a question, right? Let me ask you a question, right? Why do you guys downplay American empire in overseas?
Well, Kofi,
Because
Ahmed.
sometimes it looks like you guys
Well,
downplay
hold on. You know
American
why? Hold up,
power in
because
overseas.
Ahmed,
But
Donald
then,
John Trump
but
is
then y'all
about to
claim
give
that
everybody.
America
He's about to
is not
give
really
everybody
an empire.
$5,000, right? Donald Trump is removing a bunch of unwanted people from the United States. Black people are freaking happy. I've never seen black so happy in my life. We're seeing people that are traditionally our enemies, the Mexicans, all that, getting deported, right? So why shouldn't we be happy? You know?
But that wasn't the question.
Well, hey, look, America is an empire. America is the strongest country in the world, right? But at the same time, you see how what Cyril Ramaphosa said to America? Go to hell. He said, go to hell. You ain't got no power here. We're going to still take the land away. Do what the hell you got to do. How come your country can't do that? Even Traore told Donald Trump, get the hell out of my face. I don't want to hear what you guys say. See, when you are real men, a real strong country, instead of foolish people and that, you can stand up when that. But you guys respect these stupid traditions like chiefs. You need to get rid of all that shit. Even Traore,
No, 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 no,
you
no, no, no,
worry
no,
about what
no,
chiefs think
no,
and
no. You don't get rid of chips, man. Come on, man.
It's a
I'm saying,
bloodline
but you just said
linked to the
a
land.
minute ago. You just said a minute ago that the Chiefs are being paid off and whatnot. So that means that. Do you know in real African culture, you don't see? You guys don't even know your real history, right?
Okay, let me
In
tell you
real
something.
African culture, do you know chiefs and kings were sometimes executed for betraying the people? That's real African
No,
culture.
of course,
And this
because
idea of a chief is all powerful is something the Europeans installed there.
no,
They
no,
armed
no.
them
You're
with
missing the
guns and
point.
whatnot. No, look, real African culture, right? If you knew your real culture, but you guys are corruption of African culture. Real West African culture, the chiefs and everything was very, very democratic. And you had a council, and the king had to defer to the council. That's real African culture. This idea of a chief with no council and whatnot, that's the result of the Europeans giving them weapons and power and stuff like that. That's what you're living under right now.
No, 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 no. You're missing the
So
point,
in other
pal.
words, do you know what the Macy is? That's a council. It's an African
You're missing
council.
the point. You're
So,
missing
so
the
but
point.
you hold up. So where's the council at in the village?
We do have it.
No, you don't. No, so you just said the
You're
chief
missing the
is doing
point.
this.
Okay, let me say something. Let me say something. The problem is now with these chiefs, right? They've been taught. They okay. When you're a chief, right? You gotta go through ceremonies. It's like spiritual,
Because
ceremonies,
a
right?
chief had a
Hold on.
responsibility to the people. His responsibility to the people. So if
I'm
you got somebody that's just doing they're doing his own thing, he's not responsible to the people, so you can depose him. That's how African culture really works. Most people were against the slave trade, but because the chiefs had weapons, that's how they basically maintained power.
Not
That
only
was
weapons,
foolishly when the Europeans came
they
in.
had numbers, they had
let me say something.
families and wives
Yeah, but I
and
know that.
children's
But
and
they had to
men.
still. But it doesn't matter. The law was a law. The council made the law. The chief had to, and the king had to obey the law. That's all
Let me
they
say
people don't understand. Africa really had the rule of law at one time. It wasn't man; it was law. People don't study Amagili. Amagili, and what he was a Hausa Fulani scholar. I think he was from North Africa, but he advised the Hausa and Fulani king. So like I said, when people don't know real African history, they make this mistake. These chiefs and stuff like that is a result of the last 40 years of the transatlantic slave trade. Before this, Africa was actually very democratic. We had Nyamukala, meaning the craft group system in West Africa, which I studied, right? The craft chief, the gold master, all these people had power. The blacksmith, all these people made up the council. Other than the friggin' the agricultural chiefs with the Taiwara and everything like that, all these things made up the council, and they made up the law. That the chief who was chosen had to follow, or be his life.
the chiefs supposed to protect the land physically and
If the chief is
spiritually.
letting people exploit them,
Kyla,
the chief is
have you heard about the
now
Paramount
the other
Chiefs?
thing is what you don't understand is the chiefs basically people think that chiefs was when people sold slaves they were about the selling a different no, actually a lot of slaves were people captured by the same tribe, and because the people didn't pay enough tribute, whatever like that, they found some way to, or somebody was told to be this tribe, this village is loyal, they would raid them and sell them into slavery. So the chief in West Africa during the slave trade was not obeying the law. And they were selling their own people into slavery, not just other tribes. That part of history no one ever talks about.
Okay,
A
Carla,
chief
Carla.
used to
Let me
be a
say this. Let me
king,
say this.
and then a
Elvis,
stronger
Elvis.
king just came
Hold on,
overseas.
please, Elvis. Let me say this, right? The chiefs is supposed to protect the land mentally and physically.
And when they're
The
not
issue is
protected,
now the chiefs got misplaced with religion, with Islam and Christianity.
Lord.
You understand? So when you misplaced with things like that, you're not protecting the land itself spiritually. And then
So
plus
how,
when you
so how
involve
is it that
Western
other
people in it,
parts of the world could adopt Islam? How is it friggin' North Africa so developed and whatnot? They have
okay,
Islam, we're not, you know.
okay, man, fuck them
India
Arabs,
has
man.
Islam, we're
You
not.
see, you
Tanzania.
see, you see, one day you hate Arabs, and then the other day
I
you
never
praise
said I hate
Arabs.
Arabs. Why would I say I hate Arabs? I say they're not Africans, you know? That's all I say. Like they have a right to exist. I believe North Africa belongs to the Berbers and the Arabs and stuff
No,
like that.
hell no. Come on, man.
You shouldn't be up there, you know,
No,
trying to
come on,
invade
man.
their countries because your country's screwed up. Fix your country instead of
Come on,
trying to
man.
go to
Come on,
Israel.
man. We ain't, there's no
I
point of
told
us
you that.
going out into that way, man. There's no point. When I call African leaders in position of power, right, are niggas on super steroid. I meant that.
Yeah, well, okay.
I
Now,
meant that.
the point I'm trying to make is you as a young man, what do you do to solve that?
That's a good question. That's
Yeah,
a
it's a
good
very good
question.
question.
I
No,
How do
that's
you
a
mean,
good
solve that?
question because
Bediako, right? Right. Bediako went up to OC Tutu, right? He went to Ashanti region, and since he's a billionaire, and also OC Tutu is a billionaire, you know, that's what matched their like power in order to be in the same room together, and
yeah,
that's what it would take.
because right now, for somebody like me, right, where I come from, right, if I go to them people, right, I'm super poor to these elders. From my position of like, let's say finance, to them, I'm super poor. You understand? And then when you talk about age gap as well, that's another thing. So what I'm trying to do is for me now, I'm trying to develop from the ground and then come up. I need time. I need about 10 to 15 more years. Because there's no in hell, me being in authority of position, I would sign a deal like that. No fuck way. No fuck way. I would have to die for me to sign a deal like that. These guys go buy all these fancy cars. I'm telling you, all these fancy cars, man. It's the same thing with niggas in America. There's no difference with niggas in America than in Africa. It is the same. The only difference is these motherfuckers they are responsible for a nation. There's no difference, man, Colin. You take the same stupid ass nigga in America.
Yeah, but the Negroes in America are not governing a country. Don't get up there and say,
That's
I
what
got
I'm
a
saying.
flag, or call themselves, get in front of the world and declare itself for a recognized republic. That's the difference, you know?
Yes,
Like
yes,
understand what they think, you know?
But they also
I'm a
employ
United States
they
citizen.
also employ 100+ people, same as a chief might employ 100
yes,
plus people, and
yes.
that's where
But
your
check this
power
out.
lies.
Check this out. How you gonna tell me you buying fancy cars, showing off to people is better when you're responsible for making sure these people's life are uplifted? Come on, buying fancy cars, building nice houses, sending your kids in overseas, having like millions of dollars in Western countries.
If you're stupid enough to let it happen, man, what can you say, you know?
It's just I'm like, man, these people about to make billions of dollars, man. These people are poor. How you gonna clear out 24 villages? You know how many land is that?
Yeah, but hey, look, the bottom line is this: if your chiefs are doing that and whatnot, you know,
The
just
craziest thing, Carla,
I
right?
tell
This
you, man.
chief I'm talking about, right?
You
This
need
Paramount
what
chief.
you need. Hold on. What you need is a cultural revolution. You know, like
Thank you.
Mao Zedong did.
Exactly.
Well, you need a cultural
Agree with you.
revolution. You don't want to do it. You don't want to be. I'm a revolutionary. That's the American in me. I'm a
I
revolutionary.
agree with you, man. I agree with you. This
But
same chief.
it's proven that the person who steps out for the people as the revolutionary ends up getting killed by the
For
elite,
what?
and then
It's some things are
the
worth
people don't
dying
do
for,
shit
right? Something worth dying
afterwards.
for. Something worth dying for. So the bottom line
Mm.
is this: if you guys
I'm
basically
not dying for a bunch of Negroes
say,
that's not
look,
going to come back
look,
and
if
revenge
he
me.
really believes, if he says what he says, that the chiefs are uprooting villages, displacing people off their land and stuff like that, And so, in other words, it's all right for a chief to do it, but if an American Liberian does it, suddenly is a big problem, man. So what he just told me, if that's true, what he needs to do is do a dossier. Pay for a dossier. It probably costs you
Okay,
no
and
more
let
than
me play the audio
$1,000,
for you.
bro. And once you get a
Let me play the
dossier,
audio for you.
names or whatever like
Elvis.
that,
And
then
and
you can
right,
pretty much publish
why
that.
does what
Uh,
another man does? Why does that matter? Because we only live 75 years, right? Some of us only have 30 something years left, 20 something years left,
well, you do it
right?
for your posterity. That's why.
How long does the chief
I don't
have
look.
to
I don't
live?
look.
10
Look.
more
I
years?
don't know what.
Come
Oh,
on.
look. You do it for your posterity. That's what I'm saying with a lot of these black people, right? You only think about what's in front of you. What I'm doing right now. You think I'm doing this for me? No, I'm doing this for future
Yeah.
generations to build on because I want to see the culture that I know that I love, which is Black America, African American culture. I want to see it live on forever. I don't see it die. Why? Because I was blessed with a good life. I had everything I ever needed I had a beautiful childhood. I had a beautiful family, beautiful everything like that. I think I was, I will, my expression of wanting to see what I grew up with and everything like that is I want to see somebody else inherit or be able to live what I live. That's how I live in perpetuity, by passing on. But when I look behind me and say, well, I did my thing, but I'll leave nothing. So that's why I fight for this because I want to see somebody else enjoy what I had. That's what people do. That's what real men do. You fight so the next generation could enjoy what you had. But if you never had nothing, whatever like that, you don't feel like there's nothing to freaking leave.
But
I never like
you
that. So
yeah, I mean, if you have children, you would want your children to walk into some assets
right. I mean,
after you die.
you want other people to walk into, not just your children,
And other
you want other
people,
future children. You want other future children
yeah.
to come after me and say, "Hey, look, I'm here because Colin did this or whatnot." That's what I want. I live. My name will live in perpetuity because I built a legacy.
And if you don't do that, no one will celebrate you. No one will come to your
I don't even
funeral.
care. I don't even care about me being celebrated. You know why?
Yeah.
Because the bottom line is, I'll go to my grave in peace, knowing that I did what I could do. I was supposed to do. It ain't
Yeah.
because I'm asking anything like that. I'm saying this is what I'm supposed to do as a man.
And right, imagine if you didn't do that, right? Imagine if
No,
like,
that's not even an option because that's the type of man I am. And when
yeah,
I believe in something. I believe in
if you
something.
don't do that, your body could just be somewhere out there, like left in a fucking in a gutter somewhere,
No,
right? You want people to properly deal with your body in
that's
respect because they
probably
respect
me.
you.
That's when people don't have family. They don't have all this stuff together. I have my shit together.
Yeah.
But that'll never happen to me. So I don't know about anybody else, but
It's
um,
sad, man. It's sad.
that'll never happen to me. So what I'm trying to say is we don't live. I don't do things for me and me. I get pleasure in the fact that I'm building something. I know I'm building something. And I know I'm having an impact on people. So the bottom line is, if I can influence people to do better in the next generation, but I cannot turn my community over. Even my small platform, I think I'm making a difference, right? I can't turn. I will not turn my community over to the big Meeches, to the 50 Cents, to the Rick Rosses, and the Diddies, and all these other freaking degenerates. I will not do that.
You're
I
not
would not
supposed to.
do. I'm not a coward. I'm like this. I believe that the ultimate goal of black people, the black man in America, is to one day free himself from white people, return to Africa on a land of our own, and build a nation. Whether it takes 300 years, I don't give a damn. But I believe that's the future. Other than that, then basically you're signing yourself over to the degenerate future of America. America has the only thing for black people, ultimately, is death. You know, that's all. Death. That's it. So the bottom line, if I can basically steer people towards another direction, that's why I fight so hard to do what I'm doing, right? Because I want to show people, me, Mamani, we're going to show people there's an alternative. If basically people don't want to take it, That's fine, but at least you know you were told. But right now, America is doing this one thing. If you want to be a MAGA person, hey, fine, go right ahead. If you think there's a future with MAGA, go right ahead, right? But those of us who believe ultimately, right, we have the God-given right, like every other human being, for self-determination. That's what this Black nationalist movement is about. So I don't know what anybody else is doing. Hey, I wish you a lot of luck. But people want to live this Black nationalist life, we're about not just having a nation, but we want to start building our own institutions, businesses, our own political. We want our own African American based political party. All these things we want to leave behind. We don't have nothing. We don't have a fucking political party. Somebody asked me the other night. Well, Kyle and Dama asked me about the Democrats versus Republicans. I don't give a shit about Republicans. I don't give a shit about the Democrats. I don't give a damn about elected office, but we should have our own political party, something like the ANC. With our own military wing, our own diplomatic channels. Oh, we have nothing of that. They completely domesticated and emasculated us, right? Right now, the Black man in America, you are fucking, when you go to Hooters, it says, the men's room says standing tall. The women's room says sitting pretty. Right now, the Black man in America is sitting pretty on the toilet, right? Instead of standing tall like a man and taking a piss like a man. That's what you do when you talk about nation building. You want to stand like a man. Right now, everybody's sitting on their ass, waiting for another race of people to protect them and provide for them. Hell with that shit, So that's what I'm talking about, I want to make a stand like a man. That means having our own political party. That means having our relationship with who the hell we want to have a relationship with. If Putin is cool, I'll talk to Putin. Hey, Putin, what's going on? If Xi Jinping is cool, I'll talk to Xi Jinping. I'll talk to the fucking moles of Iran if I have to. That's how the fuck you supposed to come to the world. I'm sick of these coward ass black men out here.
Yep. Same right here. I agree with you on that, man.
So as I
100%.
said, the bottom line is so it doesn't mean
100%, man.
I cannot pass this cowardice on to the next generation. I'm sorry.
You're not
My
supposed
soul
to.
will rest in peace.
You're not supposed to, man. You're not supposed
So
to.
everybody, so I tell you, Ahmed, if you really believe that's happening, right? If you
I
believe
swear.
that's
I
happening,
swear. Let me
you
play.
get hold on. You
Let
get
me play
what
some
you
of the
do
audio for you,
is if
man.
you're serious. If I knew something like that, I would get a
Let me play some
I
of the
would get a
audio, man.
I would make a dossier up. Get somebody, a college kid, to help you write it up and
It's in
whatnot.
Creole, so you guys
No,
probably
you
can
have to
understand.
interpret it in English, right? Be clear about what you're saying because that's a serious accusation.
Wait,
That's a
what
serious.
is the accusation again? Is
He's
like
saying some chiefs are uprooting villages for some precious mineral or something like that.
I mean, they getting money. I mean, look.
But the whole thing is though, if you're displacing people, if these people are getting U.S. aid or French aid or British aid and whatnot, bottom line, the world will condemn, the UN would condemn and sanction them, if they were doing stuff like that, it don't go like that. There's justice in this world. Just that black people, just
Yeah.
like that dude Coney, remember him back 15 years ago? That basically was using child soldiers. Somebody had to take a white American, right, that did a dossier, and then it became I think a rap song and some songs about Coney and something like Me and Coney or something like that, And he put his name, got front page, or his name was known all over the world, and that's what ended his shit, his exposure. You expose shit,
Yeah, let me try to
Wow.
play it. Let me try to play the guy when he tells me this stuff real quick, so you guys could get a quick insight. What I'm trying to say. There's no way I'm gonna try to lie on stuff like this, man. I ain't
I'm
got
not
time for
saying
that.
you're lying, but you better need to be clear because that's a serious accusation.
I
This stuff
mean,
happening in all over Africa,
Well, I
weekly,
don't know
monthly,
that. I don't know.
yearly.
Look. Every time I hear Africans, be honest with you, man, Africans talk a lot of shit. I don't know what to believe anymore. You
Man,
know,
Carla, man.
I'm just serious. I don't. I
You
look.
think I'm one of them
Everything that
folks?
comes out of Africans' mouth is a fucking lie.
Okay.
It's
Listen,
bullshit.
listen.
I'll be honest with you, man.
Let me just be quiet. I'm gonna be quiet.
I mean, the reality is if you don't take
Understand that? Yes.
What am I hearing?
Hold on. 1 second. 1 second.
Understand that? Yes. In the direction. No, it's right now. Not that, but the paper. So now you must careful. Customer buyer. Yeah, people white man, they don't even know we don't come.
So I think the chief itself, they never the argument there now.
You see, you heard what he said, right? The white people has already arrived. The chiefs are are the one doing the deals right now. That's what he was trying to say. So which means now it's already been done.
All right. What does that say about?
They just
You
need to
said
move the
people were
people out.
displaced. You said people displaced.
I need to
That's
move
what
the
I'm trying
people
to say.
out.
They just need to
Okay.
move the people out. So, so it's in the process of just getting these people out.
So
That's the
they
next
haven't done
process.
that yet. They haven't got the people out yet.
That's the next process. That's the easy part for them. Trust me. That's the easy part for them. But at the end of the day, do you know
So
what these
does
people
this
gonna do
guy
to
hold it?
them?
This
Let
guy
me
you're
tell you what
talking
the
about?
people
Does
gonna
he
do
have
to
a
them.
camera phone?
Let me tell you what the people gonna do to them, right? The African way. They're gonna they're gonna it's like English word will be curse, but the African way will be swear. They're gonna swear them like the traditional way. Just ask Elvis, he tell you about it. So these chiefs, right? Their kids will forever be cursed. The country way, the African way. So that's what they're gonna do to them.
So what does that curse do? If they forget like this, you understand something, man. That curses don't do jack.
Trust me, it works. So their kids will never be good. You ever see, man? You ever see a corrupt African leader, president wise? Their kids
Yeah,
turn out to
they
be
be
good.
living. The people Gabon. You got guys over there when it's Equatorial Guinea, people starving, right? And then his son has like five county, Lawrence County, California, sees like five of his Lamborghinis and whatnot. He's jet setting all over the world and whatnot. So don't tell me about their kids will be cursed. Well, Africans be cursing.
No. You're missing the point. I'm
Africans
saying
were cursing the slave masters on the slave ship.
no. You're
Nevertheless,
missing the point.
that boat still sailed, and
No,
our
you're
black
missing the
masters
point.
over here, right?
You're missing the point, Carla. I'm saying as a productive citizen that has love for their people, his son gonna be just like a typical nigger that just wastes money.
I don't think he cares. I don't think they care.
That's what I'm saying. So at the end of the day, when your son becomes that, his son is not gonna be nothing after that. That's the whole point. Curse, it takes time. It takes time. It doesn't just happen like that. Like certain curse, it takes a couple years.
So that's
You
a
know what I'm
big
saying, for the
game
real
plan.
effect.
Put a curse on somebody, put a
They
juju on.
do it. I'm trying to tell you, man. Listen.
Kofi, has anybody put a juju on you yet?
I mean, going to Africa. I mean, it's like once I went to Africa and gained citizenship, I absorbed the people's problems there. So not only do I have problems in America, now I have problems in Africa. So if we could say if that's a curse, like sure,
No,
that's
it's
a
a
curse,
different thing.
and I have to beat it. I have to
Nah,
beat the
coffee,
curse.
coffee, 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 coffee. It's a different thing. What I was trying to say. It's a different level.
If
When
you
you
violate, it's
when
gonna
you
affect the family for generations to come.
I'm
Sure,
trying to tell you, when you do
it's
evil stuff like
that's in the
this,
Bible. It's in the
when you
Bible.
do evil stuff like this, there's a side effect. It happens slowly.
Yeah,
Slowly. There's certain things you just can't do to people. And you know what I'm saying?
it's karma.
In my personal opinion, certain things you just can't do it to people. It will come back. Man, if it doesn't affect you, it will affect your child in a different way and his child.
Now, if he didn't do it, then his family would have good fortune for the rest of their lives. But when you put other people through bad fortune, the
I'm
bad
telling
fortune
you,
is
man,
gonna go off
these
into
people,
your lineages.
yup,
Yeah.
these people barely have nothing. It's not because of it's because of these motherfuckers. I'm trying to tell you, man. And then you gonna look at these people, man. It's sad, man. It's sad. But anyway, it's life sometimes. Like people like me, I've never suffered. My family took care of me from day one. I've never suffered. But it's some people life, they've been through so much hell. You will never like, you know what I'm saying? It's some people like from their, from day one, they've been suffering.
Mhm.
These are the people I'm talking about. Like me, I've never suffered. Never. That's why
I
sometimes
would
when you have people, boasting, bragging, there's no point in all that.
I would say that the slave trade and going through slavery and going through a crack epidemic. That's suffering. Like all just all three of those: crack epidemic and being a slave in the Jim Crow South.
Honestly, I never been through a crack epidemic, so I can't talk about that. So I
I
never been
think
through a crack.
those two are kind of crazy if you have to go through that. But I feel like there's just things that we're avoiding over here in the United States that unfortunately, when you live in countries that are not as developed, not as diverse, you're gonna get a lot of fuckery, you know. And
It's just. I'm so tired, man.
yeah,
African leaders keep giving everything to the white man and the Arabs. I'm really tired about that. It made me thought about Carla when I was, you know what I'm saying, like when I heard this story. I said, you know what? This is what Carla is saying. Because if it was black folks, they would never allow this garbage. They would never allow this garbage. Because you know why? Black folks already have a personal hate for these people, man. You know what I'm trying to say? This
I
is what
mean,
I want my
yes,
people to have. This is the type of hate that I want my people to have in
yeah.
Africa. But how can I put them in them? You know what I'm trying to say?
It's like there's things over
How can
here.
I take that hate and
Yeah,
put it in Africans? You feel me?
there's
You understand,
justices over
Coffee?
here that we haven't gotten yet, right? The bombings of
But Coffee, you understand what I'm trying to say?
in Philadelphia. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. You know,
How can I
justice
do that?
sometimes justice takes a long time
But
to
how
reach.
can I do that though? Because it drives me nuts, man. I man, I hate, man. I hate the way our people like just poverty everywhere. What is not supposed to be like that.
Hmm.
And then you have these same people just giving everything to these white folks, to the Arabs. For what? Just give it to free. It's basically free. And then these folks went around go buy cars. What the fuck is a car? If you're not developing.
If
The
if
person, the
we're
person that makes a car is more powerful than the person that's buying the car. You
uh
you understand?
if we
Because the
live
person
in
that makes
these
the car,
republics,
he's developing, he's creating things.
mhm.
You just buying a car, you're not creating nothing. You just buying a car to show off.
Well, let me answer this question about Baruti. Interesting, my number one critic. Interesting. Collar is an avowed, vehement black nationalist. Yep, I'm proud of it. And posts and goes, I strengths of whites. Look, the bottom line is this: it's about admiring. I'm just acknowledging their strength and whatnot. They have a country, we don't. They own a government, we don't. They have a president that's just signing 250 executive orders. We ain't got shit. All we got is Al Sharpton and Farrakhan making impassioned speeches. We ain't got no fucking power. Broody, we don't have no nuclear weapons. We have no global banking system. We have no global trade system. We have no diplomatic channels. We have no government. We're not at the table with nobody. Man, a country like Burundi, poorest country on earth, have more power on the global scale than us. So tell me again why I should be happy. Yeah, I gotta admire the whites because whatever they did to get what they have, they have. From coast to coast, sea to shining sea. It seems like everybody wants to be here in America. You know, everybody wants to be here in America. Nobody's trying to freaking get out of here. People have to be kicked, dragged out of here, kicking and screaming. So I said to myself, how do you freaking have a country where they kicked your ass for 400 years and you still love it? And you still love it. So you got to admire the white man. He did whatever the hell he did and whatnot. I got to admire that. So when you get into about collar, I admire strength. I don't like cowardice. You know, I like the fact, I admire the fact that they stand up. The white man stands and whatnot. The black man like you sit when you take a piss and whatnot. That's what you sound like. You know, Instead of getting mad with me, be mad at these Negroes that sit around and don't have a fucking plan. I gave you a plan. We need a nation of our fucking own. But you haven't yet to freaking come in full force saying, I support this. What the hell's sad about it? If I look at other groups of people, the Japanese, they got a nation. The Chinese, they got a nation. Russia, they got a nation. Of course, I admire that because I want a nation for myself.
That takes a lot of bloodshed to
Yeah,
have a
well, I'm willing
nation.
to shed blood. I'm willing
Takes
to
a
do
lot of
what the hell
bloodshed.
it takes. I'm willing to do what it takes. If you're a real man, you say, look, whatever it fucking takes. Everybody else, because we're so programmed not to be men that we basically will say there's no other way. Other than that, you're sitting down and being a lapdog as somebody to another race of people. That's just the truth. There's three groups of people here in America. There's a freaking black people whose role is still the at the bottom, the slave, the underclass or whatever like that in America, the African American. You got the Native Americans who are just marginalized, whatever like that. They're just dismissed. And then the main story, the main event is white America. They're the main event. Other than that, that's the only three stories about America. Then you got the Hispanics.
The immigrants. Wait, the immigrants is a whole group in its own.
Well, yeah, but they're not part of the original story, though. They're just here and whatever. America's always been established. About the establishment of America,
Cash Patel. He's a FBI director from Queens. I'm
Yeah, I
telling you.
know that, but he's part of the new immigrants. That's fine. Yeah, you got new immigrants and whatnot. I'm talking about the foundation of America, right?
Yeah.
The original foundation of America could be lost if you basically start. So the whole thing, it was all right when it looked like Black America was being dismissed, replaced by African immigrants and Caribbeans, but white Americans start feeling threatened by these new immigrants, Hispanics. Someone we're trying to take over California. When they start looking at numbers like Texas could be friggin' taken over by Hispanics, California, then white people start getting nervous. Why do you think they're rushing to get as many people out of here as possible? They want to get like 30 million Hispanics. Like, why? Because they know these people breed. These people can have numbers and they can overtake the white population. That's what it's all about. We black people haven't figured that out. It's all a numbers game. And while we're sitting here as a permanent minority, we'll never have power because we never have the numbers. So that's what it is. So I'm going to tell you, that's what it is. So people say,
And like to set the record straight, we talk about Africa being primitive. We're talking about the whole, like that whole side, right? Africa, Europe, um, and the East, which is Asia. That to me, that's the primitive world. We're in the Americas. This is the modern world over here. That entire side like most countries are just made up of one race of people, which are made up of many ethnic groups that speak many languages. Over here we have one language and we're like a quarter of the world's population, if that makes any sense. We've done 300 million people. Everyone else is like at a billion each, right? But we're the ones that are thriving, and we're the ones that the country, like the rest of the world, needs to catch up to, but they can't catch up because they're kind of
Mm,
respect them. They have respect politics over over their different ethnic groups, as if it's like Star Wars. But the only thing is, in Star
you're looking at it
Wars
the wrong
they
way, my
understand
friend.
each other,
You're
right? In
looking at it the
Star
wrong
Wars
way.
they understand each other.
Yeah,
That's
you're
it.
looking at it the wrong way, my friend.
Go ahead, go. Tell me the right way.
You're looking at it the wrong way, my friend. I mean, first of all, I think America is about what 5% of the world.
1 billion. That 1 billion.
5%.
Yeah.
Look, America basically, look,
Asia 2 billion.
80, it takes out every, look, uh, only less than 5% of the world's population
5%.
Yeah.
earn over $30,000 a year. 90% of those people are in the United States. So America has a disproportionate number of the global wealth,
Mhm.
so
Uh, I mean, when the world trade in dollar, that's a massive advantage.
well, hey, look, the bottom line is it doesn't really matter about that. That's BRICS is not. It's going to be an alternative currency, right? It don't mean it's going to replace the dollar. That's not going to happen, bro.
That's a different topic.
I'm saying it's not going to happen. It's not going to replace the dollar. It's
Yeah,
not.
because because you don't want it to.
Well, no, I'm not saying I want to. If I'm talking from a vantage point of a nation state, right? Hey, you think I wouldn't take a loans for BRIC nations? Of course I would. I would. I would love to have them. I'm just telling you for your own good. There's a lot of people walking around talking about black people. Oh, BRICS. Look, they don't even understand. It's just an exchange. Let's say somebody wants to build a new factory that makes steel beams for construction, right? Before you had to go to the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and all these donors countries. They'll basically say, you know something, you was a bad man last year. We didn't like the way you talked about the transgender people or your Uyghurs, the Chinese, or whatever like that. China could freely now get loans and businesses, and they don't have to worry about people bothering about Taiwan or the Uyghur ethnic group and stuff like that. So the controls that the West has as far as like the money flow and the investment flow, there'll be an alternative. In other words, basically, Russia wants to invade Ukraine. Hey, no problem. We don't need the United States because we're trading our currency. I want to sell my Russian gas. Well, we have our own currency to trade in now.
Yeah.
So it's more
Money
to it
is a
than that.
tool, is an
You know?
instrument. The Jews first mastered it. Now, then it popped off in the United States, and now BRICS has the same technology that the U.S. invented, pretty much digital money.
Yeah, so yeah, digital money is that crypto digital money is going to be big. It's going to be replacing a lot. I said this years ago. I said, yeah, digital money is going to be replacing
You
the
guys are
dollar
funny.
and like that. But the BRICS are just doing it on a different
It's funny how
level.
you describe the dollar system, but then you gave example of something that's not really, you know.
No, I'm saying no.
Come on,
I'm
man.
saying the whole thing is this:
You should be come
America's
on, Carla,
dollar
man.
system. America's dollar
If you're gonna talk about the dollar, man, system, you
America's
can't use
dollar
that
system
example,
is
man.
basically tied to its politics right now. What happened when Donald
You
Trump
can't use that politics, man.
all
You understand? Just like I said,
all that let me say this, my man. All that's changed. In other words, basically, there was a lot of stuff tied to the U.S. aid, the dollar, and loans, stuff like that. It happened to do with the United States being the promoters of against climate change. All these agendas have just the World Trade Organization, the World Health Organization, all these things that basically these stipulations about pollution stuff like that just went out the door, not just by bricks because Donald Trump withdrew from a lot of these things, right? So the idea of that was that a lot of people objected to is to get U.S. aid, to get USA loans and whatnot. Those stipulations are not there anymore, So really, I don't really see what the need for bricks is anymore. That was
Money
points about bricks, because
money flows through the population that regenerates itself. So if the youngest population and the biggest populations is in the East, Asia, the Indians, the Chinese, in Africa, then that's where money is going
yeah,
to
but the thing is, the
to
money flow,
last.
the money flow is very low compared to the United States. The United States has a $34 trillion a year economy. You know, that's more than the rest of the globe combined, almost.
Hmm.
So so, like I said, most of the people who make over $30,000 a year are in the United States. Only less 5% of the world population makes that USD a year. So it is what it
In
is. The
in right.
the problem is that Africans have never created a consumption economy based on industrial and capital consumption. There's no credit system. There's no mortgage system. There's no real construction or anything like that. There's no manufacturing on the continent. There's no heavy industry on the continent because there's
Yep.
no consumption on any large scale of heavy industry. So
Africa gave its labor force away to to the U.S. to
yeah,
Europe.
yeah. Africa has been bleeding brain power for it. Not only did it lose millions of people during the transatlantic slave trade, but also in the last 50 years, look at all the millions of Africans that live abroad. These people are not contributing. That money they send back and stuff like that, they say it really doesn't really do anything for Africa. You know, yeah, it doesn't
But
do anything for Africa, What
but
you need is
can
people generating wealth by opportunity inside the country, and savings and investments and stuff like that. It's like you need a domestic consumption base. Somebody, if you basically manufacture something, right? Your primary customers should be a local market. That's like that. That's how Dangote got rich, right? Dangote discovered it was President Abacha that basically was the reason why Dangote. He said, wait a minute. We're exporting all this stuff, right? and we're getting paper back. So he said, why don't we basically do an experiment, right? He said he got Nigerian commodities people that produce rice, all this stuff like this to focus on the domestic market. And then people found out they were making more money than if they were trying to export. It was less costly because remember something, Africa never exports nothing. What they do is they make for Europeans to come and pick it up. Agents come pick it up. So they didn't have the shipping and everything. So they said, well, Nigeria said, we got 100 million people in our country. Why don't we just focus on local markets? And they found out, that there's a huge local market for this basic stuff like rice, butter, tomato products. They'll start manufacturing small stuff. That's how Dangote blew up by the Nigerian market. He's made most of it cement, all the stuff that they were importing. He started making it for local people, but Nigerian has a freaking population, to do that. All the rest of these countries don't have 100 million people, to guarantee that you have a domestic demand for whatever you're trying to make. Go ahead, Principe.
I'm trying to. It's a little echo in here. I was trying to get a breakdown. Salute to the panel. Salute to Kyla. Like and subscribe.
Peace,
Well,
peace.
I was trying to get a breakdown of the difference between what you did to describe as primitive governments versus uh, quote unquote non-primitive governments, and
Well,
African American leadership versus African leader. I see them
we
as
don't
very
like
similar.
I keep telling you, Principe. I don't know what part you don't understand. There is no such thing as African American leadership. We don't have a government. Do you remember an election that I didn't know about of a so-called African American leader? We don't have a political party that speaks for a voice for us that we're all part of. We have nothing. We have nothing. So the bottom line is this. So if we're going to basically do something, that's the future. But the bottom line, they basically, all these people that you see, Al Sharpton, are nothing but race traders and sellouts, right? Al Sharpton sold out to the Democrats, and all these other people are Republicans, MAGA people, whatever like that. We don't have an African American political party. It has to be African American. It can't be Caribbean like that because they got their own agenda. I get it. If I was Haitian, my main thing right now would be 500,000 people about to be deported. That's what I would talk about. But since I'm African American, I feel for you. I feel for the Haitian brothers and sisters, but that's not my fight. I have to have a platform where my issues, are. We do got a lot of issues in Black America that will. For instance, this one chick, Cynthia Erivo, why the hell they keep imposing this woman on us? She's playing a friggin' Jesus Christ, a black woman, lesbian, playing Jesus Christ. Why do they keep humiliating us with the media with these friggin' entertainers and stuff like that? We have to start speaking out against this. We don't want these people representing us. I don't want Puff Daddy representing me. I don't want 50 Cent representing me. I don't want these people degrading my culture. You know, we want to build up black institutions again. We used to have Ebony Magazine. We used to have Emerge Magazine. We used to have Essence Magazine. We used to have all types of things. We used to have BT one time was more conscious. So all these things that
A
we've all,
Liberian.
huh?
A Liberian owns Essence magazine.
Yeah, even though Essence, yeah, Richard Law Dennis,
Yeah.
yeah. But he's African American, basically. He says he's African American. I get that. But the
Did
whole thing is,
his family wasn't his family member assassinated or
well,
part
he
of
was
that
driven
13?
out because of the coup. Because of the coup.
Okay, that's cool.
8 years after the coup, his family felt persecuted, so they came to the United States and disavowed Liberia. You know,
Okay.
so that was sad because Liberia has a billionaire in America. They should be trying to reach out and whatnot. But I don't know. I don't know about. Sometimes I don't know about this country anymore. Anyway, the bottom line is this: we had all these institutions. We had Ebony Magazine, Jet Magazine. We had all these things. Rachel Dennis is good, but from what I hear, Essence Magazine has white people and white gays on this fashion board. I'm like, well, he took it over, but I don't know what he did about that. Because once Essence Magazine was controlled, the gays had got control of that magazine.
Oh, he did something with a woman, and I guess she filed like sexual harassment, and they almost kicked him off the CEO board because they felt like, oh, he's gonna affect the company
No, because the bottom line,
negatively.
he's trying to make all these changes. Like, why do we got white people pushing the LGBTQ agenda and shit?
Mm.
So there's more to it than that. So the bottom line is, since we don't come together and understand this game they're playing with, these people don't give us anything because
We
they love us. They got an ulterior agenda. The
yeah.
LGBTQ, they're pushing that hard in Black America, right? I even heard that $24 million USAID was earmarked to push transgender Sesame Street in Africa. All this stuff because we support the Democratic Party. We let them put look every time. Look, we should have a Black political party, African American political party, right? So when Africans governments come to us, they should come to us, and that party should be the lobbying party to get legislation passed, filtered through us to help benefit Africa. That's what should happen, right? So, but instead, Black people join the Democratic Party, and we end up doing their bidding and what their agenda is to Africa, which is division among Africa. The Democrats and the liberals are the reason why there's division between Caribbeans, Africans, and African Americans. They are. They know how to play. They play different groups of people. Now, if we were basically in charge of our own political party, and we say, if you want our vote, this is what we came up with. Well, no, this is what it is. We didn't ask you for all the stuff like that. Can you do this? Can you do that? Can you change this policy or not? Guess what? We're gonna give our vote for the Republicans then. You see how it works? But since we don't have a Black political party, we can't do that. And the bottom line, the reason why we have a Black political party, because they promise our political leaders a office, position. If you're gonna make, like they said, look, if you beat this, we're gonna give you $300,000 for your campaign. You get elected, we're gonna give you this money. We're gonna put you on this committee. Whatnot. He's thinking, shit, fuck Negroes, man. I got a good job. And that's all you see. People once they get that good job, because the Democrats got money, the George Soros people got money. The Democrats have billions of dollars to buy off Black people. They bought off our political class. So where we gonna get the money to pull a Black political party? I have no idea. I would think that you would think somebody like dang, this would disappoint Africa. They say they got African billionaires, right? Why wouldn't they call themselves a Pan African? How come he's never invested in a Pan African political party in America? You see what I'm talking about? That's why when I met, like, people think I'm angry or I'm being disrespectful. I said I very listen to very little what Africans got to say anymore. I really don't. I don't want to hear what Africans got to say anymore because I'm just disappointed in the continent.
It's not enough. It's not money. Money. You could have money, but people like own like assets that would never, like, people own planes and shipping marinas, and they own like assets that would never go away. They own financial institutions. Like, okay, sure, you could try to liquidate your billions, right? But say something about the Jews, and they'll cut your account.
Oh yeah, look how organized the Jews are. They're tiny. They're like 2% of the population, but look how much political power they have.
You got power, man.
They have real power. And they're tethered to a state. That's why I said we need an Afghanistan. And Afghanistan would definitely be able to create a Black political party in America to do its bidding. People now between an African American Black political party, whatnot. What else is there? Or you keep doing what you're doing right now. Democrat, Republican, Democrat good, Republicans bad, good, bad. It's like sheep. Good, bad, Republicans. Orange man bad. That's all you need to know. Orange man bad. See, Donald Trump is smart, man. He just hosted Black History Month in the White House, and he basically made that lady Johnson, whatever it is, as pardon czar. The one that he pardoned. She had 20 years left. He gave her a pardon. His first term, he made her pardon czar. He's smart. He's kicking these Black leaders in their head because they really got nothing. Now, when you look at it, even they got this Jasmine Crockett talking about, we were going to take Donald Trump's 5,000. It's like everybody's like, speak for your damn self, If he comes back with 5,000, you think anybody's going to turn that money down? Get the hell out of here, And that's what Black people are going to remember going into the polls in the midterms, Who put money in their pocket, And so they know that. So the Black leaders never had anything. They never built anything. We don't, as a principle, because it's about Black leadership. bro. We don't have any damn leadership, bro. We never had. We never will. Because as long as people get bought up by a major party, was Republican. That's why I'm against Republican. Black people joining MAGA too. That don't serve our interests. What the hell does that serve us for? We need a black political party so we can have our basic our agenda, whatever it is, whether it's Pan African agenda, whether it's if we decided to be proactive with the black immigrant community, helping the immigrant issues, or whatever it is, or worried about. We got to be honest about ourselves. We have to take on this gang culture in Black America and stuff like that. All these things, basically, education system, small businesses, and whatnot. All those things can be the basis of a black political party when you protect your interests and everything. Bruno goes, U.S. whites okay with Elon Dora having a big role in U.S. government, but same whites see so as a plain. I don't know about all that, but the bottom line is Elon Musk is saying what they want to hear. If you basically saying what these people want to hear, they'll listen to you. They don't give a shit about that. I know in the real world, Rudy, only thing people care about is dollars and cents. That's the real world. I work in the real world. I work with the white millionaires. All they care about when they call my sister or they talk to my sister is numbers. That's all they care about. You can produce. That's all they look at in the real world. All this other stuff. Black people have never really made themselves productive. You know.
And right, when it comes to Africa, when it comes to us in Africa, how many people are we able to feed? How many people who we're not feeding? How many of them are we going to be able to give the tools to fish? That's what it all comes down to. But in the United States, everyone is really everyone is it's either you're sustaining yourself or you're struggling, and it's either you're sending money back to your country or you're only working within this realm called America, which is, to me, I don't feel like it counts as much if you're not working on a global scale. Our leaders that's in power, that's in charge, they are working on a global scale. The whole South African thing, right, is to kind of tamper with bricks and to kind of like compete with it, right? Without the S, it's just a brick versus a couple of bricks. I just made that up.
Well, all I know is the whole thing is I think Elon Musk and all these other people lied to Trump when they basically sold us something. The white farmers, of course, you got empathy for people who look like they're being persecuted. Whatever. Like, what is this going to lead to? I have no idea. My whole thing is there's a reason why our ancestors passed in clause 27 in the Liberian Constitution. White people, non-Negroes or black people cannot own land or become citizenship in the republic. There's a reason why they did that, because they knew if you let white people come in, then next thing you know, you'll never get rid of them, you know, and that's what you have in Zimbabwe. These countries are
I
sad.
mean, you can get rid of them through sending a army of black bedwenches to dilute their offspring.
No, that's not gonna happen. You know what happened in South Africa? White people, white guys, for the most part, right? If they sleep with black women, they'll become coloreds, and you create another problem. Because of black people who are mixed don't fuck with black people. They basically come up in their own group, whatever like that. They can be blacker than you and me, but they basically consider themselves something different. Not black.
Yeah, yeah.
So my whole thing is that doesn't work. Because we tried that in Southern Africa, and all he did was created a mixed race community called coloreds. And they off in their own world and everything like that.
Nah,
And they
but where okay, mulattoes is like the first evolution of what Middle Eastern people look like today. Like
Well, but I don't buy into that uh, mulatto crap. All I know is it's about culture, about culture. In
Yeah.
Southern Africa, you have, and I look at the colored community, so some of them look like the regular black folks, right? And in South Africa, it's not even about color; it's about culture. You know, if you're mixed
Yeah.
race, you don't have mixed race ancestry, and you don't not tied to one of the ethnic groups like Kosa and
Mosa. Mosa. Mosa.
Kosa, Zulu, or whatever like that, you're considered colored. You know, that just means you're basically in between black, white, whatever culture. You could be all. I guess I look at South Africa. You got a lot of coastal people that are very very light skinned. You know, lighter than colored people, but they're still Africans because they basically it's a culture. Coastal is an African culture. You know,
Mm.
so it doesn't really matter about the skin tones, about the culture. That's what people don't really understand. You know, it's about culture, not color. You know, it's not culture. It's not the color. It's the culture. You know, so it is what it is. But yeah. So back to the topic. You know, the original foundational groups of America, is you have the Native American, right, the indigenous people.
Mm-hmm.
You have the African American who were brought over here during the slave trade for 1600, 1619. And you have the European American, the Anglo Saxon, and the people who assimilated early with them. I mean, when I talk about the European immigrant, I'm talking about the early old immigrants, the Italian, the Germans and the Irish, right? And
Mm-hmm.
then you may have a second wave of immigrants, the Italians and everybody else that came in the 20th century. You know, you can say they're part of white America now too, but when you say the old immigrants, it's the Anglo Saxons, the Germans, and the Irish. And so therefore the African American includes the people who came from the Caribbean, or that came and assimilated in the African American society in the 19th century. You know, that's what Tariq and FBA people don't freaking understand. There's a lot of African American, Black Americans, African Americans who are descendants from the freaking people from the Virgin Islands, the Caribbean, Cuba, Haiti, and everything like that. That blended right back into Black America, because it was like America was this. If you were white, you went in white society. If you were black or colored, you went into the black society. As simple as that. Native Americans, I've never seen instances with Mexicans or anybody else try to assimilate into the Native American culture.
I feel like when a Black American goes into the African continent, that's when you're really forced to perform, and you kind of you become a minority, and that part kind of scares the masses of Black people in the Americas, because here we're cool, right? Here we're always talked about, we're always in the media, we're
Well, I tell you one
where
thing.
we serve an
I'll be
importance
in Liberia
some
another
sort.
week, right? I
Yeah.
enjoy the fact that I'm not the subject of every fucking conversation, you know,
Uh-huh.
in the media and stuff like that. Whatever, I enjoy that shit, in a minute. I'm sick
Same
and tired
here.
of being talked about, you know, and stuff like that. So when I'm in Liberia, I'm at peace, really, because nobody's talking about me. I don't want to hear about black, white. I definitely don't want to hear about white people got to say. I'm over there.
Hmm.
Don't want to hear it, whatever like that. They could go suck an egg for all I care. So bottom line is, hey, look, I'm over there. I'm just enjoying myself, whatever like that. No racism.
Do people call you Americo over there, or
No,
Congo?
no, no. Well, that stuff that stuff is something people like Elvis keep up online. Nobody talks about that shit in Liberia.
Yeah,
You
yeah, it's like
go
forbidden
to Liberia.
almost.
The people there are so cool when everybody just down, because you got a lot of dudes from Philly. You got a lot of Philly dudes there and whatnot. People from New York, Philly. You go to
Liberians that's been in America for a while.
Yeah, they go back and whatnot, on vacation and whatnot. The clubs be packed with people from Philly, California, North Carolina, VA. Everybody say, "Where you from, man?" I go, "I'm
Hmm.
from Virginia." Oh man, I'm from Richmond, man. What up, man? I'm from Philly. I'm from Rhode Island. I'm from Minnesota. People like always bigging up where they come from in the United States and whatnot. It's just like, it's almost like they're the new American Liberians. So everybody there listens to hip hop, and dresses a certain way and stuff like that. So it's like it's like being in America almost. You don't see any difference between Liberia. I never really. The only time you feel like you're in Africa is when you go to Douala. There's a market called Douala, and that's by Freeport. Where that's when you feel like you're in Africa. That's when you feel like, oh damn, I just went to. I was just in fucking Detroit. Now I'm in fucking Africa and shit. That's that's what I said. And then we go up country one night, you feel like you're in freaking South Carolina. Bree says so-called African Americans should find power purpose of being global. Man, stop it, man. We're African Americans, right? And how we gonna? I'm sick of this global African crowd. What do we benefit from this? These countries, people, Broody. This is why I say. This is why you gotta have a leader like College Genesis, right? I'm looking out for Black America, right? African American, right? These people have governments, Broody. They have representation. They have militaries. They have agreements with governments. They have currencies with their pictures on it, their names on it. We don't have shit. So what the hell am I joining some global African shit? Well, I don't have anything. Now, if it's that thing, well, then why don't some of these countries give up their sovereignty? Then tell me about a global African. No. Every country want to hold on to their little sovereignty, their little flag, their little seat in the UN and all stuff like that. They go to these if things look important. Get the hell out of here with that shit, global African shit. Get the hell out of here. That's just no way of sucking Black America, sucking the life out of Black America, and we get nothing in return. Them days are gone. What do you think about that, Kofi? When people say the getting nothing in return, Pan Africans was dead. All right, Principe, you can answer that. Kofi went to sleep, I guess.
I can't answer that, man. I don't agree with none of that, so I can't answer that. My main point is that
So in other
we
words,
add to.
African Americans should just be global Africans. We got nothing. It's nothing of our own.
You could be yourself. You're already a unique African group, but you have a lot.
We are ourselves. We are ourselves. What do we need
You
Africa?
have a lot. You have a lot to learn from Africans as well.
Hold up. What do we need Africa for then? If we're about ourselves, what do we need Africa for then?
It was a global world, man. If you notice, immigration,
I'm
different people from around the world coming to America.
I'm in the United States. What do I need to global? I got everything I need right here in the United States. What I need?
Well, Donald Trump is welcoming new immigrations from different countries, especially wider
He's
countries.
not welcoming.
Donald Trump himself have German background.
I'm seeing tens of thousands of people are leaving every day. What do you mean he's welcoming people?
He signed a bill. He signed a bill about a merit-based immigration. His right hand, first buddy of America.
It'll take effect 20 years from now. Yeah, okay. I think.
The first buddy of America, Elon Musk, is an immigrant.
That merit-based thing is not going to include no Africans. I'll tell you that right now.
I understand that.
Well, check this out. 500,000 Haitians are slated to be deported. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I don't like that, but like I said, they're doing their. I think some of it is paperwork. You know what I mean? They have to posture that they're
just grabbing motherfuckers. You heard about that flight when a military plane? The Haitians were riding on the plane, tearing seats. Because they had to shackle them and buckle them down and whatnot. What do you think about that?
Well, I don't know about all that, but again, like some of them are going back to I don't know what regions they're coming from, but if they're from the capital area, it's very hot there at the moment. So I wouldn't want to go back there. But if you're from the countryside, you shouldn't.
People should go back to their countries, don't you think?
In theory, but if a country like America is like for years have manipulated the political structure to their benefit, removing certain leaders, playing favoritism with certain leaders, to the point in which.
Hold on. What you're saying, basically, Principe, that it's the government, right?
No, I'll go. Yeah, you can say that. You can say the government plays a role. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
why do you do it?
It's deep. It's deeper than just that, man. You got to be realistic. Like, it's like multi-level. Like the same way, if I ask you about certain situations in America, you're gonna say, "Oh, the government, the man, the people, they don't allow us."
I never say that. I never say about.
Yes, you do.
It's the
No, I don't.
government.
You don't say
I
government?
say
The government. The
no.
government. The government. It's the government. It's the government. The government. It's the government. It's the government. It's the government. The government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government,
Gotta go.
it's the government, booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka, run, booyaka, booyaka, run to
Oh
you,
my gosh.
booyaka, 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 run to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka, run, booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka, government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka, run, booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, 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 run to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka.
It's the government. The government. Now, Ross Moisture has smoked for you, Principe. You know,
What do you say?
He says Principe is always letting us hate Dusty H's, putting him on the hot seat. Wow, that's a lie, Colin. It's a people's mentality, Principe. Undercover FBA. I'm not no damn FBA, man. God damn, man.
Yeah, Kyla, yeah, Kyla, you single-handedly bringing this video up to 100,000 views, man. You played this song like 100,000 times, bro.
Every time I can't help it. Every time somebody say it's the government, man, that's what comes to my mind, man. Every
you
time
single-handedly making this song number one on YouTube.
I be thinking about you Negroes, and when I'm driving my car one night, they say, "Yeah, man." Every time I look at Africans, why can't we do this way? And I say, "Well, Colin, you got to understand, man. The government. You know what I put on my when I get ready to play in my car." The government, the government, the government, the government, the government. Booyaka, booyaka. Run to you, nigga. Run. But yeah, man. So, like I said, about this global African citizen crap. Kofi, what do you think about that?
Global African citizen. Is this happening on? This is well, we'll get passports.
See, I don't even care about passports, to tell you the truth, man. You know, I'm like this. My whole thing is this: the day
just becoming one.
The day I see countries like Gabon, Angola, Nigeria invite African American investors to participate in own an oil block, and we come out together and whatnot. Yeah, then you could talk to me. But it seems like Africans are greedy. They only want everything for themselves, but they preach to us about global African. Get the hell out of here with that shit.
They're gonna treat us like Nigerians.
Like what?
They're gonna treat us like Nigerians get the treatment on the African continent.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I just think the fact that Africans basically just don't. I don't know what it is. Like people tell me, people always say Africa has all these minerals and resources, and I was like, but Ukraine got a lot of minerals and resources. But the United States got a lot of natural resources. You know.
I mean, it's like having an idea, but never. But you're not the one that's how you saying implementing the idea and bringing it to life.
Why is Africans?
Coffee. Where you from? Where you from?
I'm from here. I'm from the U.S.
I got to give you the FBA check. Hold on.
I have African citizenship.
No, this is Black History Month. I got to give you the FBA check. Where your family from? Where your family from?
My dad was born in the Bahamas. His mother was born in Miami, but her parents were born in the Bahamas. So they've been going back and forth from the Bahamas. You know, we Black Seminoles.
It just sound like a nigga with a canoe. That's what it sounds like to me.
But my mom is right? She's from the Carolinas, right? Comes from Rice Land.
I'm totally you. I don't really care. My main point was simply this: like the overall premise of my point is that basically the world is global now, or it always has been. So
Yeah.
if you guys don't really want to coordinate with other nations, how do you think you're going to
Oh, well,
survive
you know why? Hold on.
in
You know
the
why?
next 10
You
years,
know
the
why?
next 20 years, next 15
Why
years?
Christopher? Because we're not a nation.
My
So
children are born in Ghana. I have Ghanaian children, and you're right. Like, so I wasn't getting no ass over here. I wasn't laying no seeds over here in America. I didn't really want to.
well, I'm sorry. My point I'm trying to make is that's all beautiful, right? And if you found something in Ghana, yeah, that's what I said. On that scale, I hopefully you wish you got my blessing. Go right ahead, right? What I'm talking about when people say, "Oh, this global look." Bottom line is this, right? We, like I said, my wife is Liberian, right? That's my connection to Liberia. And I got my guy Ross. We have a BAO chapter in Liberia or whatnot. That as soon as this becomes monetized, I'm gonna start funding that. And we're gonna really expand in Liberia. I'm incorporated in Liberia, so I'm gonna do a lot of big things in Liberia, and eventually branch off to other parts of the continent. Find out where we're gonna build the African, stuff like that. That's what I'm gonna do in the next few years, right? So that's my stake in Africa, right? Now, if Africans, Principe, say, something, college answers, we support the Africans. And more and more will start saying, even that guy Lozy will say, yeah, you guys need your own state, you know? And basically, if that becomes a thing of Africans basically supporting the idea of an African, then I could be a global African, Other than that, we have nothing to talk about. That's my price.
Can I ask you another question too? Because you claim you're a nationalist.
There's no if, no ands, or buts about it. If that's a deal breaker, whatever like that, then we'll always be ever. We'll just rock with America forever and fuck it. That's what I
That's
feel.
beautiful right there. But you also claim you're both you try to build your African
Yeah,
state.
I
You're
know that.
also
Hold
a
on, hold
black
on. We can be
nationalist.
hold on. We can be African Americans, but we don't. That don't mean we have to be connected with Africa, the continent, because the continent
How's
Africa.
that work? How's that work?
All it seems like is Africa is just going to give us a whole set of new problems when that. Look, the bottom line is the United States is at odds with South Africa, right? Why do we want that to be involved with that shit?
So
Why?
you believe you're gonna build hold on. You believe you're gonna build an African state and you're not gonna have political issues or ties
Well, no,
with
no, because
America
the
or
bottom line
African
is
surrounding African nations?
nothing we're doing is going to conflict with the United States. If we do, then that's on them. We're not
Do
gonna,
you listen to your own show, man, or no?
oh, look, I say like this. Let's say like this. Look, anything I say, right, is
You
because
you
I'm
claim you're gonna make deals with whoever,
I'm
however,
preempting.
whenever.
I am preempting any sort of thought like, okay, I gotta be look. I have every right to believe what I want to believe. And the United States have a problem with that, then that's the United States problem. I don't basically have anything. I'm not look. The United States has an interest in, let's say, Liberia, right? They're basically really serious about corruption in Liberia and West Africa, and they're going after it. I don't say nothing about that. Like this, the United States basically has a thing about the now they're concerning about the Boer farmers in South Africa. That's not my damn issue. Whatever I said this a year ago about Niger. United States is in conflict with Niger over the shutting down U.S. bases. I'm not gonna make a comment about that publicly. Why? Because that's not my fucking business. Whatever the United States does in Africa is like this. So long as they go like the Godfather, best your interests don't conflict with ours. Now, the day we do have conflict or interest, then we'll do it like that. But I have no friggin' if the United States is a global power, of course we're gonna have influence in Africa, and bases, whatever like that. I can't stop that. I'm just here to say whatever they're doing should not conflict with what we're doing. Now, if they fundamentally have a problem with what we're doing in Africa, then we seriously got a serious problem. That's where the black political party comes in to protect us. We need a
How's
black.
that gonna protect you? How's that gonna protect you?
Why
You
protect?
think Haiti doesn't have something like
Hold on,
that?
hold on. The black vote was key. Even Donald Trump said for him getting elected this time, us staying home and the large numbers of people that voted for him was what put him in office. He said that at the White House. So basically,
Absolutely, I agree with that.
black people and the black voting population with Kofi as well. How many people black people actually vote? Was like 15 million. Actually vote.
Thanks. We can Google it right now.
15 million votes, 15 million vote, right? If that was a voting block, we could decide every election, Senate, everything nationwide forever, president, everything forever. So all we need to do, they know that. That's why they divide us into their two political parties. They don't want us having our own political party with their own agenda that they got to cater to. You think they want that? No.
Divide you? How do they divide you?
Divided
They
because
basically.
they got people call themselves MAGA, and you got not even divided but Democrats. Like most black people aren't MAGA, but they also that's growing though. And also, what it is they divide black people between black people who basically think they got a black agenda with the Democratic Party, and black people who are out for the gravy train with the Democrats can provide for them. They don't care about any agenda, as long as they're getting paid and they getting their little committee seats or office seats and everything. That's the divide right there, you know. And then the third tier that is the independents and the MAGA people.
It
So
sounds like you think that people vote on primitive needs, man. It sounds like that's what you saying about the
no, I'm
FBA
not
people,
saying
AA
that. I'm
people.
saying if black people had an agenda, like if we had an agenda, I'll give you one, right? One is I think black people should support school choice. I think black people should support better police community relationship nationwide, right? I think there should be sentencing reform in some areas like that. That's an issue, right? I think basically black people, as far as like getting loans for SBA and small business, when that should be streamlined, grants. American government, principally, spent the biggest consumer in the world is American government. It's like $900 billion a year, right? Black people probably get less than 1% of that, you know? I had my mayor, Bobby Dyer of Virginia Beach, talk to me and said, man, we gotta get the brothers out there. That was when the first year Pharrell did the something in the water concert. And he said, man, he said, we want more stuff like that. He said, man, I want to see old man. I come down here, man. He said, man, I want to see y'all making money. I want to see y'all in business. He goes, you come by my office. How we do? I said, and I had just moved to the city of Chesapeake, right across the boundary. I said, I live in Chesapeake now. But he said, still come down here and talk to me. I still got a card about the mayor, Bobby Dye is cool as hell, man. Yo, come down here. I want to see we brothers got to start making the money. Listen, like 3% of the city contract go to black people, man. I want to see y'all making some money, man. We need to turn this place up, man. He said, I moved out here from North Newark, man. I see, you know, man, I want to see y'all doing so. Y'all got to stop being so scared. Get this money, you know? And so that's nationwide. Black people are not getting their fair share of city contracts, state contracts. All that stuff matters, you know? And so, stuff like that, federal contracts, all these things matter, you know? Also,
But
when we go to Africa, right? Why should we go there empty handed? We should be able to go streamline the Overseas Private Investment Corporation. If Bomani's trying to build a community in Ghana, right? He should get the money, you know, to build critical infrastructure and everything. You know, there's the millions and billions of dollars the federal government gets. Yeah, the mayor talked directly to me, bro. Mayor Bobby, I got a picture. I'm gonna show. I'm gonna find a picture. I got it on my phone. I'm gonna find a picture and post it. You know.
you sure you didn't dream it,
No,
Colin? Maybe you dreamt it.
the mayor. He came. The thing is, he came. My boy JoJo, right? He's on the Human Rights Council. He was trying to get me on the Human Rights Council, but I live in Chesapeake, not Virginia Beach, at the time. I moved. It was back in 2019. Actually, it was 2000. Was that year? Was that 2019? Yeah. And I was like, I couldn't get on Human Rights Council in Virginia Beach because I lived in Chesapeake. I just moved to Chesapeake. So anyway, he was coming out of the Food Lion and fucking the dude was the mayor. He was fucking drunk. He was driving, man. He was drunk. He was tore up. His face, his breath smelled like fucking alcohol. He was like, yeah, and he had a case of beer and whatnot. You know, I was like, fucking man. He was like hugging on me, man, brother. We gotta come down my office, man. We gotta talk, but not, you know, drunk as hell, man. I said, that's the mayor. He goes, yes, my boy JoJo, he's Filipino, introduced me to him. You know, introduced us. We all took pictures together. I got pictures. I got the pictures. You know. I just gotta freaking find them for a phone. Well, yeah, I was like
But
2000.
again, Kyle, that highlights a level of leadership. You guys kind of minimize your leadership while still boosting about your leadership. Don't you think
No,
that's the real
if I do,
problem?
if
It's
I
not
do
really the
something,
Democrat or Republican.
if I do something, I don't call myself a leader. I'm just doing what I need to do. I'm an activist. So I do what I do. I don't call myself a leader. You know, I just provide leadership. You know, that means I take an initiative when I just like I said, the tour.
But
It's take a
Kyle, you
lead.
don't see the pattern that
I want somebody else. I want other people to get into tourism to Africa,
but
Liberia, and stuff like that. You know, that's
Mm,
leadership. I'm
the
showing by
biggest right look the biggest mistake is for African American to go out there and be singled out by a group that's the majority. that's something you want to avoid, because no matter how much money you make, you're going to be the target. That's what happened in Liberia after 150 years
Oh
of
yeah,
ruling.
I know. Look, the
They
bottom
got
line is
singled
this.
out
I asked a
and
question.
Think
killed.
about who?
What do we
They
do?
got singled out by the native people and
What
killed.
do we do? What do we
They
do?
got they were mistreating the
We're not
native people like the
mistreating.
whites were,
That's a
man.
crap.
But they still couldn't. They still, after 150 years, you would think that they're natives too, right? If we were
They are
sold as
native too.
slaves, how did we lose our native identity?
Bro. If you come, or if we came, like the same way the immigrants are coming here. If you mistreat them, they're gonna look at you as okay, f these guys, right? Or vice versa. Some people view the people that's
Bottom line,
coming here today as new neo colonizers of Americans, right? African Americans, right? They view us as we're coming to change the African American culture,
Yeah.
XYZ. So it's basically the reverse of what happened there in your mind. But we're not even doing the same. We're not
not
doing no.
necessarily.
Hmm?
Principally, there was actually from day one. Kyle Farmer said it, there was actually integration of the two groups from day one on the coast. Now, the hinterland is a different story. On the coast, Bassa people, Day people, Mamba people integrated with the local American Liberians. You know, they even married with each other and everything like that. So that's nonsense. You know, that's nonsense.
Bro,
You know,
I read that some of them were like to even after they educate you, they will change your name to a American Liberia name.
no, it's not
They
necessarily.
will
Okay, explain the Massaquoi
almost
family.
like the slave master did to the African Americans.
The two most powerful families in Liberia are the Massaquois and the Fambulas. So explain that.
What is it? They're a part, like I said, they're an integral part of the building
No,
of the nation. I don't.
they were
That's
part
not the
of
problem. The problem is the mistreatment of the natives.
they were the part of the Vi tribe. They had very powerful positions in the government and stuff like that. And they almost those the Massaquoi clan as well, who negotiated the largest investment in Black Africa was the Bong mines. So what do
Either
you
way, it was right. It if their thing was to get everyone on the same code and get everyone to speak the same language, at the end of 150 years, 1980 came. The shit backfired, and it sent the country into chaos. Now we have to learn from that. Are we gonna repeat the same thing? Like, no, I'm gonna let the indigenous people rule. I'm gonna be behind the scenes as the person pulling the strings, and I'm gonna put indigenous face
I have no hey, look,
always
I
in
have
the
no look,
front.
I have no intention of ever ousting
Americos
ever
wanted to be in the front.
running Liberia, whatever like they have all I ask for them is that you have a republic, right? You got a recognized republic, right? That's the easy thing to do. You have a republic, you got executive building, nice place, you know, executive buildings, you have boundaries, you have borders and everything like that. There's no reason. I talked to a lot of Liberian guys one night. They said, "Man, all I ever want is to make like $500 a month, right? And I'll be good when I, you know." Every Liberian young man I talked to, man, they said, "Man, life is just so hard." And whatnot. You mean tell me Liberia has gold, diamonds, rubber, it has palm oil, whatnot. I saw Great African's palm oil farm. I went up there, Nimba, you know. They got so many things that they could turn into manufacturing, sell to the world, and get rich, like the Maserati group of companies did in the 1960s. You know, but they bottom
Yo,
line is they don't want the people that
yo,
live in Liberia doesn't
when
don't
the
care about this.
when William Tolbert first married his wife, they were poor. All they had was land that was passed down from their parents and their grandparents gave their parents. So they used that land and turned that into assets. They built homes and they started farming.
The native
But they were poor.
the native people didn't understand that. You know, when you basically the Liberia had land laws. There's three types of property in Liberia. There's indigenous land, there's government land, and there's private property. You know, most of the indigenous land is not deeded. Now, a lot of people in Nimba are taking their indigenous land and turning it into private property, and they're getting rich. They're putting hotels up like crazy in Nimba County. Nimba's nice, you know,
Yeah.
and basically they're building on power stations. They're doing a lot of stuff in Nimba County. It's unbelievable, you know. And so also Nimba is also on the Guinea border, right? And basically they have a lot of cross border commerce and everything between Guinea, the Ivory Coast, Liberia, that whole region up there is like booming, up there. When I was there, in San Niquelli, I was there, So bottom line is, you talk to most people from Nimba, they really don't have like great African, right? He always tells me, matter of fact, he was supposed to be on here tonight, man.
Mm-hmm.
He also often tells me that I thank God for our ancestors, Black America, who are my ancestors. He don't call them American Liberians and other people. He said those are my ancestors who came from America. And every
Not
time
all. I mean, not
no,
all of
I'm
them. That's
telling you
crazy.
how real Liberians talk.
Yeah.
I ain't talking about online. When you meet real Liberians, right? They'll say, "My ancestors that came from America." They understand they have a connection with Black America. When you go to Liberia, the churches, you'll hear Martin Luther King speak. You'll hear Malcolm X. You'll see the Nation of Islam there. You see the connection. All Liberians, whether native, whatever like that, have a connection to Black America. You see Black America's presence in Liberia. After all these years, they do things like Watch Night, which is still Black America culture. They do a lot. They even celebrate Kwanzaa in Liberia. So
That was used against them by the white media. Yeah, it was definitely used against them.
well, the bottom line is
Again,
Liberians. We tell you about Liberians other than like other Africans, right? Ghanaians, all these other people. Liberians really don't give a shit about white people and what they think. When they don't. They don't. Oh, I watched them very carefully. They don't really care about white people. They don't worship them and fawn over them like other Africans do. They don't. They don't really care about what white people think. When you're black,
Um,
when you're African American or Black American, you're something special in Liberia. You feel like it. You feel it. You're something
Prince,
special in Liberia. So
Prince, are you Liberian?
no,
no, I'm Haitian.
he's a
A
Haitian.
Haitian. Okay,
My main point was that if
say.
Sakpa not Boule, my main point was that it was not a
I
don't
hear
see you
that
as a
Africans saying
king.
"stop I say." What the hell does that mean?
It's a greeting.
Sakpa it's like a metaphor. Like back in the days they used to burn candles, so you say Sakpa not Boule, the candle burns in like hour, quarter, whatever. So it breaks down throughout the day. I think it's like every hour it burns like an 8 hour candle, 24-hour candle, whatever. So it's like you burning the day. It's like a metaphor to burning the day. So
Oh, I
Wabule
never knew that.
Junea. So you burning the day. It's like a metaphor. You know what I mean?
Oh,
But
whatever.
that's what it breaks down
I
to. You
never
say
knew that.
Sakpase,
Whatever.
Nabule.
It's like whatever floats your boat, man. Whatever floats your boat, man. So
Yeah,
I
but like
thought
that's
I didn't know
yeah.
the
I'm sorry. Go
meaning.
ahead.
I didn't really know the meaning. I just everyone says it in New York. When
I hear Rihanna says in her song "stop I say," I don't
mm,
know.
Yeah, some of them don't even know the meaning, but that's the meaning of it. That's the meaning of it is like a breakdown of the day. You're burning the day. You know, Sakpase Nabule. What are you bullying? What you're burning? You're burning the day. And it's like
mm,
back to the candle metaphor, which you're that's like one of the original time measurements of ancient times. Which as the candle burns down, that means that time is moving. You see what I'm saying? But a lot of them
mm.
don't even know that. You know what I mean? But that's the
I
root of it is.
w- when I speak to people from Haiti, I like to mention Raoul Peck. Now Raoul Peck is a Haitian film director, and I
I heard
guess
of him
after
in Canada, right? In Canada, right?
I made Canada, but his family moved to either France or to Africa. They moved to like a French part of Africa after one of the
Hmm.
coups, and they were able to take their Creole and their knowledge of French and just easily blend in with the francophone Africans. And
Hmm.
like that's what if I was from Haiti, that would have also been my route. But since I'm an Anglo
No,
American, my route
Thank
was
God, thank God.
there's Haitian communities in Benin, and there's Haitian communities in Congo. There's
yeah.
Haitian community in Cote d'Ivoire. There's Haitian community in Senegal. That's not a new thing. Like African
Those
Americans is not the
people,
only unique group that went back.
And they
yeah,
listen to the
but
compa,
hold on,
right?
those people
They
never
all
built
play the
any
compa
Yeah,
music.
those countries listen to they have their own
hold
traditional
on,
music that's similar to compa too.
this is
Yeah.
Prince B. We're the only ones that actually built a republic on the continent, so
Like I said, I respect African. I don't have no issue. I like the only reason I brought up the Liberian thing was because I feel like you guys are trying to make it a native versus
I
African American thing, and it's
look,
not.
let me tell you something. Let
It
me
was an
tell you
element
something.
of
It's never look.
governmency, like how
Let
you.
me tell you something. It was never native versus America. That's a thing. The West played that up. There was never any native. It was more basically about one group of people. I guess a lot of people felt like,
That they
you
had a
know,
head start.
yeah, had that start. And also, you understand something, right? When you basically have young men, right, and their life, and when I see this all the time, right, young people they see some people living really well, right, and the bottom line is they told, and then the people that was running Liberia didn't really think they didn't see the rising of the tide, you know. You can't just have a group of people starving and or be dismissed or man. Let me tell you something, a man is a man. Somebody coming from his village, right? He's a proud man in his village. You were told you were this one, even though I think it's a little messed up or not. You know, people should be told there's something they're not. You know, say you were told you're son of a king and you're all this stuff like this. And then when you go into a society where someone's calling you a boy or a boy, like I told Isabella about that, said, look, don't call our driver the boy. Don't do that shit. I don't like that shit, what they call grown men the boy, boy and whatnot, So stuff like that, when now you've made to feel belittled because of your background. Of course, they're going to basically one day say, be resentful for you just for that reason, even though they'll make up in their mind or they'll exaggerate. Like exaggeration is a bastard child of enthusiasm. So they probably exaggerated the American Liberians' oppression and stuff like that, but it was justified because they felt this group of people oppressed them because of just their mere existence. So what do you do if you basically, my whole thing was, I'm looking back at history, right? I think that the American Liberians should have never, ever taken the hinterland over, and they never should have integrated them into Liberian society. What they should have did was either gave that land over to the UN or the French, whatever like that, and then sovereignty should have been just a 40 miles and 300-mile coastline. That should have been it, and then let the indigenous people in the hinterland form their own government and state, like a two-state solution. That would have worked. But we had this idea that everybody's black, so we'll get along. That's that mistake we made.
No, no,
But you're
because
not.
when
But
we
you're.
go ahead, Prince. Go
Oh, go
ahead.
ahead. I'm sorry. You go ahead,
I,
bro.
I was gonna say when we go to Africa now, things happen so fast that you don't control it. You're instantly the foreigner that got the money. You're the black foreigner. You're the Oga. You're the Obruni. You're the I forgot what they. You're, I forgot
Whatever.
yeah, they like you're the Oba. You're the person that you're the African that traveled abroad, so they know that you're bringing back the money.
And that's sad.
Now,
That's sad. Africa's supposed to be the place with the money.
now a lot.
We should be poor, coming to
Yeah.
Africa, and Africa should have cities with streets
What?
with gold.
You're already put in
Kind
a
of, kind
category to where you're on a pedestal,
And I
of, but
do not like
and I'm
being. Look,
and I'm broke as fuck.
I don't like being pedestalized. I don't like being pedestalized.
But Carla, you're not fully being honest. One, with your example with the Miracle Liberia, they shouldn't necessarily have to do anything differently, but they should have just governed with more respect towards the native
No,
and
no.
had a more inclusive
Hold on.
government.
Let me tell you something, Principe. Most native Liberians had their own government. They had a paramount system of trial. They had their own courts, their own everything like that. So only time they, only person they had to answer to was the superintendent of their county. And when they came to the cities, then they were under the modern law. When they was in their villages, they were under tribal law. So they were governed by their tribal paramount chiefs, and the paramount chiefs were paid by the Liberian government. They were the government payroll. You know,
They were sovereign, right? They were in their own enclaves up until after the 1940s, where
they
like
they had
like
a dumb idea.
globalization
They
started to
had
happen.
a dumb idea trying to integrate them and then put the same people into the army when they arming them. You start arming these people and whatnot. What do you think was going to happen? They were just biding their time.
The
You know,
trade, the trade, like their natural way of living in the bush and in the hinterlands were being depleted because now rice is being packaged. Now all their trade is being branded, and now they have to go from the hinterlands and to the coast to look for money and food. And then the shit was just and then you had a lot of old ass American Liberians still like stubborn, like that's how my dad was in Africa. Like my dad was so cheap that like I needed to take the money sometimes and do what we had to do to survive. Like my dad was just old, and I felt like, okay, that's what the youth of Liberia was dealing with, these old men still in office. That's coming from the Tubman era, and then Tolbert was like in between that, and he was like the sacrificial lamb, you know.
The thing is, Tolbert had the rally time projects, whatnot. But the thing is, though, you understand something. People, like I said, it was Liberia is a sad, unfortunate situation because you look at Bentall. You go to Liberia, Bentall of a Japanese highway in Liberia, Japan Highway, whatever. It's fucking nice. It's like a little tiny Tolbert city. They built like it's like a homestead with a whole bunch of houses back there, unfinished, abandoned. Bentall.
Yeah.
I've been there.
But
If Tolbert still go there, and I met Stephen Tolbert there a few years ago.
when we go into Ghana, the thing is to do quickly is to lose your American names. Adapt a Ghanaian name.
I
Always say that you're one of the people.
I will do that. I mean, like this, I got to be
It's
who
it's
I am.
hard, man. It's not
Yeah,
easy,
like
right?
that's what I love about Liberia. I don't have to
It's
do
not.
all
It's
that.
hard.
That's what I love about Liberia. I don't have to. You don't have to apologize for who you are. I'm not going to do that.
Prince.
If I got to go to any country and I got to apologize for who I am, this is what I am. My ancestors were taken here during the translation. So even though I do have an African name,
Yeah.
well, I'm like this.
Prince.
My ancestors were brought here during the transatlantic slave trade. That's who I am.
Hmm.
I'm forever representing that. That my alpha, we're crossing over the Atlantic in the Middle Passage. That's who I am, right?
Uh-huh.
So anybody basically has a problem with that. You got a problem with me.
So
You got a problem with my people. Simple as that.
so
Because
let's take the
we let Africa. We always apologizing for who the hell we are. That shit got to stop. Because the bottom line, one thing I learned is you got to make Africans respect you. They got to respect what happened to us, where our position is, and whatnot. And so, therefore, when they come to America, right, they feel like they don't have to respect us because we don't respect ourselves. Say no. That's why one of the reasons why I think the FBA movement is growing, is because they get the impression that people don't feel like they have to respect us because a lot of us Pan Africans have told the world you don't have to respect our story. Our story is the American story. It's the African story in America. You can't come here as a black person, right, and just be dismissive of the history of the original Africans and what they went through in America, because that's what made America. There would be no African immigrants or black immigrants here if it was not for our story. Understand? So that has to be respected at all times. A lot of countries, like Bomani was telling me, he said, if it was not for the diaspora coming to Ghana, Ghana wouldn't have shit. He said that. He said, look, right now, he said, the Europeans come here don't really spend a lot of money. He goes, you got a lot of black Americans.
no, no, but like right. Let's reverse it, right? Let's take Prince. Prince is Haitian. He speaks Creole, and most likely he could adapt French easily. Now, when Haitians come from the Americas and go to Africa and go into these Black Francophone companies, you guys would by default be categorized as the new bourgeoisie, and they're not going to see you as a human. Really, they're not going to see you as a person that could go poor,
But the thing is,
because in their
Liberia,
minds, in order to be here,
Kofi,
you have to be rich.
in Liberia, you always gonna be around Liberia. One thing I love about Liberia is you're basically, as a black person from America, right? When you go to Liberia and they hear your accent, they automatically assume I'm a Liberian just returning for vacation. That's what they assume. And I don't say nothing. I don't go tell where I'm African American on my chest. I just go, hey, okay. They will hear my accent. Okay, you're from states. Where you from? Virginia. Okay, that's it. They don't ask me. I had one brother was like, yeah, I was talking to him a long time. He's from Philly, And I was staying in his he owned a hotel building. I was staying in when I first went to Liberia. We had to stay in a hotel for a couple of days. Anyway, he said, "Yeah, I'm from Philly, where he opened up a gym." He said, "I opened up a new gym here and whatnot, blah blah blah." And then he said, "Yeah," I said, "It was my first time in Liberia, right?" And he said, "Well, how many years have you been away?" I said, "My whole life." He goes, "So you mean tell me your parents were born in America?" I said, "Yeah, because I'm African." He goes, "Oh, you're African American? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah." But the bottom line is, he was just wondering, because he thought I was like him. He said, "Man, I lived like 25 years in America, and I'm back here right now doing some business and whatnot." I mean, a lot of Liberians like that, and they have they're like Black Americans, African Americans, and like one guy told me, he said, one Liberian guy told me, "I'm African American." I said, you ain't gonna have arguments out of me. He said, "I lived in America and blah, blah, blah." I got his cards. I got to call him. He's a guy, he invested in farms. He's doing a lot of big stuff. Older guy. He's an elder, right? He said, "As far as I'm concerned, we're all African Americans, right?" I said, "Yeah, sure we are." What am I going to do? Argue and say, "No, you're a Liberian"? No. He calls himself African American. So, hey, look, he identifies as African American. So, what can I say? So that's how easy it is, African. But as long as you basically embrace our story, you become one of us.
But Kala, I think you're missing his point though. His point was not about African Americans. I think he's saying that inherently, whether you're African American or a Liberian, when you go back, you're viewed as you're coming from the West, so you're viewed as you have money. So
Well,
they view you as
it
with a
all
certain.
depends, right? It all depends. Like I said, a lot of course, they know if you have the ability to travel to their country, right? And you got a chauffeur. I mean, I got a driver, and I'm staying in a nice house and I'm spending weekends in a nice hotel. Of course, they think you got money. Of course, you know what I'm saying? That's not it is because the bottom line is not because what I like to see is Liberians making the sort of money in Liberia where they don't freaking feel like inferior to people who have money from the West. And basically, like I said, the government has you have a government, right? And all these things require government policy. But like my brother Sam Cooper said, he says these native boys that's running the country don't know what the hell they're doing. There's people that come to Liberia. I brought Ambassador Hyman there, last year. Unfortunately, man, he said, "This is what we can do, blah, blah, blah." Sat down with government officials. They gave him police escort, everything. He was staying, he met with the president and everything like that. But these people just don't. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. Like I said, but the native Liberian right now, instead of building a country, they always want to blame the so-called American Liberians for everything.
Oh, hold on, Carla. Carla, according to you, when you go back, you say you see a lot of development. So that means they're
Yeah,
expanding
well, what I'm saying is, well,
the
you see
development into different
development, right?
regions.
Hold up, but
More so,
that don't mean it translates to the people. Having nice roads and stuff like that, you need industries. That's going to employ people. You know, if you have development, but you have Chinese people doing most of the contracting with some Liberian workers, that's not really doing nothing for the country. So for the country. So yeah, you have development, of course. Yeah, you got to build roads. There's a lot of programs for Liberians access to get roads built. The highway to Lincoln, the airport to Monrovia is complete. The roundabout in Elwood is complete. The social services building is complete. It's nice. And that whole junction right there in Elwood looks really freaking nice. It looks like you're in a part of Manhattan. It's really, really nice. Then you go into Clement Boulevard, St. Croix, these other places like that. It's freaking nice. But same time, right? There's still not. Remember something. There's a limited amount of capital and investment. That's what Africa is competing with the global world for capital investment. When investors really got it easy in the world, they look for countries with a good index to say, okay, we can invest $50 million in this country right here to build this or whatnot. If you don't have the right sort of government in place, or when they come to a country and they see people who are barely literate running a country or whatnot, they're like, hey, we get around the plane and get the hell out of there. One thing the so-called American Liberians was able to do is just by their presence and even people like Tubman, their awe and their showmanship and everything like that, they was able to convince people like the investors that built the bong mines in 1960. That was the largest investment. That was brokered the largest investment in Black Africa. The largest project in Black Africa was the bong mines in Liberia. The largest. That was bigger than anything in Nigeria, Ghana, South Africa, any place on the continent. That was the first major investment, Western investment in Liberia, the Bong mines.
Yeah, but did they take that money that they got from that big
Yeah,
contract to
that money, hold on,
diversify
that revenue
the
is what
economy?
developed modern. That's what built modern Liberia.
I felt
Yeah,
like
but you guys said that years later that the locals had to come inland or to the bigger cities because there was
No,
a lack of
hold on.
opportunities in their regions.
The
I'm
Bong
telling
mines was
you,
in the hinterlands, right? In the
Yeah.
hinterlands, same with the Bomi and the Lamco. That was in the hinterland, right? But there was a lot of people who basically who benefited, right? Visible people who, of course, people who broker deals, work in offices, always gonna look like they got more money than the people who are just working, right? So basically, if the people, the naysayers, were able to convince enough of the native people that the Congo people were stealing all the resources, that wasn't the truth. That was just basically it looked the optics of it looked really bad. You know, the coal and all the stuff like that coming from the native people's land, and you got the Congo people in there living really really well and off what they considered their minerals on their traditional land. So I don't know. It was very easy for somebody to come by and say, "See, the Congo people's are thieves when they stealing all the money and whatnot." That wasn't really what the case. Liberia was about developing a modern banking system, so that means they had modern real estate. So they were able to build homes and stuff like that, put money and send their kids to school and everything like that. And so, as a government and these companies like Maserati expanding, yeah, there was a huge civil service and the middle class appeared. That's natural.
people started running away from the hinterlands because they thought that the coast had more development and they had more money. When in fact, when they ran away from the hinterlands, then they left all their assets. They left the farms. Then the farms stopped producing
Right.
the
Right. And
products,
they abandoned their farm. Instead of
and then
Tolbert wanted
money and the
No, but
inflation
you
started.
are we looking at overlooking certain aspects like importation increasing with modernization stuff
hold
like
up.
that? Because like
You
even me, my family.
kill that argument right there. Tolbert basically started investing in farming equipment for rice, upper country rice country, because he wanted to cut down on imported rice. He said Firestone, all these other people were and him, even himself, were importing rice and getting rich, right? He said, look, we're going to give the native people a chance by growing upcountry rice. And then when he put tariffs on rice, right? It artificially raised the price temporarily, right? The people backed by the people who were dumping. Same thing happened in Haiti, with Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton, the people from Arkansas, these rice farmers flood the Haiti market with their rice. Rice causes wars around the world.
I
Uruguay,
know that's what I was about to say,
Uruguay,
Colin, because my
Japan,
family's from the countryside.
Japan and the United States almost went to war in the 90s over this. Japan was basically paying, Japanese were paying 6 times more because of their protectionism laws. The United States basically was like, you better open your rice market. Japan's like, we're ready to go to war if the United States try to force their rice into our markets. So same thing happened in Liberia when Tolbert basically put tariffs on the imported rice and whatnot. Then next thing you know, they start paying people to put propaganda, talk about the rice is being the miracle Liberians and selling rice and whatnot. No, all they wanted to do was start using domestic rice, but they spun it as the American Liberians are trying to starve the people and all stuff like that. So that's how the riots happened.
They
Yeah,
was trying to stop the sale of the exported rice and increase the sales
local
of the
production.
of the local production, but only those local growers would have benefit had their rice been distributed,
Yeah, but
but
the thing is, there
that
was
never
so many
happened.
people.
The
There was
riot
so
happened
many rice
first.
production farms in Lofa. Lofa's rich, right? They were going to all Nimba. All these places were going to be rich rice producers. Right now, my guy Armstrong Jubba is growing rice in Liberia, domestic rice, right? And he's selling to the Liberian market like $15 for a 50-pound bag of rice. That's my guy Armstrong, man. He's in Louisiana. I wish he'd just come to Liberia. He hasn't been in Liberia since the Tolbert era.
Uh,
But he's growing onions, rice, some of everything, but on large scale, commercial
but
scale. So I'm gonna go
That's but
see
hold
it
on, but
when I get there.
that's my
I
that was
told
my
him
main.
2023 I was gonna go see his farms when I didn't get a chance to do it. And in 2024, I was so busy. I had this tour with Bomani. I didn't get a chance. But this time, I'm gonna go and see his farms and whatnot. You know, I saw Great Africa's palm oil farm. You know, his production and whatnot. You know, I got videos of it. You know. So I'm gonna go tour these places. There's a lot of other people in Liberia. Liberia, I have this thing in BIO called the Liberia Next Series, which basically I'm gonna put together in practice, which we're gonna showcase all Liberian manufactured goods, and we're gonna encourage investments in Liberian manufacturing, everything from peanut butter to jellies, everything, chocolate bars, whatever it is. We're gonna try to make it in Liberia. Candles, whatever the hell it is, we're gonna make Liberians produce, you know, for local markets and also regional, and also sell to the United States through DHL and eBay and Shopify and stuff like that, you know. So we want to make Liberia a manufacturing hub of West Africa, you know. Hopefully one day you could have somebody. We don't even make clothes anymore. You're young, Kofi. Are there any black-owned clothing manufacturers anymore?
I mean, I only know American Apparel, who are like the
Is that
biggest
black-owned?
wholesale. I mean, if they might be IPO'd, but no, Dov Sharney is a Jewish American. He owns
So this is what I'm saying.
American
This is what
Apparel.
I'm talking about when I talk about the other night about them taking over our culture and everything like that. You know, before we just have FUBU for us by us. Who was us? Black people. You know, Kalkanai. You know, we only wore our own outfits and stuff like that. So we had an industry for black life. Now we don't even have that no more. You know.
But I do know a woman from Ivory Coast. She's in Togo right now, and she bought a I guess a textile clothing machine that
Well,
I
I know
guess.
that, but I'm talking about. Do
Hold
we
on,
have
but Kala, there's something called Black Activewear. Is black owned. They just recently partnered with
where
Nigeria
where's
for
it?
the Olympics.
Where they located at?
He's a black American. I don't know.
Okay,
You look him up. He's a
where
black
they have that where they
American.
have that stuff manufactured at? Where's the stuff
Oh, I
manufactured?
don't know. I don't know. But he recently partnered with Nigeria for their Olympic team, and he was the official merchandise maker
Yeah,
for.
man, to see that's all
Uh,
beautiful, right? But what we need to
yeah,
do is instead of it being made in Paraguay or Peru or someplace, some sweatshop in Asia, what we need to be doing is manufacturing on the African continent. See what I'm talking about?
that's true.
Right
That's
now
true.
we don't have any sneaker designer. Maybe Kanye got a clothing line, right? Kanye
He
got
do. He
clothing.
do. Kanye
He
got
doesn't
close. I
sell it.
think Ti has close.
Right. Imagine if if Ghanaians or Liberians could supply some of his sneaker lines, something like that, manufacture. You know, these are the conversations we should be having. You know. So I want to see people. I only want to know Sean John. I don't even know if Sean John's still around. You know, I don't know if that's still around. You know, I don't know if Sean John's still around. But I know Yeezy has his own clothing line. He's black. You know, we can use him. You know. And if somebody's not black, we're not Tom Ford, whoever like that. If you want to make manufacture in Africa, we should make Africa a manufacturing hub. Forget if it's just black owned businesses. Let's bring any business there, you know. Make Africa a manufacturing hub, you know.
No, but Africa manufactured clothing as well. I bought a
Where
couple
where
shirts
no
that
they
says
don't, no
made
they
it
don't. No, they don't. They don't.
made in Ethiopia.
I'm talking about the global market for the global market. I'm talking about where the money's at, you know, where
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah. I'm saying clothing like from Old Navy that says made in Ethiopia, made in Haiti, made
who
in.
was this
I've
at? You
seen that
got
before,
proof, bro.
bro. I'm not at home, man. I'm at work. I can't show you the proof, but I've seen it before.
Have you ever heard this before? I'm gonna go to
Heard
Old
what? What I heard.
I'm gonna go to Old Navy tomorrow. See what you're talking about. I'm gonna look at Old Navy, see if anything's manufactured in Haiti, Ethiopia. I seriously doubt it. Most I see is Asian countries, India, and all the places like that. You know, but that's what's gonna take. It's gonna take people with investment, and it don't take that much to do textiles. Textiles, you only talk about a bunch of sewing machines and stuff like that. You know, it's not a lot of capital with textile manufacturing. You know, you buy the clothing stuff, you cut it. You buy it in rolls, cut it up, and stitch it to different sizes and everything like that. You know, ship it off. You know, put it in bulk, ship it off. Yeah, I just watched Hong Kong do it back in the 80s. They had deadlines. Hong Kong became a manufacturer. They everything from jeans to friggin' toys and whatnot. Hong Kong was a manufacturing hub. That's how they got rich.
There was a time they wouldn't sell the clothes. They wouldn't sell these machines to Africans. They wouldn't sell them to the U.S.
Well, nowadays you could basically with AI technology, you could design your own machines and make them. You'd have them made.
You could
You
do
know,
anything now. You're right.
you do
You could
everything.
do
There's no
anything.
excuse, man. There's nothing to do. There's no excuse.
You could
This
do
little
anything.
John says Liberia has nothing to do with Black Americans. Dude, man, shut up. Well, I'll be in Liberia in another week, Little John. How about that? And I'll be broadcasting. Say this show's for you, Little John. So yeah,
But
so
Carla, man, like I said, man, there's not that much big of a difference between the leaderships between African Americans,
the difference is
Haitians,
African Americans
Africans.
are not leadership. Don't have governments where they feed us, protect us, clothe us. So there's no responsibility for them other than just looking nice on camera with a nice suit and tie, giving us babble.
I beg to differ, man. You don't think that African Americans have become richer under the leadership of African
No, no,
American
no.
leadership?
Look, it has nothing to do with no damn leadership. If I give anybody credit, it's it's the white man. Negroes.
It's Black History Month, Carla. You do know that, man.
I don't care if it's black. Black history. Let
God
me tell you
damn.
the truth, right? Uber, Kofi. Don't you work for Uber, Kofi?
I work for everybody.
So in other words, basically, how many you making money right now? How many of the companies you work for is black owned?
None of them. They, if anything,
Right.
they're
And
IPO'd.
that answers the question right there, Principe. The
Yeah.
black man ain't doing shit, He ain't doing jack shit. That's just the truth.
Well, me
It's just
personally, I do
narrative.
security, right? So the fact that I have some level of authority to say people tell people not to do this, not to do that, a lot of it come with civil rights and a lot of authority and
That's
rights
good.
granted to black people in
So let me
America.
say
So
something.
I
Hold on,
can't
hold
say,
on. Yo,
Uber was
you know,
created because
you don't see nothing.
because Indians wouldn't pick up black drivers, right? Uber was created because Indians wouldn't pick up black drivers, and then
They
some
still don't pick up black drivers.
some guy said, you know what, I'm gonna create an app that prevents that. So it was founded by it was founded by a white person, but without the IPO, without the shareholders is everyone across the world. It's no longer a white company, it's just a white founder. He had the idea. But what supports the company is the United States, is the people.
Yeah,
You know.
everybody uses it.
But right, we could easily, right, you're right though, we could easily do that in Africa. These things are easily transferable now. You know.
no,
Yeah,
but
everything.
my main point is that a lot of these opportunities, whether you utilize them or not.
You have to understand something, principally. Like I say, when people talk about they gave you liberty, first of all, it was never them to give us. All people could do is arrest and take away from. Rights is something that you're born with, inalienable rights. See, when we get to the point
Who told you? You keep
inalienable
saying that.
rights,
Who told you that?
but
That
that's
rights are
the
something that you're
Declaration of
born with.
Independence, right? Man have certain inalienable right. That means a right, but you don't seem to understand something that a government or no power has a right to take away from you. That was denied to us, because the bottom line is this. That's why I say, ultimately, black people need our own nation of our own because the fact of the matter, we need civil rights in the first place tells you that this republic is not truly ours. Simple as that. If a country was truly ours, right, we would have inalienable rights. Inalienable rights is life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Has that been our story? No. You know. So
When
that,
you walk into
that
public,
was
do you feel like a criminal sometimes?
a European American.
Yeah, but it's like you're trying to. First off, you're not born with no rights. If you're born in other states, how they proceed how they proceed your people. Your people particularly fought to have more rights, fought to be
No, no,
respected.
no, no. Actually, Principe, it was like this. We had rights, right? But they took the rights that we were had. They didn't give us right. You can't give you somebody rights. It's like say, I'm gonna give you breath in your body, Principe. I'm gonna give you the right to walk. No, you have the right to walk. Now I could restrict your right to walk by putting you in chains or locking you up and everything like that. But you can't say I gave somebody the right to walk. Because you say like your life and liberty and happiness are your inalienable rights. So when somebody says they're going to give you rights on a piece of paper, that means you never had them. They could take it away from you. That means
Yeah, but are you judging your basically you're utilizing post civil rights logic and inalienable
Oh,
rights
what
and
I'm
this kind of
saying,
stuff?
one point I'm trying to make is this: for the time period, for fees, for expediency, yes, I'm proud of civil rights. I'm proud of that stuff like that. Yeah, like that. But at the same time, right, I cannot forget my ancestors, and I can't forget what our ancestors went through. That's unforgivable. You know.
I understand that, but you can't shit on your leadership. I feel
I'm
like
not saying,
that's the reason why.
I am proud. Look, I am proud of what they did when they stood up for me, whatever like that. I am proud of that. But at the same time, right? I want to let the people world know that the story is not over yet. Our story, even though we're the Africans, our story does not end with this. I'll say so. The next phase of our story is we're gonna become a people. 400 years. We're as old as the Afrikaners are. We're old as like some of the Zulu tribes are. 400 years. A lot of these tribes in Africa are not that old. 400 years. That's a people. And people, the ultimate goal of any people is to become a nation. Simple as that. That's what I'm saying. Like I said, I can't, I love Liberia. I can't be a Liberian. I can't be a Liberian. I'm African American. That's who I am. If I
Hold on. But your show today is about the genesis of America.
Yes, I know, but it's a
Isn't African Americans also the
look. That's
genesis
hold on,
of
hold on, I
Liberia?
know that, but that's not the end. I only said that's the foundation of America. That don't mean it's the end result. That's not our end game.
No, but aren't you also a part of the genesis of Liberia as well?
Yeah, we're part of Liberia, but something happened in 1980 that changed all that. The coup of 1980 forever changed. Like, I'm ready to, like what's that? I'm ready to move on from Liberia like that. I
You,
still
you,
have an
you sound like
effect.
Rob Moise, man. You sound like Rob Moise, man.
Look, I still have an affection for the country because I love it. It's my country. My ancestors found it, but I'm really saying, okay, the natives decided they really didn't want me to be a part of it, and they did to my ancestors. So, hey, it is what it is. You move on. You move on to other things. I tell you one thing: when we do get land again, and we'll that shit'll never happen again. I'll tell you that right now. That'll never happen again. We learned. You know, we have to be the majority. We have to make the laws. We have to basically the customs, the rules, everything like that in order for our civilization, this beautiful civilization called Black America, to live. That's the way I
Yeah,
feel.
but I think that's the wrong conclusion. The conclusion you should go back and learn from what you did the last time,
No, I
because
think,
even if all of you
look,
go back, you're only
listen to me,
40
I think
million
we
people.
learn from what they and the bottom line, I learned don't trust those people. I can't.
Why is that the moral of the
Look, I
story?
don't
The
trust
moral of
those
the
people.
story shouldn't be that.
Honestly, man, I just found out that in DR Congo, right? I'm gonna find the video. DR Congo, fucking a whole church load of people were just slaughtered for absolutely no reason but being Christian. I can't go back to that, bro. I can't go back to that, bro. I'm sorry, man. There's too much shit in Africa. They haven't kept up with us and whatnot. We're just basically different, man. We're same race, but we're just different, man. They have different value system, everything like that. I believe in freedom. I believe in laws. I
It
believe
just
in justice and everything like that. I believe in all these things that just not. It was like see this one thing. It said a FBI arrested a U.S. based pastor facing 50 years. Nigerians or something else, man. U.S. based Nigerian pastor. Okay, here's the right. It's 50. Anything I take it for a grain of salt, but
What if you only traded zero DTE options
white
around events that are 100% guaranteed to
This is
happen? We
interesting.
found a company that tracks the best zero.
Essentially working on behalf of Rwanda.
Why does no one seem to care? Well, let me bring in Dexter Van Zyl, an expert on anti-Christian violence. Dexter, what can you tell us about this absolutely barbaric atrocity?
Okay, well, first of all, it took place in the Democratic Republic of Congo, which is a huge country with about 105 million people that right now is basically in a conflict with neighboring Rwanda over territory in Kivu, okay? And the violence was perpetrated by an organization that was affiliated with ISIS. And the thing is that there are some people who have argued that they are essentially working on behalf of Rwanda, because Rwanda is a neighboring country that covets and is actually taking control of an awful lot of the mineral resources in Kivu. And so what this violence has done is demonstrated that the Congo cannot protect its citizens from violence in Kivu or in North Kivu. And so what people are worried about is that this is essentially an attempt to kind of destabilize the Democratic Republic of Congo and legitimize Rwandan claims to the minerals in the region. And I don't want to underestimate or downplay the ideological hatred by the perpetrators of this group who murdered these Christians. But the thing is that it's taking place against a backdrop of geopolitics in Africa. And what has happened is, and so if the Congo, under the leadership of Felix Tshisekedi, can't protect its borders, essentially it's going to have to go for help outside the country, and the people live there, and that's why people are worried about it. The Congolese that I've spoken to here in the States say, I said, wait a minute, are you telling me that the Rwandans are supporting this attack? And they said, yes. And I said, but Rwanda is a Christian nation. And they said, yes, but this will help destabilize the region where all of these minerals that are used for the eye.
See what Ahmed Salon. This is why I say you can't listen to Africans, right? They blame everything on somebody else. Africans are the biggest liars I've ever seen in my fucking life, you know? Rwanda. Why would Rwanda kill 7 people and whatnot? You know, the Congolese are the biggest liars I've ever seen in my life. They're the worst Africans I've ever seen in my life. They basically have been fucked up since their inception, you know? But they want to blame Paul Kagame because they're jealous, you know? That's another thing. Paul Kagame and Rwanda reminds me of the American Liberians, you know? What do you do when people are jealous and envious of you? And right there, they want to destroy you. They want to blame you for everything. You know, the Congolese are responsible for its own problems, you know?
That we use in our lives. And
you gonna say something?
Yeah, I'm saying hypothetically, if your nations were, if you were in a similar scenario where your nation is next door to a political nation that has a stronghold in the region, how would you basically tell your AA majority to submit to Paul Kagame like figure?
First thing you have to look at is what's controlling the Congo right now are warlords. They're the ones running the show in the Congo, you know, in the DR Congo. Warlords, bandits, child soldiers, all that stuff like that is reality, right? The M23 is basically just trying to fight against this because the government of the Congo basically are in bed with the warlords. And it's also the remnants of the Rwandan military that are rebels, you know? So since Paul Kagame accused the Congo of giving these rebels from Rwanda sanctuary, right? So he has no choice but to go and basically align himself with M23, you know? So M23's biggest battle is trying to secure that eastern region right there. In the process, basically, they're doing battle with the rebels and they're doing battle with the warlords there. But people in the West be like, the Congolese, oh, it's Paul Kagame. When it's bullshit, you know? And so it also, you notice how you see white people, and Paul Kagame is such a puppet white people. The people who attack Paul Kagame worse are white people, white Americans. Because Paul Kagame is basically, if he's successful, he'll be the number one processor of minerals coming out of the Congo, you know, not the Europeans. The minerals could be processed on a continent. Isn't that what we all want? You know, minerals processed on a continent, you know. And so, but I digress, you know. Africans say one thing and they do another, you know. They say one thing and they do another. They say they want development and stuff like that, but they want the same old, same old. The same old as European mercenaries coming in and basically doing what they want to do, taking minerals out and everything, and they get their cut. That's the same old, same old. At least Rwanda is a game changer. Imagine basically a black country that could possibly see the African mind doesn't think like that. He don't think in terms of race. You know, he don't see himself as part of Rwanda and Congo is one and the same. You don't see things like that. That's why Kofi, if we just go to Africa and blend in, our mind, that Pan-African, natural Pan-African mind, would die because we'll be in survival mode and we'll become like the Africans, you know, killing each other and hating each other and tribalized, you know.
Oh, but Kala, first off, when Felix Tshisekedi took power, one of the first people he went to sit with was
Yeah,
Kagame,
and
and
you
he
know,
offered a deal.
Kagame told him simply,
What he told him?
he said, you have to do something about the warlords and the Rwandan rebels in the region, right? And but the Rwandan rebels are with the warlords. The warlords are with Tshisekedi, even Joseph Kabila, because that's how they get a lot of the minerals out of it. Joseph Kabila became a billionaire. Why?
Yeah.
Because him working together with the Jewish diamond traders and the Jewish elite with that looting the Congo of its resources, he became a billionaire. Why? How do you do that? You basically with the warlord. The warlords guarantee you territory, protection, whatever like that, if you pay them. And look the other way at the other shit they're doing, you know? So Rwanda's looking at all this chicanery and whatnot, you know. Not only that, these warlords got rebels and everything like that, and they're giving them weapons and everything. So because they got money to finance weapons, so Paul Kagame's going in there, and it's clear because if they lose the eastern part of Congo, they'll be able to overrun Rwanda. That's not going to happen, you know. Paul Kagame's like, that's not going to happen. He said he's prepared for war. You know, he has a war in South Africa too. South Africa basically thinking it was a big they got into something they didn't know the hell about, and now they're burying 15 of their men. You know, so they
Yeah,
got
but they're trying to go to a regional African solution.
man. There's no reason. As long as the Congo is destabilized like that, there is no regional solution, bro. The only thing is, I have no idea what the end game is. All I know is Paul Kagame needs to keep it up in the eastern part of the Congo and whatnot, and basically make sure it does not spread into Rwanda. You know, because there's rebel groups inside of Rwanda. You know that, right?
I know they're on the exterior. There's
No,
opposition people in
they're
Rwanda.
actually inside Rwanda, outside Kigali. They're actually rebel groups. You know, blending into the population.
I know Rwanda is very strict, so I don't know
Well, I
about
know that, but
that.
they've still got rebel groups, right? They blend in the population. They go back and forth across the border, or not blend into the population. And if they're ever strong inside the eastern region, they Paul Kagame knows they can wreak havoc in the country. The only reason why they can't do nothing really, because he got them on the run. You know, in the eastern part of Congo. You know.
Again, I respect Kagame, but I think this is a multi-nation solution type situation because a lot of global actors are playing on the divisions to get money. So you have to have a multi-level
Yeah, I don't
solution.
know. All I know is you need to kick out the Europeans. You know, stabilize the Congo. Congo should be put under mandate. If we had an Afghanistan, that'd be one of the first things we do is send the military in there and take the Congo over with regional partners and whatnot, and destabilize the country and basically hand the country over to a government in the future that's responsible gradually. You know, that's what should be done. And what's up, Dave? What's going on? What's on your mind, brother?
Good evening, caller. Good evening, caller. Good evening, panel. How y'all doing, man?
What's going on, brother?
I'm all right, man. Just hanging in there, man. Building these data centers, man.
Well, hey, would you listen to the conversation?
Nah, I just chimed in, man. I just chimed in. What's going on?
Yeah, I was just basically talking about Liberia a little while ago, man. I was just basically going, like I said.
Yeah, yeah, man. That country's gone, man. You know, the data people got that country now, man.
Yeah, they got it, man. So we just got to do what we got to do.
You heard about the Joint Chiefs of Staff being fired. He got sacked today.
Or the United States?
Yeah, from the Pentagon, the
Yeah, the
chairman of
black
the
guy,
joint.
right? The black guy, right?
You see, this is why you need an Afghanistan. You could recruit him for the Afghanistan. You know,
but you know what it is?
But if we had the Afghanistan, he got a job the next day. You know, So that's why it's important, Colin. That shit's important. This shit's important.
Yeah, which was somebody just sent me a message. Some Nigerian basically showed a picture of the brothers on the pole in 1980, saying this is what happens when you guys came over to Liberia and put your racist laws. That's what they believe. The native Liberians, not only have they destroyed the Liberia, but they try to destroy our people, our ancestors' names.
Yeah.
For that, I can't forgive, man. I'm sorry.
That shit. You got to write Liberia off like a bad check, man.
Yeah. So these people just destroyed the country, man. It's like, I say, like I said, there's a lot of people.
But the native Liberians don't even know that they under the Talbot curse, man. Talbot,
That curse is never gonna be
under the
lifted off
Talbot
of them.
curse, man. You don't do no president like that. You don't do that to the
They killed their president when not to celebrate it.
You can't get no blessings from that. You ain't do it the right way. That's why I tell my brothers all the time. They ain't do it the right way.
If they would have waited their time, they could have had the country.
Yeah.
But they wanted to murder.
Country's in chaos. You don't got no Capitol building. The whole congressional, the Senate, the Liberian Senate and House of Representatives, they running out of Palawa Hut right now. They running the whole goddamn government out of Palawa Hut right now.
Freaking joke,
Man. It's a joke, man. It's a joke.
Yeah, like I said, I'll just go over there. I'll be over there another week. And I'll be like looking at this shit like, and I'll make my case. I said, now you guys ready to listen to us now? But Liberians are so that you see them on political campus. Instead of these guys trying to get jobs and vocational skills, these guys is like political politics or like ready to kill each other over politics. I'm like, what the hell are you?
They ain't gonna get them nowhere, man. They killing each other right now over politics. Right now they fighting for that Nimba seat, man. Right now it's a war for that Nimba seat. Prince Johnson on die. Oh man.
Yeah, so it's like that's all you guys talk about is politics. Like I said, I tell people, at least Black America, we don't have to worry about politics like that. We don't care about politics like that. Because so we're more the more advanced the people is, the less they talk about politics. You ever notice that?
Yeah, because you worry about economic stability. You worry about economic prosperity.
And prosperity and whatnot. We don't
you worry about
politics is like for starving people,
I don't worry about no politics. I hope Paul Kagame take the Congo, man. I'm just shaking my hands.
That's what I said. All these people
rubbing my hands together, man. Let this guy.
I don't hear nothing anybody say. The bottom line, the whole thing is Paul Kagame to me and Rwanda is like the American.
He take the Congo. We could move in.
If he ever takes the Congo, that's why I said I want to be ready for that. I want to be ready for that because I'll be like, look, I'll be like, okay, here's like 15,000 square miles. We'll take it. I don't give a damn if it's landlocked. I don't give a damn. If it's landlocked, I don't care. If we can get like 10 to 15,000 square miles, man, we're good.
I don't like how they blaming this guy, man.
The West is behind that blame game
because he's being successful. He's turning Rwanda into like
Dave, this is all I'm trying to tell principally, right? It wasn't the guy idea that we should stop exporting stuff and process the minerals and make products ourselves. Isn't that what Paul Kagame's doing? So why wouldn't Africans be behind that? You want the same old looting and let the Western people come and take your mineral for for their little paper currencies, or you want to build industries?
I like everything this guy's doing. I love Paul. So let him just rock out. Let's see what he could do. Give him the Congo. Let's see what he could do. That's how I am. That's how I'm looking at it.
Yeah, I hope he does win.
I hope you bum rush that shit, man.
Take that whole shit over.
Take that shit over so we can move in. So people with sense can move in.
We could build new cities, towns, states, all that in the middle of the Congo, man. That'd be great. That'd be beautiful. Populate the territory with African Americans, whatever, like that. and diasporas or whatnot. You know, we get some of we can even bring the miracle librarians over and whatnot. Say, look, let's start all over again. You know, yeah, that was remarkable what our ancestors were able to do when they settled in Liberia. You know.
Yo, man, you can still see that 1800 architecture, man.
Oh yeah, you can see it right there when you go down there.
Man,
Have you ever been down to Edina before?
You know, huh?
Have you been to Edina?
Edina?
Yeah, Bassa and Grand Bassa.
No, I ain't been to that part. I ain't been to that
Oh
part.
man, it's beautiful. You gotta take that little three rivers where they join. That's where you join. You take the boat ride over, the ferry ride over. They got old churches that were built in the 1800s and whatnot. It's beautiful, man. You know,
I know that art, man. That architecture, man. You can see
the
it.
architecture stood the test of time, man. You know,
You see the
you got the
engineering,
Cheeseman,
man.
President John Cheeseman's building and his monument. Edina's nice, man. That's historic. That's what we're doing on the tour. The Edina monument, you know, stuff like that. You know, we're gonna have a good time. But the bottom line, yeah, Edina is beautiful. You know, Edina is beautiful. You know, and so you look at the thing when you go up river, you go to Clay Ashland, Burrillville, and all these places like this, Caldwell, Carysburg.
Caldwell, Broadville. I know they're nice. Nice. You see it, man.
Yeah, man. So
like,
you see our ancestors what they built.
you see the carpentry.
Have you been to Caesar's Beach?
Yeah, I've been to Caesar's Beach. You see the carpentry.
In the back of Gorso Lagoon is nothing but nice
masonry.
hotels and houses. That's the Caesar clan. You know, they had their own private lagoon right there where they had parties and everything. They rented out whatnot to the public beach and whatnot right there. And then they have their own private lagoon. And then across the bridge, that's where the houses are. All the Caesar clan, and also they got a hotel back there. That was a beautiful. Imagine the life they had. That was nothing short of paradise. You know.
Yeah, no wonder why they was locking other black people out.
Yeah. Caesar's Beach was nice, man. I've been there, you know. And also Cooper's Beach was called Miami Beach. Now have been there?
I know Cooper's Beach.
Cooper's Beach is nice too, man.
Nice
these
place
people,
too.
our ancestors, our people were living good in Liberia. Liberia must have been like a paradise back in the 60s and 70s, you know?
Yeah, man.
All came to an end in 1980, you know, that coup, you know?
Yeah, man.
And Liberia, the definition of paradise lost.
Oh, yeah.
But all I could do is just go there and reminisce about the good time. Because despite everything, you know, when you go there, they said they haven't changed a damn thing. You say, oh, we felt like we're at the bottom. Do you know when you go to Liberia, you still feel like you're in charge, right?
It changed.
The native people of Principe did not benefit from that.
Nothing, bro. They didn't benefit, bro.
They didn't benefit from the coup. When you go to Liberia, us American Liberians, like African Americans, still feel like we're in power, you know? It still feel like we're the.
But Collar Bear, it's like what I told Dollar the other time. You still got the influence. You still have heavy
we're still something special
in the country. You understand me? You can still sway and weigh influence things in the country.
Because like I said,
so you know,
because they all deep down inside want to be us. That's all it is, you know.
So you can still influence it, you know. As long as that place is named Liberia, you got your stamp on it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Liberia, Republic of Liberia.
I'm still.
You ever see some people try to say we need to change the name, we need to change the flag? You wouldn't. You'd be lost. You know. Imagine basically going around the world and you got a pink and yellow flag somewhere. It's Liberia.
Yeah,
I'm a Liberian. When you call yourself a Liberian, how do you
start? And I've been watching a lot of news footage too. You know, I was hearing the Commerce Secretary. He said, we got to start taxing nations. You see the cruise ships, they got Liberian flags. You know? And I saw Trump talking about Liberia a little bit too. We send the aid to Liberia. So they do, like you said, they do got a little disdain because like you said, the marking of African Americans is on Liberia. I saw them talking about it a little bit. They're gonna I heard the Commerce Secretary. He said, "Yeah, you see these cruise ships and everything, all these cruise ships, they just got Liberian flags on it. I'm like, why these guys just talking about Liberia all of a sudden?
Because which they got
I
Liberia has the
find like they're
largest.
hearing. I said they're hearing college Genesis. They're hearing the plan. We're trying to do something else. What's going
Of
on?
course, man.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
what's going
yeah.
on?
So we got to make it official. What I like to do is I'll use these native people in Liberia, right? Because I would like to have Liberia. I want to study Liberia's extraterritorial laws. You know, Liberia was at one time during the AB Tober, he wanted to take over the Congo. You know that, right? You ever see that thing, Dave?
Nah, I didn't see that. I didn't see that.
Okay, you ever see that documentary on 60 Minutes about Liberia?
Yeah. I seen that
You see
part.
what part AB Tober says that, yeah, we want to build an empire. They were confident that they would be able to take over and govern most of Africa.
Oh yeah. I remember that line. I remember when
Yeah,
that
remember
line.
that? So I'm saying to myself, I wonder if Liberia, given that, I wonder if Liberia got extraterritorial laws. That means a country could proclaim territory outside of its borders. So if they do, what I like to do is the territory we call it in Afghanistan, get Liberia, or just claim it for Liberia. I'll get you to go there, plant the Liberian flag because you're actually Liberian, you know, and say this is a future Afghanistan. Make a proclamation of this land belongs to the Republic of Liberia. That'd be a placeholder, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I didn't know about that.
Yeah. So yeah, if a country could base Liberia, like if the United States could say they wants to buy Greenland, right?
Yeah.
The United States could take over the Panama Canal, right?
Yeah.
Why couldn't Liberia take over territory in Angola or the Congo?
Maybe they. I don't think they had a big enough military, man. They
No.
had
What I'm saying, but you got to make the proclamation, you know.
Yeah.
And then basically, what you do is you occupy it. You know, that's all. You don't really need a military.
Man, bro, you guys need to go take the Afrodamus tour to diplomacy class, man.
Oh,
What you saying
please,
doesn't even make sense.
please
Yeah,
stop.
not making sense, man. I think he's probably talking about because they had
What
a stronghold education.
are we making sense? Is Liberia a sovereign republic?
Dude, like you think Liberia could take on the whole Africa, or was he talking about a logical, simple?
No, we're
He's
talking about
educating leadership, right? A lot of people were coming to get educated in Liberia.
Well, no, at the time, Liberia was that powerful, man. You know, they did have a military. They had troops in the Congo.
How many troops were there in the Congo? There was also Cuban troops in the Congo, Angolan troops in the Congo.
George Padmore, you know, yeah, they were. He was made with Eli Steele. They were the major. They also Liberia helped build Ghana. Liberia also helped rebuild Paris after World War II. Liberian engineers. Liberia was at one time was destined to be a world power, you know, because it had this steady stream of support from Black America, this pipeline from Black America. Black America is what built the University of Liberia to a world-class university. So this connection between Liberia and Black American institutions, HBCUs, was one time very powerful, you know. And also, Liberia also used Black American military, you know, for wars, you know. So
yeah, but I'm saying a long term.
Liberia, if
that's not a logical
Liberia was capable of taking over the hinterland, there's a book called "The Black Colonials in Africa." Liberia scrambled for the hinterland. That was remarkable what they was able to do. You know, a little tiny Liberia was mostly on the coastline. You know, but they took over this large, vast territory, hinterland, and Liberia was actually like 3 times the size of it is right now. It was stretching to much of Guinea. You know, Benjamin Anderson, you know.
Yeah. Liberia had more land than that.
Also, now that the half of like a good quarter of Ivory Coast was once Liberia. You know, so the bottom line, yeah, Liberia was capable of expanding. The whole Liberia really wanted to expand. Make Liberia supposed to be the whole entire continent. You know, Black Africa. You know, it was supposed to be all Liberia.
I see it spreading through diplomacy and educating leaders. I don't see it growing through military stronghold.
Well, no,
that's not logical.
Well, when you go stuff like that, you know, I think Liberia could do it. You know, Liberia is strong with Black America backing. You know, if Liberia could actually do it. You know, we could do it. We could basically We pump money into Liberia, make Liberia, but the only thing standing in the way, these idiots that's running the country, they have no vision, you know.
The
Like I
vision,
said,
the vision is to travel. The vision is to travel.
similar to African Americans, Africans benefited from African leadership. There's more educated people, more access to wealth, more interconnected roads, etc. in the nation under African leadership than under colonial leadership. So I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about, bro, about that, because if you look at, I look at Sierra Leone from the 60s, right? It looked freaking nice, you know. I look at cities like Kinshasa back in the days, look nice, right? I look at Johannesburg back in the days, I'm sorry, look beautiful. Even Mozambique, Maputo used to be fucking beautiful, you know. Nairobi used to be a beautiful city, right? But now, I don't know what the hell happened, man. My brother in Africa. Look at Liberia back in the 50s and 60s.
Yeah,
Look
man,
at
it's
it
in Liberia
You
now.
telling me you guys go back to Liberia? There's no buildings and new
now. I
cities.
know, but I'm saying it should be more advanced than it is now. You know, you should, if you see Liberia the way it looks back in the 60s and the early 70s, that place was paradise, man.
Liberia looked better back in the day than they do now.
Yeah, it
Not
looked
even
better.
be honest. What about the countryside? What about the regions? The fact, do you even admit it that a similar situation happened where there was important rice and people from the countryside had to leave the countryside to come into the city, which
No,
means that they was
let me
making
tell you what
shitty
happened.
deals
Bro.
just
Let
like
me tell you what
Haiti
happened,
was doing.
right? Let me tell you what happened. Liberia was importing rice through Firestone, and the native people liked that. You know why? Because they were getting rice cheap and whatnot. And the bottom line is, white people were happy, the Lebanese were happy, all these people were happy, right? Natives were happy because they were getting rice cheap, right?
Which
The
natives? Which natives?
native Liberians,
The natives in the city or the natives that were selling rice?
all over the country, you know,
That
many
doesn't
of them
make
live in
sense. As
many of them live
as a Haitian man who descend from people from the countryside, your bread and butter is your agriculture. So if
I know that. Hold on, let me
You
hold.
you
Let
believe
me
in
become poorer,
agriculture, Principe. These guys don't believe in agriculture. Stop it.
bro,
Yeah,
if
you
you're
know, like I said,
importing,
they
you don't,
refuse
you're,
to farm.
if you're
They want to
importing
go to the
rice,
city. They want to
you're
go to the
affecting the
city. Hold on. They want
rice
to go to
market.
the city. See, you, principally, you don't understand Liberia, right?
You don't understand, bro. You
You
don't
know what I'm saying?
understand.
Check us out. Tolbert basically started the rally time. Don't make me have to play the video. Tolbert started the rally time project, right? And would tell the native people, y'all got to go to your home, your farmlands and whatnot. He told people, leave Monrovia, go to your farmland, and he gave incentive for people to grow rice on their own, what new machinery, everything like that. Rally time project.
But that's after the fact, correct? After the
No,
fact or before?
this was during the 70s, right? And then when he said like this, we produce enough rice. Now we're gonna make the flooded Liberian market, right? But the first thing he had to do was he had to put tariffs on the imported rice, right? The people who were selling Liberian rice got together with some native people and made it seem like the American Liberians were trying to starve them and whatnot, and they rioted, you know? And that wasn't the case. He was just simply trying to get them to grow their own rice and
No,
sell
no,
their
no,
own
no.
rice.
The Tolbert might be 100% correct, but I'm saying previous leaderships before him were signed deals which they're importing rice, which
Well,
means
yeah, but
that
hold on. It
the
was
imported
native.
rice
Okay,
becomes cheaper
hold on.
than the local rice.
Hold on. It was native people who also distribute rice in their villages and all stuff like that. So they're part of it too.
They're part of it too, but it's also tied
So,
into.
so, so what does that got to do with anything? The bottom line is everybody. It was easy just to import rice than to grow it. So what we did was,
No, it's not. It's really not, bro.
no, at the time it was. If somebody's look, if in the United States, if someone comes to a shipload of rice and whatnot for real cheap, whatnot, you know, and all you have to do is Liberians love rice. That's a staple, right? And basically, you understand, so rice means hard work. And a lot of times people don't want to do that hard work. You know, you got to realize that too. Sometimes people just don't want to be do the backbreaking work it takes to, you know, that takes hard work. You're
It,
assuming that people are like Black Americans. They will do that hard work like we did in the fields when that's not the case.
a lot of Black Americans up to farming, man.
In
You're not
They look
there.
Liberia,
at they look at that work as primitive work, poor
that's what I'm
work.
saying. And not
They
only
don't look
that,
at that work as
Principe,
like,
right?
you know what I mean?
In Liberia, in African culture, most West African cultures, rice growing was something that females did, you know? Men didn't do rice and cultivation and agriculture, you know? We had to basically switch the culture around. Like we brought our culture there. Our culture, the American Liberian culture, we did the farming, the men did the backbreaking work. And the indigenous people, the women did the farming, you know? So that's
Maybe in
why
that region. Maybe in that region.
all of West Africa, that's the truth. Women do most of the farming in Africa.
Well, both the men and the women work throughout Africa. If you go to the marketplaces,
No.
women work.
You look on the fields, it's women and
You go to
children.
the Caribbean, women work,
No,
and the men work.
in Africa, it's
Yeah.
women and children that be doing most of the backbreaking and dirty agriculture, not men. Men walk around like kings and whatnot in Africa, while women do all the hard work. Women basically.
I don't. Like I said, I can't speak for every tribe. I don't know every tribe.
I'm just telling you how it is in Africa, right? You haven't been there yet, you know.
No, but some of the same cultures still exist in the Caribbean, where the men and the women work.
Well, that's the Caribbean, but in our culture in Black America, right? I worked on a farm when I was a kid. You know, my father worked on a farm when I was a kid, and it's men that do the work. You know, men that slay the hay and whatnot to feed the chickens.
Yeah, but you're kind of westernized. You guys think it's beneath women to work. In African culture and Caribbean culture, is not.
Liberia, and it worked. Our so-called Western way, everybody's inspired so much, actually worked.
No, I'm not saying it's something to be despised, but I'm just saying, like, you look down on a woman working in the field. That's not a
I
thing.
believe women should be doing things like knitting and sewing and like quilt making. Liberians were famous for quilt making. Liberian women were famous for quilt making. That's what women did, you know, quilt making, knitting, and stuff like that. That's what women did, you know. Men get out there and do the hard back-breaking work, you know. You know. Africa said Asians use rice transplanters with a man and his wife and children can plant a month. They each plant, yeah. That's the bottom line. Is this Africa has to move towards using planters that plant rice and whatnot real easy, you know. But Africa doesn't want to use the modern equipment and something like that. They send their women and children out there. The African Americans were way too civilized for Liberia. Liberia was prospering. Yeah. And bottom line, we said, look, we had a chance to build what we knew about civilization in America to Liberia, and we'll thrive.
But you're utilizing propaganda videos to say that everything was good, while the people that, like, the countryside people, were probably not.
First of all, you gotta understand the countryside people. The countryside people were actually happy. I'll show you a video.
Let's see the video of the countryside people in 1950.
Let's see. Let me show you a video, bro. Let me show you a video. Let's see. Let me show you a video, Prince B. I hate doing this to you, man. You just ask for it, you know.
Because I'll be seeing Haitian propaganda videos, and they try to make our countryside people look like they're unhappy, while our countryside people used to make money off of farming, and we send our kids to school through farming. We created a middle class through farming. You see what I'm saying? So when somebody's telling me, oh no, that doesn't matter, it's easier to import rice, that sounds like some propaganda bullshit, especially from someone who's descended from a person who was affected by imported rice.
No, what I'm saying,
what
I'm saying is this: the Liberians were short-sighted. All they knew, they was getting rice for cheap. Right? Am I right, Dave? Yeah.
They don't want to do no backbreaking work, bro.
That's what I'm saying. It's like backbreaking work, man. What are you talking about? You're a slave descendant like we are, man.
If you getting the rice cheap, you buying it cheap. You're alleviating the work. You know what I mean? You're alleviating the work. So I ain't got to do the work. So I can just buy this cheap rice. I'm good. Huh?
Right. President Colbert visiting the hinterland, different countries, 1970s. Look how these people received him. They loved him. You know. It sounded like they were angry, Principe, but they were performing for the president. That's a Liberian country devil, you know? That's a Nimba, the Mono people devil.
Yeah, they don't look mad. Like I said, like the Tolbert
Yeah,
guy you talking about.
all that lot of stuff you
I
hear
want to
about Liberia
know
is
if
nothing
you'd
but
like to write
propaganda
a book, your
and
own
No,
book
nonsense.
in only
Like
10
people
weeks.
like Elvis and all these other people that spread a lot of nonsense and whatnot. Tolbert was loved, but a few
no.
Liberian people killed him and whatnot. And the bottom
Hmm.
line, it turned people against him, you know. So
Yeah, but with the Tolbert guy you talking about, I can see why you love him and respect him is because it sounds like he's trying to change some of the ill policies of previous leaders and
people say
the
ill
the
policies.
the international
Look,
community and the
Liberia
private
was
sector.
a developing country. It was a developing country. It only really was under the had freedom really up until like 1943. You know, it was under threat of the Europeans and the French and the British and whatnot to being colonized and put in receivership. Right, 1943 when World War II broke out, was saved Liberia. Right. Liberia became a major staging ground for the United States Allied forces in World War II. With that, the African Americans negotiated with President Roosevelt and got the funds to build the free port of Liberia and the airport in Liberia. You know, under the Lend-Lease program. You know, those funds already available that got the free port of Monrovia built. So therefore, with that, after post World War II, all these American businesses are flooding in there. American capital, you know, the JFK Memorial Hospital was built. You know, many tall buildings were built. You know, American company from California built the first sewer lines in West Africa. You know, sewer system. You know, water systems, you know, electrical grid was improved in post World War II. Liberia began to boom post World War II. American capital is coming in. The biggest investment in Black Africa came, you know, in 1960 with the Bong mines. That was the largest project in Black Africa, you know, at the time. The largest project, you know. That was the first major project in a black country broken by a black government. South Africa basically had a white administration. They had projects that side of a white administration. Nigeria could not get any investments like that. You know, Ghana, President Nkrumah could not get an investment in his bauxite at the time. But Liberia was able to broker the largest investment in the Bong iron ore mines. You know, so unless you want me to play the video.
No, like I said, I see, but my main point wasn't that. My main point was that you guys are like trying to glance over the fact that previous leadership, even though you're saying that okay, they were in a particular or like a situation where they had to sign certain contracts.
Their priority, bro, was building a country. You know, a nation. They were nation building. They weren't trying to be. There wasn't a nanny state. It was a nation building. Over a time period, right when Liberia was developed, like say by the 90s or 2000s, Liberia would be friggin' on the level of Singapore and Malaysia. Then you could pass judgment, you know, or what is it when it becomes fully industrialized, you know. But basically, when a country is developing like that, you know, you have to learn how to manage expectations. You know, when you're a patriot of your country, you manage expectations. You understand your country can't do much for you in the short term, but in the long term. But people didn't have a short term. The African mind, you know, the African mind doesn't think long term. He only thinks about what's in his belly. What we call in that Liberia belly driven politics. That's what we call in Liberia. It's belly driven. You heard that before, Dave?
I heard about that. I heard that anything about their stomach before anything.
Yeah, it's called belly driven, you know.
But
So in other words,
it seemed like you got more patience for Liberia than the other African nations. Why is that?
What do you say? Say it again, Principe. Principe, say that again, bro. I didn't hear you. Was he deaf? Dave, you hear what he said?
Yeah, he said you got. He said you only think about Liberia, but he ain't really reply to you, right? I don't know what's up.
Look, I'm not thinking about Liberia, but the whole thing is this. I'm also thinking about Angola because that's going to be a future African territory, or Zambia. You know, one of those, or Congo, one of those three countries I know is going to be the African state. That's what I feel. And I don't give a damn if it's landlocked or not, or coastline. I don't give a shit, you know. I know all between those three countries, we got enough territory to carve out a state. And so the bottom line is Liberia is a launching point. Its sole purpose is to reintroduce black people from the West into Africa. That's what Liberia was set up for, to reintroduce us into the African continent. And I believe modern Liberia can have that same role if they were smart, you know? The problem is Liberians basically forgot its role. Because it's controlled by natives, it forgot its role. Liberia was always that sanctuary for Black America and diaspora. That was its purpose, you know, as being a safe haven for not just people from the
You're
diaspora,
right.
but
You're
also
right
people
about
from
that.
the
You're right about that.
continent.
It's no longer a safe haven for the diaspora. You're right about that.
Yeah, so that's what his purpose is. You know, we want to turn Liberia, that history part of Liberia, back to its history. But when you got we can just basically work on the private sector and just forget about the government, Dave. You know,
Yeah.
that's what we could do. Just forget about the government. My boy
Oh yeah,
Sam, you got to meet him. He just fed up with Liberia altogether, man. He's a miracle Liberian. He's just fed up with the country altogether. He's in Ghana. You
but
know,
it's a whole bunch of savages running the goddamn place.
yeah, I know. So the bottom,
So,
when we call people primitive, I look, it may hurt, but I really mean it. You know, it may hurt people's feelings, but I fucking mean it. You know, because the bottom line is, you know, it is what it is, man. I look at what we lost and everything like that. Black people in America should have a homeland that they go to. Liberia would have been a perfect place, you know, as a homeland in Africa. You know, no group of people in America has just America as a homeland. I know Scottish people who go to Scotland. I know Italian people who go to Italy and Sicily, you know. I know Polish people who still connect with Poland. I know Scottish people who still from America, been here for 40 years, still got relatives in Scotland. Johnny Cash is from Scotland. He goes to Scotland. He was going to Scotland, you know, because that's where my ancestors came from, Scotland, you know. But the only people that don't have a place to go to is the so-called African American. Liberia was supposed to be that place, you know. Is that too much to ask for, Principe? I don't know what Principe's doing. Anyway, so Dave, when you going to Liberia, bro?
I'm trying to go next month, man. I'm trying to go
Go, man. You'll see me there, man. I'll be there.
I'm trying to go, man. I'm gonna see if I can go next month. That's what
Yeah,
I'm
go,
trying.
man.
I'm trying to
Yeah,
take a.
you gotta let me take you out to dinner, man.
Now we're gonna talk. You know I'm gonna link up with you. I'm gonna link up with you, man. You
Yeah.
know I'm gonna link up with you, man. We gotta talk, man. We got a lot of stuff to talk about,
Oh
man.
yeah, man. That's why I said I want to see you in Liberia. So I get introduced to my people there.
Principe at, man? Where Principe at, man? Yeah.
All right, what's up, bro?
So you said I only care about Liberia?
I didn't say you only care. I said that you have patience. I see that you got more. Like when I talk about other African nations and how they got their freedom in 1960, you be like, man, that they supposed to have been doing this and been doing that and been
No.
doing this.
My point. Hold up. My point I'm trying to make it about that is this. I understand Africa has its challenges and everything like that. I get that, you know. But when I basically still think at a certain level, I compare African countries to Asian countries. Why is it that Asian countries were colonized up until the 1960s, just like Africans? Africans got their freedom. The Europeans pulled out of Africa before they pulled out of Asia. Remember the Vietnam War? You know, that lasted to the 70s. You know,
There's a lot of contracts with those nations, a lot of cross partnerships with those nations, whether it's Vietnam, Japan, China, Malaysia. These
so
nations
why?
have semi
Hold on, why
contracts
was
with the
America?
West.
Liberia was an outpost of Black America in Africa. Why would Africans be against that? I don't understand. I don't.
Who was against that? We already established the issue wasn't about.
Africans were against it because, look, I just basically look. Let me tell you something. This was set to be just a minute ago while I'm doing the show. This idiot fucking Dante, piece of shit Nigerian says, Racist Jim Crow laws experienced for the whites in the South. Clowns like you still have the superiority complex feels towards Africa to this day. Also, basically, an article about the 1980 coup and everything like that. Basically, don't know nothing about the history of the country. All he knows is that some Black Americans have a superiority attitude, and that's what they got what they deserve in April of 1980. You know, that's what most Africans think. And also, I want to play another video. This one last video, then we're gonna end this. Khalees, you guys heard of Khalees?
Yeah, the singer.
The milkshake being the boys in my yard, right? Remember that song?
Yeah, milkshake. Yeah.
Okay, well, she's in Africa right now, right? Well, guess what people are saying? You know, and you can read some of the comments, right?
I heard about this. I think she has special land near the wildlife reserve.
I don't want to hear about that.
You get like a lot of like special treatment. Certain people,
they basically use any excuse. She's doing good. She's helping the local people. She don't have to be there. You know, like I said, people don't understand. So we do not need Africa. You know, if we go over there, Africa, man, they should be like so happy to see us there. We're spending our money.
But you're not being logical. If the people are restricted to do certain things, and you just come along, it's like you having a sibling, and you can't do this and you can't do that, but the sibling can do all these other things.
Yeah, that's the way. That's a natural
thing.
That's the way. That's the way it works sometimes. You know.
But that's a natural thing. It's a natural
reaction.
reaction.
What's wrong with having rules, Principe? You want her to be lawless? You don't want her to have.
Who's saying this, bro?
No, you don't want her to have order in her sanctuary.
No, Dave. If we're cousins, I come to visit your mama house, your father.
So yeah,
right?
It's still
and
rules.
Then I've seen it before, and they're still in all just as much as they were when they saw it in a video or a post, and maybe even more so when they get on.
In Africa. Let's discuss. Now, before you jump to any conclusions,
is African Americans called the new colonizers. That's so offensive, you know.
That one, I can't sing Silver Life. But you know that artist? Yes. So she is in Africa, right? And she's been doing amazing. She's been doing great. Well, she's been doing content in Africa. Now there's a video that she did, and she said how she was a pioneer in doing what she's doing, right? And there were people going back and forth, but there's one particular comment that caught my attention. It was the comment that was saying that African Americans think they're the first ones to do certain things, or they're also the colonizers. And I said, let's go down this rabbit hole and let's find out why some people think like this and what we can, talk about it, okay? Hello there, my name is Janita Maya. Welcome to my YouTube channel. Please do subscribe if you're new here. Subscribe, like, comment, do all the nice things. Now, disclaimer, you may hear a dog barking in the background. You may or may not. We'll find out. But in case you hear the dog barking, do not mind him. That is just Oscar. This is his feeding time, and I can't stop my show so that he can be fed. The show must go on, okay? Now let's dive in. I want to give a shout out to our sponsors for today, who are Sunset Residences UG. This is a very cute and beautiful and cozy Airbnb located in Chisasi, Kulambiro. It is a 2-bedroom, 2 bathrooms, spacious living room, fully equipped kitchen, external cameras, 24/7 security, and an air cooler on site with a backup power station. It's a lovely, lovely place. Here's what it looks like. It's an amazing apartment. It's gorgeous. I'll put the link in the description box if you want to book it. If you're coming to Uganda, this is where you need to be, because I wish I could literally turn the camera for you guys, but this place is amazing. You get your money's worth. The host is amazing. The caretaker is amazing. Everything here, we give you the Ugandan, the Ugandan hospitality vibes here. So please do book Sunset Residences wherever it is that you are. This is the video that I was telling you guys about, the one of Kaylee's. Let's watch this. Oh, this beautiful. She's dead gorgeous. Like, she's drop dead gorgeous. She's so amazing. Let's watch this clip that caused the Discord on Twitter, and then read some comments, and we'll go through it together.
When I bought my farm, in California, everybody thought I was crazy, and then COVID hit. And now I'm out here and I'm in Africa and I'm farming, and I'm living, and I'm growing businesses. And people probably think I'm crazy, but I guarantee you guys, this is the most beautiful, and quite frankly, it's the best decision I've made. I'm a pioneer. This is what I do. I'm here. I'm loving it. And just keep watching.
Now you've watched that clip of her. Oh, so lovely. She's talking about her farm. She had a farm in California and now she has a farm in Africa, and people think I'm crazy, but she just says, you know what, keep watching. And yeah, why not? Now, this clip was from someone by the username Blend and Whip. It looks like it's a white person, but sometimes people use DPs, and I'm just wondering why a white person would make such a comment. But this is the comment that caught my attention. It basically said, African Americans moved to the global south to escape white supremacy, violence, and systematic oppression, and end up being colonizers themselves. They're never ethical, have zero sympathy for indigenous, and relish in the newfound power their money and position has afforded them, right? And now there was some comment.
You see Dave, you hear what he just said? See, this is what they've been in Liberia. They basically
but that's what happened in Liberia. That's the same
indigenous people against us and whatnot, putting it in their head. It was white people in Liberia putting that in their head about them being oppressed by us, you know? It was white people in Firestone and Nimba, Lamco, and all these other places that were fucking putting that in their head, you know?
Hold on.
They didn't do that under Tubman's time. Tubman would have did something. Tolbert let his guard down, you know. So basically, like this, what you call Europeans don't want black people in America coming there because they know we could Black America could outdo them. We could outspend them. We got more money in them, and we got more power. And also, we're black too.
You got outspend who?
Europeans.
Really?
Yeah, we got way more money in Europe. Are you kidding me?
You have a lot of money. You got make a lot of money, and a lot of money passed through your hands. I don't think you have more money.
Look, Black America, our home equity in this like in the trillions. We got pension funds. It's not even close.
No, but are you retaining the money, or you?
Yeah, we are, man.
Consuming.
That's what I tell you. When you get up here and say, "Oh, we need leaders," Black people in America are freaking doing really well. We have 2.5 million black males in the upper middle class, making $150,000 a year more. 2.5 million. It's remarkable the size of the 70% of black people are in the middle class, solidly in the middle class. So the bottom line is, and Europeans, man, they don't make money like we do here.
They broke in Europe. They broke in Europe.
Europe is fucking poor. Europe is poor, man. They ain't got shit. That's why they go to Africa to live off Africa.
They live in Africa.
They live in Africa because they're broke, man. The Europeans ain't got no money, man. Come on, please stop it. Principe. You see, like I say, you gotta get out of that white worship. You swallow Afro dumbass too much, you know.
You're talking politically and economically. They're tied to the World Bank. I'm not thinking you understand what you're saying.
The World Bank do?
You're talking about the common European.
Let me ask you a question.
Leadership.
Hold up. We have African American business people going to Africa making multi-million-dollar deals. How much of that money came from the World Bank?
No. But I'm nobody talking about the African. But you're comparing billionaires to people who make trillions, and people who's basically has been exporting for years. People who
the Europeans that are actually going to Africa are the bottom of the barrel.
No, you're talking about the common European. Like, I'm not talking about the common European.
That's who the friggin', just like the people who messed up Liberia were the common American. They were so jealous when they came to Liberia, when they were so jealous of these black people that were able to build something. They're so used to in America where they have everything and black people have nothing. So when they went to Liberia, they're like, damn, we don't own this shit. This ain't ours. So they basically played a game where they basically recruited the native Liberians to do their bidding. As simple as that.
I don't know, but I what you told me about the Tolbert guy, it sounds similar to the Haitian leaders who try to become more because a lot of Haitian leaders talk pro-black, but their actions don't match it. But when their actions actually match it in terms of making local production primary.
Tolbert was the president of the OAU.
No. I'm giving him his flowers. I'm saying that
he was the head of OAU. Conversation.
I'm giving him the flowers. I'm giving him his flowers. I'm saying when
the head of the OAU. So there's
yeah,
no.
but when a black leader or Haitian leader, African leader actually try to put local production as its primary focal point, their number one enemy is going to be the people that's make a lot of money from exportations
Well,
locally
the whole
and
thing,
internationally.
is the people who are making money in Liberia were the foreigners.
Exactly. So they're gonna conspire against them the same way they did
Something.
against the recent president of Haiti.
I think it was something deeper than that. I just think that there's a certain amount of white people who believe that black people don't deserve shit, and so therefore these people are always going to be like in South Africa. The only reason why they basically the whites are mad because black people are in power or in charge and giving them orders. That's it. They don't have no other reason. They got the farms. They got most of the wealth. They own most of the stock exchange. They just somehow, it's about a power thing, with them. It's their ego can't handle the fact that when they go into a country, they're not in charge and they're not in power. That's all. It's not even about all that stuff like that.
That's true. That plays a big role.
What?
That's true. That plays a big role. That's what recently happened with.
If you understood anything about white people, like you obviously don't, that's 99% of it. 99% of it is that's right there. What I just said, it has everything to do with the fact that they simply can't stomach the idea of taking orders from black people.
That's true. That's a big element.
So the bottom line, so when they basically talk all stuff, that's why when Europeans talk, white people talk, it's not even making logical sense. It's like what's the problem? Like Paul Kagame. Why do you think the West hates Paul Kagame? Right? Because the idea that Rwanda is a black country that they don't control, they're not in charge, they don't own anything really, and Paul Kagame is doing more business with the Chinese and everything like that, and they hate that shit.
I don't think they hate Paul. He's the fall guy, man. He's the fall guy. Man.
No. What they successfully did was create a situation where they walk off scot free.
Exactly, the fall guy.
The Canadians, the Belgian, the Brits, French, who are all in the Congo looting. But the only person the international media keeps blurting out there is Paul Kagame. You just saw it with that guy in the video thinking, see, but Paul Kagame said this one night. He says, but I'm going to, and the guy will say, okay, let's get back to the topic. Who killed these 70 people? It was Congolese who did that. It wasn't Paul Kagame, but they have to mention, why they got to mention Paul Kagame? Oh, see, the backdrop of a war that Paul Kagame, why they got to inject his name in this? The question was, who did this massacre?
But as you sound like a Paul Kagame, why Paul Kagame can't sit with
look, bro,
like Uganda is doing in South Africa?
Look, but bro, I'm all for Paul Kagame like fuck sitting. The bottom line, you got a country right on his board that's harboring rebels trying to destroy his country. Why should he sit down with you? The government in the Congo is taking payments and supporting his rebels and the warlords and whatnot. So what's there to talk about? What's there to discuss? Which we call the president of the Congo is not going to do anything about it because he's in bed with these rebels. Same thing with Joseph Kabila. All these people like that, they're in bed with these the warlords and all these people helping loot the country and whatnot. So why would he sit down? What's there to talk about?
Like I said, a lot of it, I feel like the real people that's backing these criminals is not the Kabila and it's really the international community.
Oh no.
The poor guy.
I'm sick and tired of letting these fucking people off the hook. Kabila had his own father killed, Laurent Kabila. Who was a rightful leader of the Congo. He had him killed and they installed him in there, as a puppet. And so I remember those days. You probably don't remember. I remember that. That was back in '97. And so
what is this video saying? What is this video saying?
Well, this video is basically it was somebody white who wrote an article about African American, and then you got Africans. Yeah, they are the colonizers. That's why I said you could talk to you about Africans. I have no confidence in them because they're obviously a white man who's jealous of the fact that a black woman could do what they think they should be doing. They should be the Lord and Savior of Africa. The white magic, the white savior. If white people don't feel like they're a savior, they will destroy what you're trying to build. Liberia, they hated Liberia because it was a black country that governed itself, that was never colonized, and everything like that. and they couldn't bring the white savior, that white magic savior to them. Look, when I go to Liberia and I see white people, I feel it from them. They know I'm African American, and they can't look me in the eye.
Hey, what you doing here? You ain't supposed to
You're
know
like,
about
what are you doing
Liberia.
here? This is my fucking
What you
country.
doing here? You ain't
Act
supposed
like
to know
I
about
ain't
Liberia.
supposed to be there. They white man in
I'm
Liberia.
supposed
Like
to know
I'm not supposed to be there.
Yeah, I'm here. This is my paradise. What you doing here?
They give you that. They give you that same vibe too, Dave.
Yeah, what you doing?
I thought it was just me, man. God damn, man.
Yeah, they look at you crazy. Huh?
They look at you like you fucking like you don't belong here. Whatnot, This is what we're dealing with, Prince. We're dealing with the real.
They look at you like you know. You ain't even supposed to know about this place.
You ain't supposed to know about this place. We thought this was the best place. No, I do know about this place. How about this? And we're coming here. I said, yeah, we're bringing people here. We're doing a lot of things. This is my homeland, Oh wow, man! You tell me you guys ain't worried about what's going on the football game? No, I don't give a fuck about the Super Bowl. I don't give a fuck about what's going on in America. Africa is the future. We're going into the past to realize the future. They act like this, If the white people left South, unfortunately, because the black people in South Africa played this stupid rainbow game for the last 30 years, white people entrenched themselves in power. They weren't stupid. All the technology. Where do you think PayPal comes from? South Africa or Elon Musk. White South Africans are critical to South Africa right now, unfortunately. You can't replace them right now. If they left South Africa, we collapse. I'm sorry. Black people over the last 30-something years, instead of integrating with white people and whatever like that, we should have been building a global black African infrastructure in South Africa. We didn't do that. So it is what it is, bro. Like, we're stuck with white people forever. You mean tell me we can't friggin' Africa guy said, right, you know how many times white people ask me, what am I doing after they hear me speak? Yeah, they think you're not supposed to be there. What are you doing in Africa?
Know about it. You don't even want you to know about. How do you even know about this place?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think tomorrow night's show gonna be that. Should we basically the topic should be why do white people want us in Africa? White people visiting Africa, do they want us in there, or are they shocked to see us, surprised to see us in Africa? Why are white people surprised to see us in Africa?
That's a good topic. That's a good topic.
Because they look at you crazy, Colin, all the time. Like, yo, man, you should be doing what I'm doing, like you spying on, you ain't supposed to know about this place.
What are you doing here when not? You're messing my game up when not,
Yeah, you're messing up what I got going on. Yeah.
Right now, some trouble.
Yeah, so.
And Carla, can you also do a show on that Skip Gates documentary that I told you about? About the migration.
What, the Great Migration? We already know about it. No.
No. But I'm saying you do your own take on it and break it down on your own terms for Black History Month.
My ancestors were part of Great Migration.
Yeah, but like I said, you have a unique breakdown
of human history. Well, one of the largest migration in human history. Millions of black people moved from the south to the north, changed the whole makeup of America forever. We went up north. We couldn't get to Liberia. We couldn't get to Africa, but we found our own paradise and our own communities in the north. Black people are gonna find happiness no matter what.
That's true. That's
the story of the African American. Yeah, we're gonna find happiness no matter where we go. And like I said, when I look at Liberia, that was just another happy African American story that ended in tragedy. Now, what we have to do is make sure, whether it's Liberia or Black Wall Street, how do we protect what we have? Only thing that we can protect that beautiful life that African Americans are known for is our own nation state. Am I right, Dave?
Yeah, man.
You don't have to worry about white mobs and
we need
burning.
our own space. We need our own space.
We need our own space so we could do our own thing. Imagine the world will be amazed at what we can do. When we have our own space that's protected by borders. That's why when Kofi's up here talking about we gotta go there and change your name. No, I ain't gonna do that shit. A place where we don't have to apologize for who we are. So that's why I said
I don't think that's what he's saying. I don't think he's saying
that's
you have
exactly
to
what
apologize
I
for
know
who you
Kofi
are.
for years. He's like, well, you gotta speak in this or they give you an African. Get out of here. I don't want your
Yeah, but you
I don't want
technically
look,
agree
I
with
don't want
that though.
nobody, I don't
You
want
said
nobody
that you're gonna. You say you're gonna
I,
speak a local. Your Afro gonna speak a local language. That's what you said.
no, we're gonna have our language will be English, but we will know a local language. Of course, that's
Yeah.
gonna be
So what is so different
no. What
from
I'm
what you
saying is
said?
this idea that I gotta change my language and my name to please another person. You're just another human being. I don't have to do that, I don't have to forget my name is Kala. You know what I'm saying? Kala Genesis, African enough for me.
Yeah, but that's not unique to him. There's a lot of black people who prefer more cultural sounding names as well as
Bottom
African
line,
names
majority
over
of black people don't.
European names.
Majority of black people don't. So it's like I'm not gonna, but that's not a stipulation or like this. People always make it seem like when it comes to Black America, everybody wants us to freaking like this. Like, damn, when are people gonna leave us the fuck alone, man? Look, if your name is Williamson, leave it the fuck that is. I've been a Williamson forever, whatever. It is what it is,
I'm a Campbell, man. I ain't changing my goddamn last name.
That's what I say, man. Leave it the fuck alone. That name has history,
Yeah, it do. It got history. It got a lot
I
of
made the
history.
mistake of
A
changing my name
lot
to
of
an African
history,
name.
man.
I
I
made
look
that.
at I look at my great grandfathers, and there's a lot of history with them, man. Hell no, I
Look. There's a lot of history in my name too, but I changed it like a fool. I changed my name to an African name, and I basically resent that shit to this day. I shouldn't have did that. I got caught up in this Pan African, back to Africa, blah 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 blah. And I said like this, man, damn. My brother is the one carrying my family name. So the bottom line is this: yes, however we got these names, it is what it is. So we don't have to be change your name or like that. It's nice if you do, but if you want to do it, that's fine. If you don't have to. Don't let don't ever do it to get African acceptance. They can't accept you for who you are, then they ain't worth it. As simple as that.
Nah, I don't advise nobody change their name. Be who you are, man. Be who
Be
you
who you
are.
are. I rather
You
accept people who they are.
gotta live with the fact. You gotta live with the fact that it happened. So it is what it
Yeah,
is.
you can't erase it. They want to say erase our past after they caused it. They want us to erase. Well, yeah,
How did they call? Like I said,
because
y'all
Africa
historical name.
allowed the transatlantic slave trade. Let me tell you some principle. The reason why Greece was a free state, right? Because they all came together and saw a threat from the Persians, right? And to this day, Greek survived. Why did what you call it the Japan's a free country that Kublai Khan never took it over because the kamikaze win. Events happen here. They sent the mighty ship, a bunch of ships to the Japanese island to invade the islands. A kamikaze wind came and destroyed all their ships. So when the Japanese said, yes, our islands were saved, our beautiful islands were saved, So my point I'm trying to make is when you have what was I saying? What were we talking about? Yeah.
You're talking about the slave trade, and you saying that the tribes sold you guys. I don't see it like
Oh yeah,
that.
yeah.
My whole
thing is right. We were taken off our land. When you uproot somebody from their land, that's the most serious thing. People are uprooted from their land. Nobody wants to be uprooted from land. When you tell them you just made a person a slave, by you pull them from their soil. When you pull somebody from their soil, put them on a ship, and when I take them to another land where they're completely at the mercy of another race of people or whatnot, that's a problem, And the whole thing is Africa allowed that by not getting together and seeing the European.
It's a crime against humanity.
It was a crime against humanity, and Africa is responsible for that. Why?
You, you,
Because if I
you're
hold
saying,
Europeans responsible, then Africans for not. So in other words, if I don't hold Africans responsible, what I'm saying is Africans have less intelligent than other races of people. I'm justified in calling Africans inferior.
no. Africans are responsible to a degree, but when you're talking about tribes, some of these tribes
No. What I'm
were
saying is
trying to protect
most
you from
a
other
lot of these
tribes,
tribes.
so it wasn't an acting.
Look, let me tell you something. What I said earlier tonight. Do you know? I would say a good half of all Africans was sold by their own tribes.
That's not true. That's not
Yeah, it
true.
is the truth. It is the truth. You know what? You know how it because you could have an area. You call yourself a tribe. You all speak the same language, right? But you'll have like 30 villages, right?
Yeah.
Those villages have beef with each other. They made war. That's traditional African culture, right?
Yeah, but that's not the same
But what
tribe.
happens is this though: the chief or whoever like that in power will be like, "Yeah, I suspect those 3 villages over there are being in rebellion, or we call them an unbeliever or something like that, or committed heresy, whatever the hell is, right? So therefore, that's the green light to go raid that village, right, and carry them off for slaves. A lot of times it was your own. It wasn't warring tribes they fought with each other. A lot of times there was one particular kingdom or state, and different villages were warring against each other under the same so-called tribe.
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes that was the
A
case. Like
lot of time, that was most of it.
In Haiti, like there's a people called the Oyo people attacked the Nago. The Nago is very popular in Haiti.
But no. I'm
They
saying
both
is in
consider
most of the times
Yoruba.
in
They both
Africa,
consider
right?
Yoruba, but they're not the same.
Like in Dahomey, those people are all the same people, and they were selling each other.
No, Dahomey never sold them. They sold Oyo people and other people that was
Yeah, I
attacking
know,
them.
but they sold their own people and everything like that. It depends on what you mean by your own. If you live in a certain geographical area, right?
Mm-hmm.
You pretty much speak the same language, practice the same religion, everything like that. They're your own people.
That's not how it works, though, man. If you broke away from the tribe for whatever reason, you may still speak the language, but you're not the
Away from
same
the tribe.
people.
So that's what I'm talking about. This, like I said, all I'm saying is, Africa just got to get its shit together. Black America is not going to be sitting. I'm not going to send my people to be slaughtered by these people and whatever like that. Because Africa.
So basically, principally saying the African can't look at the bigger picture.
No, basically that's what he's saying. Africa is
saying.
That's all I'm saying. I'm saying that you guys can't look at the bigger picture. You guys are trying to make it look because he speak Yoruba. He speak Yoruba.
That's why I don't believe the lie that Africans built civilization.
How so? You guys don't even get the concept of tribe. The tribe doesn't mean you're the same.
No, what I'm saying is civilization. If we look, Egypt saw Rome as a threat, Greece as a threat, it responded in kind. Even though they lost, it responded in kind. That's civilization,
But have you ever seen Roman writing?
Rome was planning wars thousands of miles away and campaigns thousands of miles away because they saw that these Gauls as on the frontier as future threats. Not the Gauls, but the Goths as future threats. So they waged war against them, thousands of miles away from Rome, right? The Africans basically saw the Europeans as their friend and their neighbors as the threat.
No, but also the Europeans,
except for in the instance of Queen Nzinga. Queen Nzinga was the only one that saw the Europeans as the enemy. And she basically, what she did was she made these Africans that were collaborating fear her more than feared the Portuguese. That's what worked. Same thing with Shaka Zulu. You make them fear you. And the American Liberians. The American Liberians made the natives fear them more than they feared the white man. And that's what worked. That's the only thing the African mind understands is fear.
Yeah, but you're not looking at it from because even the Romans used to write about other Europeans and they wrote about them as savages and less than and not like them.
Because Rome had a highly
and they also warred against other whites.
Rome had a highly developed civilization. People who are highly developed civilized do look at other people as savages. You know,
they rated the people that's now known as the French and the
Gauls,
Germans
because they
at
were
a point.
savages. You know,
Exactly. So why are you trying to make it unique to Africa? I don't.
no, I'm just
All
saying.
these people that
I'm saying
Chinese warred against
there
Japan.
was no hope. There was no one African tribe, a group, except for in Mali. You know, but they were so far away. On the coastal Africa, that's where the slave trade happened. The tropical Africa, the coastal people, right? There were no coastal tribes that were on that level of civilization where they could have said, you know, this is not what we're going to do, whatever like that, and sent warships, whatever like that, to suppress the slave trade, whatever like that. You know, they sort of let it happen.
But don't they have the most to gain if they're not as strong as the interior nations? They're not some of the more
No.
stronger
Coastal
dominant nations
tribes
were
are
the
actually
interior
very
nations.
powerful. You know, coastal tribes are actually very powerful, and the whole thing
More powerful than the interior nations.
Yeah, they were. You know, at the time after the fall in the 1600s, after the fall of Songhai Empire, there was no Sahelian states. You know, Songhai fell as 1591. That was it.
Yeah, but
So
they also
my point I'm trying to make is that the Africans basically fell into like 250 years of destruction with the transatlantic slave trade. You lost millions of lives that could have been used for manpower, you know, over this transatlantic slave trade. After the transatlantic slave trade was over, not only did you not come and get the people, most people don't even know that this slave trade even happened. That means you didn't have a literacy. Usually, every other civilization, the scholars keep track records and books and stuff like that. So there was a scholarship class, even though imagine some people may be stupid. There's always a scholarship class that basically advises the king and stuff like that of letters and notes and stuff like that and records and everything like that. There was no such thing in that part of West Africa. You know, so
you're relegating that to a tribe. The tribe didn't necessarily do these things to you as a particular. You are some of the people that they fought to protect. That was casualty of war.
Protect us, man. Trust me, millions of people leave a continent if somebody was trying to protect them, bro.
It's tribal war, bro. It's no different from some of these games that's going tack for tack with one another. They don't see that, okay, this number is going to add up to millions of people over the course of 10 years.
You're principally you're freaking African splaining, you know.
No, but you're basically taking your anger towards this current day Africa.
I'm not angry. I'm just stating the fact. You know, fact of the matter is, what was in Africa right now was broken forever. The transatlantic slave broke us forever, right? So if we're going to be with Africa, we have to do it very lightly and like this. We can't just embrace Africa like that. I can't do it. You know, I would never tell nobody Kofi's a good brother, man, but I can't do what he does. You know, I'm just gonna be part of Africa. Look, I'm sorry, Africa does not deserve me like that. That's the way I feel about it.
Why is that? Why don't they deserve
it? It just doesn't. Africa does not deserve me like that, you know, because you've never done anything to earn my respect and earn my people. You know, look what they did to our ancestors in Liberia. You know. And so, and then basically, when somebody like Khalees, a singer, ain't bothering nobody, get some land, whatnot, you know, they're all piling on, talking about she's a colonizer. And how many times I've been calling a colonizer and all stuff like this.
That you literally talk about colonizing.
They do shit that's unforgivable. I don't think I think what it is, Africans aren't civilized because they get on social media. They don't think about before they type. They say a bunch of stuff that's just abomination, you know.
Yeah, but is that unique to them? A lot of people are like that. A lot of different.
No, not like Africans, bro. Other people, when they talk, they got their shit together.
I don't know about that.
Your Asians got their shit together. Africans don't got their shit. There's no room to talk about anybody. You know, that's what I feel about it.
There's no poverty in Asia. There's no wars in Asia.
Not like on Africa, bro.
There's no scamming in Asia.
Well, no, not like Africa, bro. Asia countries. You know what I was watching, Dave, the other night? I was watching the movie Dynamo, right? It was made back in like the mid 70s, right? And it was in Hong Kong, right? And I was just amazed, right? Because they showed the nightlife, the neon, stuff like that, and the tall buildings, the highway, and stuff like that. This was shot back in the 70s. I'm saying to myself, God, man, that is more beautiful and more advanced than any country I've seen, except for South Africa in 2025. And Hong Kong had highways, bridges, flyovers, tall buildings and whatnot, just a completely modern way of life and everything like that, And I'm saying to myself, how did they have all that back in the
You want to
70s?
know? You want to know how they transfer technology amongst themselves? There's a Pan Asian movement. You know, there's a Pan Asian movement.
Here we go.
Bottom line is this: why is Africa didn't have technology?
Bro, are you serious?
Yeah, why not? Technology doesn't belong to any one people. How come Africa didn't pick up a book and learn how to do all this stuff?
First off, a lot of Asians acquire technology through manufacturing sector that was partnered with America and Europe and etc. They did the reverse engineering.
Oh, why didn't the Africans do all that?
There was no partnership with America on those terms or Europe on those terms. So a lot of the technology.
Africans let the Americans drill for oil and Shell. You got Shell and all that. There was money, and also the Nigerians basically lost. Like they say, there's like $400 billion missing from Nigeria, and $400 billion missing in Nigeria because of scamming. 400 billion could develop the whole continent.
Whoa! $400 billion missing just from
that's just missing. That's not what's a count. That's $400 billion missing.
So they couldn't use that $400 missing to build Nigeria.
They could basically use that to build a whole entire West Africa.
That's true. But I'm talking about in terms of innovation. There's people they have contracts in which they can't build certain things.
African cows a white troll. He says African black slave trade. There was no black slave trades, man. People bought that. I studied the story. People actually bought their own families and whatnot and had them work to keep them from slavery. So don't get on here talking about some black people owning slaves. Get the hell out of here with that shit. Don't come on my platform with that trolling shit. So it is what it is. Yeah, but African guys, with all due respect, sister, Nigeria was a UAK colony. So was Ghana.
No. There's certain contracts where they basically like you always see stories where there's young kids, they go take little equipment and create their own technologies. One of the main reasons why they can't develop those technologies is because they have contracts with these European countries that they are not allowed. I'm gonna send you a video about, I think, Julius Malema. He was breaking it down about how South Africa can't manufacture certain things because there's certain contracts that signed. Those same things don't necessarily exist for Asian countries.
I heard Mara say that same thing. We got contracts. And it's always about the government, man. Everything is always about the government. I'm just so tired of hearing about the government, man. Every time Colin, you gotta understand, we got contracts, we got negotiations, we got stuff like that's holding us back, So basically, what you're saying is it's the government, right? You
minimize the power of the government, man.
Okay, but
government got a lot of power, bro.
Yeah, so everybody keeps talking about every time we look around, it's everything is in Africa is. I'm sick and tired of hearing it. Well, the government,
Government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka, run, booyaka, booyaka, run to you
niggas. Anyway, fellas, all right, it's been nice, man. I'll see you guys tomorrow night.
All right, bro. God bless, man. Have a good night, man. Be safe, Dave. Be safe. God bless.
All right, God bless, bro.